These kids have endured the harshest training since they were young. Today, they face a combat exam. When it's our hero Zeke's turn, he steps forward, looking completely at ease. Background: the Draker family is one of 3 great transcendent households. Their fame comes from their ancestor, Zeke Draker, the hero who saved the land 1000. Slash allows him to launch an unending barrage of strikes at his foe, completely overwhelming the opponent's vision. The guys watching from the sidelines are absolutely stunned into silence, witnessing what an absolute monster our boy is. Zeke knows they're baffled and intrigued, because none of them have ever seen anything like it. You see, in a world dominated by swords, seeing a brawler's hand-to-hand combat style is an extremely rare and almost legendary sight. But as impressive as this ability is, it's also putting a massive strain on his body. Even so, that isn't the biggest challenge. The inhuman durability of Liam is what's truly testing Zeke. No counters, no dodges. Liam is just tanking every single hit with his guard up, making you wonder how ferocious he was during his reign as the mercenary king. Since Zeke can't inflict any significant damage, he prepares to unleash a single, decisive blow, one powerful enough to finally shatter Liam's defense. The moment our hero launches his attack, Liam effortlessly parries it by redirecting the force. What infuriates Zeke even more is that the scumbag didn't even flinch or bother to look at the strike, deflecting it like it was nothing. In the next instant, Liam capitalizes on the opening to make his move. Hoisting Zeke high into the air, he prepares to slam him into the ground, but Zeke isn't going down that easily. He quickly smacks Liam over the head. His class skill, heightened sense, activates, and with it, he completely flips the script on his opponent. Using this advantage, he traps Liam in a brutal leg choke, cutting off his air supply. No matter how tough Liam's body is, he's still useless without oxygen getting to his brain. However, it seems Zeke underestimated his opponent's will. Liam fights back savagely, landing one devastating blow after another. The relentless storm of punches even forces our hero to gag. Years ago, by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut, Takan's victory laid the foundation for the Draker family's power. Perhaps because of this lineage, every descendant of the blood. But despite the brutal assault, Liam's body finally starts to give out. His strength fades, and he eventually collapses, losing consciousness from the lack of air. The spectators are utterly speechless, their breath caught in their throats at the sight of such an unbelievable fight. But among them, one particular student, instead of feeling concerned or shaken, seems strangely thrilled. He's actually excited and is eager to challenge Zeke himself. After the day's pancration ends, our hero returns to his quarters where his attendant asks about his condition. He'd heard that Zeke was badly hurt during the matches. In response, Zeke just brushes it off, claiming he's perfectly fine. However, the butler doesn't back down and insists on checking his pulse to make sure everything is truly okay. Zeke knows this old geezer just wants to see whether he has awakened his aura yet. Eventually, he extends his hand to the attendant, who channels a blue energy from his hand into Zeke's. Seeing this blue energy makes our hero realize his attendant might actually be a blue knight. You see, when checking for an awakening, most people just examine the dantian. But this man is being exceptionally thorough. Transferring aura to another person is difficult, enough as it is. But for this old man to manipulate it with such precision, he must be a blue knight. Apparently, not all knights are created equal. They are ranked based on their martial prowess and aura manipulation skill. The white swordsman is the novice level, and most children are white swordsmen before the blessing rite. A yellow swordsman is the level you reach after you've awakened your aura and opened your dantian. All trainees at the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing rite. Once you learn to freely control your aura, you earn the Draker bloodline inherited the gift of aura, letting them awaken high-level auras effortlessly and excel as knights. That was, until Zeke. Unlike his ancestors, he was title of knight. The purple knight level is when you can reinforce a sword with aura, while the blue knight level is achieved when you can manifest an aura blade. Beyond this lies the realm of those who've surpassed their very limits. The level the mercenary king, Liam, and our boy attained before his regression was known as the Red Knight. Then there's the Black Knight. Yet, only a handful of these monsters exist on the entire continent. This makes Zeke wonder how someone as skilled as his servant, who's obviously talented enough to be a commander, wound up as his personal babysitter. Regardless, Zeke is certain there's no way this man can sense his ether, a power only 2 people in the world can wield. At last, the old man concludes his inspection. In a firm voice, he asks his young master if he's hiding something. Naturally, Zeke plays it cool, feigning complete ignorance. He counters, asking if the butler might know something he doesn't. A brief silence hangs in the air, but our boy quickly shatters it, dropping the conversation by, claiming it was all just a joke. The butler hesitates, but can't resist questioning Zeke about his drastic change. This causes our boy to freeze. He turns around, a sharp glare in his eyes. His butler's question is completely wrong. It shouldn't be why Zeke changed now, but why it took him so long to change. He tells his butler there are more surprises in store, so there's no need to be shocked every time. All the servant must do is follow orders. The humble servant accepts his master's words, bowing his head in submission, ready to obey without question. The butler then reports that the training room Zeke requested is now prepared and, born unable to wield aura, a flaw that made him an outcast in his own family. After regressing, while Zeke is relaxing on his bed, a system window suddenly startles. Waiting. Pleased with the report, Zeke dismisses the old man for some well-deserved rest. As our boy walks off, a nagging fear surfaces that his butler was ordered to watch him. To counter this, he'll keep the butler close, letting him manipulate the old man and pull the information he needs. Zeke still must figure out who gave the order, his butler, to spy on him. He's fairly certain no one from his mother's side would dare, which only leaves his siblings. Upon entering the training room, Zeke is immediately struck by the room's lavishness, confirming the household truly lives up to its reputation. Before training, he decides to check the system. With a single command, the system panel materializes before him. He sees his slash skill has reached proficiency. He has no idea how, but guesses it probably leveled up from being used repeatedly. The skill activates naturally based on his actions. He doesn't need to do anything specific to trigger it. From what he gathers, if he learns something new, it will likely be added as a skill. He's still unsure of the difference between a regular and a class skill, though he notes they both activate automatically on their own. Finally, there's the Draconian skill, but he can't view it yet, as it requires 10 points to unlock. He selects the option, and the next system window reveals that he can earn karma points by slaying monsters. His current karma points are at 0. Speaking of which, Zeke recalls there are plenty of monsters in the dungeons, but he needs to be at least a purple knight to gain entry. For now, however, he's more curious about his regression and the nature of this system. The concepts of skills and class skills are also him. He's instantly on high alert, listening for the strange sound. However, after scanning the room and seeing no one, he figures he must have on his list of curiosities. In the back of his mind, a nagging feeling suggests this might all be connected to that ancient relic. However, he can't be sure since he lacks the information to piece it all together. Regardless, he grabs his sword, resolving to use everything at his disposal to get stronger, be it the system or the Draker lineage. In this world, there are two known powers, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights strengthen their aura in dungeons, while mages refine their mana through circles. The two powers are polar opposites, meaning if you awaken one, you cannot awaken the other. Unfortunately, Zeke was born having awakened neither a Dantian nor a circle. This failure led to his abandonment by the Draker household, forcing him to wander aimlessly until meeting his master as a vagabond. His master taught him many things, but the most valuable were the art of healing and the ether hall, a unique technique his master developed. Through the ether hall, Zeke learned to harness the energy of nature called ether. To this day, he and his master are the only two ether users in the world. After just 2 hours of training, Zeke feels on the verge of collapse. However, his class skill, healing, activates alongside another class skill, vigor recovery. Healing is an incredibly rare skill, one Zeke never knew existed before his master. If anyone else were to see him use it, they'd brand him an irregular. That's why he held back during his fight with Liam, rushing to heal himself the moment he got back to his room. Once his body fully recovers, Zeke continues his practice. He knows he can't afford to waste a single moment. By dawn, Zeke is utterly exhausted from his relentless, just imagined it. But then, a few more system windows appear. Among them, one particular notification has the juiciest detail. It announces that Zeke's soul has received training. The entire hall shows evidence of his efforts, with deep gashes scarring the floor and trails marking his sword strikes. A week passes, and we find ourselves inside the Cradle cafeteria. Zeke catches wind of some students gossiping about him. They're convinced he's a totally different person now. Since he's always been a loser, they speculate he's messed with black magic. Meanwhile, in a private lounge, all the top-tier students are dining together. First up, Raina Tarun is digging into a steak. Then, you've got this guy, Owen Zimmons, who's calm and collected. Across from him, a battered Leon sits, looking as wild and restless as usual. Owen advises him to eat right, since he'll need the strength for the swordsmanship duel. But Leon, for no good reason, gets ticked off and slams his fist on the table so hard that his perfectly good steak goes flying onto the floor. This outburst sends Raina's steak flying off her plate too, leaving her absolutely furious. Her death glare is enough to make Leon back down a bit. It seems all 4 of these students despise our boy, so it's no surprise they're hanging out. But even though they're on the same side, they clearly don't get along. The only thing holding their little alliance together is their mutual hatred for Zeke. Owen concedes that Zeke was both courageous and impressive during the pancration, but he's certain that he'll be pathetic with a sword. From what Owen knows, Zeke can't even hold a blade correctly, making him zero threat. One of the others points out that Zeke is so weak he needed a custom sword since the standard ones were too heavy. Still, Leon can't wrap his head around losing to that worthless punk. He's convinced, the will of the Elder Dragon, and that it has completely merged with his soul. Soon, Zeke is also granted partial authority over the system, and once the activation is complete, Zeke only beat him in pancration through sheer luck. However, it seems Rhea thinks differently. If they truly believe that nonsense, then none of them deserve to be knights for the Draker household. With that, the lady exits the room. Before we get to the duel itself, here's some background on what these sword duels entail. Unlike pancration, these duels use real swords, making them the main reason for most accidents at Cradle. It's also where the skill gap between cadets becomes painfully clear. 1 month after the current final exams, the Blessing Rite will begin the event, where the Drakers awaken their aura. The day of the duel finally arrives, and the instructor calls for Zeke to step up. Our boy strolls onto the scene with a massive sword propped on his shoulder. The blade is literally bigger than he is, which definitely turns some heads. Everyone thinks it's hilarious, assuming Zeke believes bigger is better, and that it'll give him an edge. Stepping up from the other side is Raina, who looks completely fired up and dramatically throws down the gauntlet, challenging our boy to a duel. Well, our guy is more than ready, and accepts without a moment's hesitation. Raina is unsettled seeing Zeke lift a claymore so effortlessly. Now, facing him directly, she realizes this isn't the same Zeke she used to know. The person she once knew could barely hold a sword. His presence is so powerful that she starts to feel intimidated. But she quickly shakes it off, disgusted with herself for even considering it. Backing down isn't an option, especially since she's the one who challenged him. Meanwhile, Zeke is also feeling the pressure. He knows his usual strategies. His vision is flooded with system windows. The first one displays his overall stats, including his class, skills, and a unique category labeled Draconic Skill. This won't be enough to secure a victory, because a duel with the Lightning Knight is no joke. It's absolutely nerve-wracking. You see, Raina Tarun was famous and had earned the title of the Lightning Knight in his past life. She made a name for herself in the Continental Wars and was known as one of the greatest of the next Draker generation. She's one of the rare few who awakened her aura before even going through the Blessing Rite. As Zeke recalls, she must have awakened it a few years back. However, she hasn't used it at Cradle because she's been focused on sharpening her fundamentals. The moment the signal is given, both fighters immediately clash swords. After the first impact, Rhea pulls back, before charging him again. With a single strike, she sends Zeke sliding backward. Just those 2 blows were enough for our boy to conclude she's even stronger than he anticipated. The fiery lady charges him once more, her sword a blur of motion, showering the area with sparks. In the background, her friends are growing restless and impatient, yelling at her to finish him in 1 blow instead of messing around. But one of the smarter ones tells these fools that Rhea isn't playing with him, it's Zeke who's controlling the fight. From her perspective, she can clearly see openings and weaknesses in Zeke's defense. Yet, every time she tries to capitalize on them, his sword is there to block her, almost like he's patronizing her attempts. What's more frustrating is after he blocks an attack, he deliberately leaves another opening for her to hit. It's like this duel isn't about winning, it's a lesson. After a few more exchanges, Rhea finally backs off, completely drained from the effort. She needs to catch her breath before jumping back in. Skill can only be unlocked after he accumulates 10 points, but his current karma is 0. Curious, He starts playing with the system and quickly learns how to navigate and doxer. Meanwhile, Zeke doesn't show a single drop of sweat or fatigue. In fact, he looks bored and unimpressed. She's fighting fair, without using her aura, but it's just what you'd expect from someone obsessed with fundamentals. Since they're already at it, he decides to help her break out of that shell. He deliberately drops into an extremely low stance, as if he plans to close the distance in one move. Rhea, confident in her speed, dismisses the posture, but in a flash, Zeke is right in her face before she even has time to react. He swings his massive blade so hard it literally cracks the ground. Reyna, on the other hand, is sure that as long as there's distance between them, she can react to anything he throws at her. Zeke swings his sword through empty air, but the attack was a feint. Instead, the debris kicked up by the force of his swing strikes her square in the face, leaving her nose pretty busted up. Next, Zeke rushes her with his massive sword in hand. As she sees that shiny blade just inches from her neck, she's sure her time is up. But in a shocking turn, the sword Zeke was holding suddenly flies into the air and lands a few feet away. With that, the crowd immediately declares Zeke the loser, while showering Reyna with praise for winning without even using her aura. However, the instructor knows the truth, and his face is pale with horror, as if he'd just learned a shocking family secret. What the cadets failed to see was that as Zeke's attack neared Reyna, she used the faintest trace of aura, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. The fact that Zeke forced her to use her aura, despite vowing not to until she entered the academy, is simply unbelievable. As Reyna stands there, her face filled with doubt and regret for breaking her promise, Zeke, operate it. Among all the info in his status window, what stands out most is class skill. The reason he's so curious is that the term class skills suddenly charges at her again. With a balled-up fist, he strikes her square in the throat, a clear message that this isn't over. She collapses to her knees, blood leaking from her mouth. The other cadets in the audience are outraged, screaming that this was a sword duel, and they won't stand for such cheap attacks. Everyone present points at Zeke with contempt, calling him shameless for pulling such a stunt. Meanwhile, Zeke remains completely unfazed by the noise and insults. He calmly asks Reyna if she wants to continue. She, on the other hand, stubbornly believes she hasn't lost, reasoning that he only landed a blow because she dropped her guard. But as she replays it, a realization hits her. If he had been holding a knife instead of a bare-handed punch, she would already be 6 feet under. For that reason alone, she honorably concedes defeat. The crowd, which had been jeering at Zeke just moments before, falls into stunned silence. Zeke Draker, who was labeled the lowest of the low just days ago, has achieved an undeniable victory against one of the most talented children of the famed houses. The fact that Reyna Terran, the Lightning Knight, was defeated is simply unfathomable to most people present. The scene shifts to Abel's castle. Outside, a deadly battle has just ended, leaving behind a trail of fresh corpses. William witnesses the horrific scene and can't comprehend how Abel is calmly drinking tea without a worry. Abel's focus, however, is on a letter that details Zeke Draker's victory over the prodigy, Reyna. He stands and asks how long they have until the blessing rite, since there's plenty of time before the full moon. Abel believes it's the perfect time to visit the Draker family. William is shocked to hear he's choosing to go alone, but the Swordmaster is itching to see for himself what kind of awakening. It takes him just a few strikes to make his opponent lose his composure and hit the dirt. When the guy tries to counter, Zeke effortlessly breaks his hold, shocking the instructor. Is a term from the Draconic language, which isn't used in the modern era. He'd heard about class skills from his master. According to her, people in the ancient, the family's youngest is undergoing. While Zeke's victory left the entire academy stunned, he didn't care about the achievement and simply resumed his training, refusing to celebrate. 1 month passed, and the day of the blessing rite finally arrived. Zeke still doesn't understand how he managed to become a Red Knight in his original life, especially with this pathetic body he has. After finishing his training, he commands his status window to open. His mastery skill is just as he expected, standing at the expert level. What's even better is that a skill's mastery level resets each time it ranks up, as shown by his numerous D and E rank skills. He has also advanced his mastery of the Swift skill, the same one he used against Reyna. Thanks to his sharp senses, he knows the butler is watching him. Decker informs his master that they are to leave for the event in 2 hours. Zeke thinks it's about time to get ready. Zeke hasn't visited the main estate in a very long time. He's on his way to the Draker family's home, situated in the Duchy of Troy. While the family's main residence is located in the center of the continent, the blessing rite is held where the legend of the Dragon Slayer originated. Having arrived, Zeke steps out of the carriage and into the dragon's nest lair. Once inside, he has a sudden realization. The people here are all high-profile VIPs. He knows for a fact that some of them are informants sent to observe him. Despite their intentions, Zeke thinks everything will go just fine once his awakening shatters their expectations. That is, until he spots a certain man, a man whose very presence makes his blood boil. That man is none other than Abel, who is shaking hands with someone and explaining he had no interest in coming. None, except for one person, and that person is his youngest brother. World classified themselves by their strengths. Each class trained in specialized techniques known as skills. Since Zeke's class is healer, his corresponding skill is. The second son of the Draker family is nicknamed the Lion Blade, but he has an even more infamous name that Zeke knows by heart, the Butchering Knight. Our boy does his best to, keeping his composure in front of his older brother. After all, his options were extremely limited in this situation. In his past life, the second son never even appeared to watch Zeke's blessing rite. This meant his actions in the pancration competition had altered the future's trajectory. Clenching his fist, Zeke realized he'd just created a new opportunity for himself. Before long, the blessing rite was underway. Eren was called forward as the first warrior. He promptly placed his arm into a mystical pool, causing it to surge with a brilliant blue essence. It is explained that during every blessing rite, each member of the Draker bloodline awakens their sealed aura right around the time they graduate from the cradle. This happens at age 12, and Eren just became the first to awaken. Compared to regular knights who awaken after turning 20, this process is incredibly fast. For the Draker family, only a few exceptional cases among them can also awaken a particular Dragon Slayer trait. This ability is called mana inhibition. Interestingly, the mana lamps react violently with red sparks. Those who obtain mana inhibition become strong enough to rival red and black knights. This is known as a pure blood awakening. Due to the mana inhibition trait, candidates must use special gloves made by the family. Otherwise, they'll never be able to live a normal life. This is demonstrated by Reyna, who has already awakened and consistently wears her gloves. After someone proves their pure blood, they are granted the official Draker name, called healing. After Zeke awakened, his female master trained him relentlessly, pushing him to his absolute limits. Her methods were unconventional, and he still remembers the party. They are then provided with immense support and endless benefits to aid their growth. The spectators murmur as the most anticipated candidate finally steps onto the scene. They all believe this child's awakening will surpass even Reyna's. As Zeke steps before the statue, he's surprised to find himself standing here once more. The previous experience in his old life was traumatizing. While the blessing rite was what helped him advance through the cradle, it was also the day he was utterly humiliated. However, reality is different now. He can heal, manipulate ether, and above all, he has learned to be tenacious and strong through his own power. That's why he expects the bronze statue to do him a favor here. As he dips his arm into the pool, the statue reacts. It shakes violently before coming to an abrupt halt, shocking everyone in the room. It's something that has never happened to any candidate, leaving even Abel speechless. As he pulls out his arm, the boy's thoughts are confirmed. He knew things wouldn't be different this time. It was because of Abel that he got his hopes up and became too confident. The others are just shocked that the most anticipated candidate failed to awaken. They mock him for it, especially since he's a direct descendant. Then there's the matter of him beating Reyna, which everyone now believes was just a sneaky trick or something. Still, our boy couldn't care less and instead focuses on becoming stronger via other awakenings. The system greets him with a sudden apology after experiencing an error. Zeke looks perplexed as the system says necessary information is missing from his class identification. This part of the message catches his eye. Excruciating pain she put him through, just so he could heal it. In any case, Zeke decides to confirm if he's truly a healer, just like the system says. The moment he activates the system tells him the input is complete and that the terminal has identified the user's talent as a healer. With that, he unlocked his class and simultaneously gained a rare class. Zeke can't believe his eyes as the statue begins to glow with red light, indicating a pure blood's awakening. No one can believe he's starting as a red knight right off the bat. The system connects and unlocks the ancient dragon's blessing from within Zeke's soul. While this unfolds, Abel is calmly observing his brother. The talent of Chin is the first thing that is awakened, and then his already awakened talents combine, morphing into an entirely new class. So much is happening that Zeke doesn't understand it, especially when he sees a new, unique class called the Immortal, which the system has chosen for him. The shimmering gold light around his body grabs the spectators' attention. They are certain they saw the red light from the statue, but now they are filled with doubt. Zeke understands the situation perfectly and thinks it's pointless to argue with them right now. They question if the statue is broken, but then how could one explain the mana lamp's reaction? There wasn't any mana inhibition, so it can't be a pure blood awakening, or so they want to believe. That's when Abel begins to applaud, mocking the crowd for failing to congratulate the newly awakened pure blood. He thinks this is a time to celebrate the occasion, not murmur with doubt. Since they can't speak against him, they give a reluctant round of applause. Abel demands a pair of gloves be prepared for his younger brother. Zeke receives the gloves but has a low opinion of them. He walks away while Abel looks on, satisfied. As for our boy, he's furious that of all people, he received Abel's help. Powers, he realizes he is, in fact, a healer. This is a shock, because in his past life, he only became a healer in his 20s, after his ether hall unlocked. Since he can't, the blessing rite soon concludes, and a celebration party for everyone is next. Zeke, however, is on his Sigma grind set, and has no intention of showing up to the party. He turns to a screeching halt when a voice calls his name. This is totally unexpected for Zeke, who certainly didn't anticipate Abel appearing out of thin air. Abel asks where he's headed, and even offers his congratulations with a handshake. Despite despising his older brother, refusing the gesture here would spell trouble. So, Zeke plays nice and extends his own hand, right until a gruesome memory from his past life flashes before his eyes. Zeke yanks his hand back, completely silent. Abel then lets a hint of his sinister nature show, blaming his younger brother for the awkward moment. In his mind, Zeke just can't bring himself to shake hands with a man he considers utterly disgusting and vile. Abel, however, doesn't seem to care much and waves him off. He mentions they'll meet again later and walks away, not pressing the issue. In response, Zeke affirms that he, too, is determined to face his brother again someday. Jumping ahead to the party, everyone is buzzing about the recent awakening of the two pure bloods. Nobody can figure out what Zeke's golden light signifies, since it's an unprecedented event. They're all wondering where he is, as he's nowhere in sight. We then catch a glimpse of Zeke, who's decompressing in another room after barely surviving the stuffy social gathering. Also, he still can't figure out why he's the only one unaffected. You see, pureblood awakenings come with a trait called mana inhibition. This is meant to demonstrate that the Draker family is opposed to dragons, who are famous for being the source of all mana. However, most machinery requires mana as its primary fuel source. The reality is, a pure blood needs to use special gloves. Access his healing ability without an unlocked ether hall, it must mean his has already been opened. This news couldn't be better. Not only has he, for this very reason, if Zeke really is a pure blood awakener, he should have had problems the second he removed his gloves. But at this moment, he seems totally fine. This prompts him to pull up his status window, which has completely different properties than before. Instead of mana inhibition, he now has a unique trait called mana reflection. A curious Zeke decides to look deeper into the skill's details. He discovers that mana reflection generates a distortion field that nullifies any nearby mana. It's classified as a skill, so it doesn't react to the mana lamps because its effect isn't passive. He was identified as a rare class healer before the blessing, correct? But now he's classified as a unique immortal, which makes no sense to him. Confusion mounts as all the other graduates from the ceremony got a blue aura with their typical awakenings. The sole exception was Reyna, who received a red, pure blood awakening. The same thing happened with our boy, but his eventually transitioned to gold. The system had informed him it was missing critical data for the classification. Zeke wonders if it was using the bronze statue as its classification terminal during the awakening. The instant the system fed the necessary information into the terminal, the statue reacted intensely, emitting a red light. Everything is starting to make sense now. Zeke realizes the statue isn't there just to see if someone has awakened. Instead, it's supposed to judge their class. Red signifies a rare class, and gold signifies a unique class. What's more, the statue is a relic from before the time of Turkin, the founder of the Draker family. Class identification isn't really a concept anymore, which is why the statue's only purpose became distinguishing the awakened from the unawakened. They've simply misinterpreted the return to the past with his memories intact, but his skills have come back with him. putting him in a massively advantageous position. As he decides to explore the system, purpose of the red light as some kind of pure blood awakening, when in reality, it just means they've achieved a rare class. What's truly fascinating is that not even the head of the clan knows about this. Interestingly, Zeke discovers he's acquired 100 karma points. He wonders if he got them during the ceremony and immediately decides to spend them by purchasing the draconic skill. The system promptly updates with a flood of new information. He's acquired a whole set of beginner skills, like Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour. The first two make perfect sense, but the last one is a head-scratcher, since its only purpose is to aid digestion. The guy really doesn't want to waste his points on something so uncertain, so he opts for Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon instead. The second skill is riskier, since it requires using his aura. So, for the time being, he activates Dragon Eyes to see what's so special about it. It's a bit underwhelming at first, as Zeke doesn't notice anything new or remarkable in his immediate surroundings. That is, until he opens the window to look at the statue in the garden. The skill instantly amps up his vision, letting him see distant objects as if they were right in front of him. He's also granted the ability to see detailed information about whatever he's looking at. All sorts of properties about the statue's composition flood his mind. This takes a serious toll on his body, leaving him utterly exhausted after using the power. Zeke figures his new power will be of limited use if it has such a massive drawback. Fortunately, his healing factor kicks in, instantly fixing his exhaustion. The surprising part is that Zeke didn't even have the intention to heal. It just activated on its own. Checking the system screen, he realizes all his class skills have now become passive abilities and have even leveled up. Further, for any other surprises, someone calls his name and knocks. He quickly scrambles to hide the system windows before anyone can see them. However, the healing factor now lets him repair his body without any conscious activation. It's a fantastic upgrade to his previous skill. And while this new healing seems totally overpowered, it's not something he could spam endlessly. Otherwise, he never would have died in his past life. Meanwhile, his healing factor is now practically infinite. To test this evolved skill, he grabs a blade and deliberately cuts his arm. Just seconds later, the healing factor kicks in automatically, mending the wound without leaving so much as a scar. Now, the typical time to graduate from the academy is 5 years, but a confident Zeke figures he can knock it out in just 2. The Draker Academy is the most prestigious knight academy known to man, and any aspiring knight would kill to secure a spot inside its walls. Located in the Duchy of Troy, the academy buzzes with energy every time a new semester begins. As Zeke walks among the students, he observes that the higher-ranked students are practically indistinguishable from adults in terms of capability. If he were to compare them to the cradle, these guys are nothing more than privileged children from great families. Zeke considers his entire family to be a mess. Among the powerful branch families backing the Drakers, 3 are so prominent they've earned the title of the Great Families. First is the Ton of Strength, which is Reyna's family. The second is the Zimmons of Wisdom, and lastly, the Vard's family of Gold. The heirs of these 3 families are all here, but Zeke couldn't care less about them. The scene shifts to the exclusive dormitory of the Platinum Mansion. This high-class dorm boasts a private training hall, an free, exquisite library, and all sorts of premium facilities. Only the absolute best students are meant to enjoy such luxuries. As for the pure-blood awakeners, they are granted the additional, the impatient visitor barges in without waiting for a response. The man is Zeke's personal servant, Decker, and he's here to check if his young privilege of being a floor master. This level is known as the Platinum Floor. A maid greets Zeke upon his arrival and escorts him to his floor, where others are waiting. When he gets there, Zeke is slightly annoyed to see so many people. Considering he's a pure-blood awakener, he's informed that Decker is waiting for him in another room. Without wasting time, Zeke goes to meet him, to see what's up. The butler has something to show his master, surprising him with the premium gloves he originally received upon awakening. Though he's already acquired new gloves, Zeke's now got his eyes set on a new sword. He chooses a blade, and the butler supports his decision without hesitation. The Duchy of Troy is famously close to the mountain ranges, which is why it has an abundance of quality iron and skilled craftsmen, proving to be an invaluable resource for the alumni. Decker offers to find a suitable craftsman for the young master, but Zeke prefers to handle it himself. He wants to meet them in person and asks Decker to schedule an appointment. The name he mentions, Gallion Halbert, is someone even the butler hasn't heard of. Zeke intends to have Decker contact this man for an appointment. At the same time, Decker reminds Zeke to review the provided documents before his first class tomorrow. Later that day, Zeke's reviewing the notes when he makes an interesting observation. The platinum floor is reserved exclusively for him to test and develop his new draconian skills. Just then, a maid arrives to inform the 20-tated Ost, young master, that Reyna has sent him a dinner invitation. Zeke is surprised to hear this, and decides to pay her a visit. He arrives on her floor, only to find himself a little stumped, because Reyna is in the middle of some strange musical performance. She welcomes him and apologizes for the unusual dinner setting. Zeke doesn't mind and takes a seat. They agree to eat first, and then, Master is ready for the upcoming event. Of course, Zeke has no idea what he's talking about. This ticks off the intimidating man, who's clearly annoyed by how careless Zeke talk. As he observes her from across the table, Zeke notices she's circulating aura from her core, even in a casual setting like this. He wonders if she's aiming to become a purple knight, which could explain why her swordsmanship has hit a plateau. In his eyes, it's a complete waste of her potential. After dinner, Zeke is stunned to see that she ate way more than he did. With their appetites satisfied, she gets down to the real reason for the meeting. Reyna offers him the full support of the Tun family. Zeke figures this has to be some kind of misunderstanding, reminding her that they are both pure-blood awakeners. She fires back, claiming he's the one who is mistaken. As pure-bloods, they do enjoy a lot of privileges, with the platinum floor being part of that package. However, they receive no special benefits when it comes to actual growth. This incredible academy holds centuries of academic and practical knowledge. Plus, there are personal instructors to guide them and help evolve their abilities. If someone lacks these resources, they'll definitely fall behind. Reyna strongly argues that the support, families, is critical. She points to Zeke Draker, another pureblood of the family, and the youngest person to ever attain the title of White Knight. At his current level, he's one of the strongest Black Knights, and even he had the backing of the Zimmons family. While the patriarch of the Tun family hasn't explained why, his orders are absolute. He wants to extend the Tun family support to Zeke Draker. Reyna presses her point, but our boy decides to mess with her head a little, and calmly says, no. This response causes her to experience a complete shock, as she can't fathom why he would turn down such an amazing offer. Getting up from his seat, Zeke turns to leave, stating he's completely uninterested in anything beyond being a pure blood. With his technique, our hero then simply slams his opponent to the ground, securing the victory. Everyone is speechless. After all, the guy eating dirt was supposed to be one of Seams. The idea that the young master forgot this special day is infuriating the butler. Meanwhile, Zeke begins to tremble instinctively under Decker's intense stare. Awakener. As repayment for the meal, he offers one piece of personal advice. Zeke tells her that her sword is much too powerful, and he figures it has something to do with the men standing behind her. Zeke points out that her greatest asset is the flexibility of her adaptable body. He advises her against direct, head-on attacks, suggesting she use her fluid movements instead, calmly redirect her opponents, and land a single, precise strike. Zeke believes if she can master this, she'll become immensely stronger than she is now. With that, he takes his leave, leaving her frustrated. She wanted to rely on her family's tradition of raw power, which has been her strategy so far. Still, Rhea can't deny the truth in his words. She has been relentlessly striving to be worthy of her family's name, which has heavily influenced her sword style. Zeke saw right through that. Even when Rhea was young and hailed as a genius prodigy, no one ever offered her any real advice. This encounter forces her to reevaluate her opinion of Zeke Draker as a person. Jumping to Zeke's internal thoughts, he's reflecting on just how powerful he's become with his new skills. After all, a whole night of training couldn't even faze him. The guy literally has infinite stamina now. He could probably outlast the universe itself in a marathon session. In his previous life, this place was a living hell. But with his new awakened state, it's actually pretty laid back. Zeke is savoring a kind of peace that can't be bought with money or power. While he's minding his own business, a representative of the Zimmons family approaches him. This is Owen, the third son of the family, and an expert manipulator. He blackmailed and bullied our boy in his past life. Funnily enough, he also invited Zeke to dinner, only to get flat-out rejected. Surprisingly, Owen is acting. Intense gaze. Thinking back, Zeke remembers that in his past life, he was terrified of Decker. Despite having the mind of a 32-year-old, his body's subconscious fear is hard to shake, way too friendly this time around. Zeke figures out which invitation he's talking about and lets out a snarky comment. Owen asks why he didn't reply, and Zeke coldly responds that he doesn't have to give a damn about some punk's messages. His rude remark immediately grabs the attention of Owen's friend, who thinks Zeke is being way too blunt for a polite invitation. Zeke hits him with a, "Who the hell are you?" and couldn't care less about knowing him, so he starts to leave, realizing this show-off just wants to kiss Owen's butt by acting tough. Shockingly, this jerk has the nerve to launch a sneak attack on Zeke. He manages to block it, even though it was coated in aura. Durbin Roswell bellows his own name, claiming that he's the mightiest of them all. Yeah, right, the mightiest blowhard, maybe. The youngest Draker just laughs at his little speech, since this guy isn't even a knight and barely qualifies as a cadet. Zeke lunges forward with lightning speed, slamming a hook into the guy's gut that would make Mike Tyson proud. It sends the punk face first into the dirt, while Zeke cheerfully invites the next person, from the Zimmons family, to step up and get some. Owen approaches, stating he's unimpressed by Zeke's showboating. The group then leaves Zeke alone, who just thinks of them as nothing but a clown show. Now, let's dive into the details of Draker Academy for a moment. It's divided into two classes. The first is the normal class, for students who are lacking in talent. That class is all about hard work and a disciplined routine. The second is the special class, where select cadets can choose subjects beyond the basic curriculum. In this academy, the top dogs and elites all gather in the special class. That's why Zeke had high expectations for who'd be here, but none of them seem particularly noteworthy, deeply ingrained in this body. Just then, a class skill called Composed Mind activates. Instantly, all of Zeke's trembling vanishes, along with any trace of fear and they're all just familiar faces from the cradle. He even jokes that it's not a special class, but more of a cradle class. As class begins, the instructor at the podium is pleased to introduce someone very special today. This mystery guest was once the commander-in-chief of the Empire 2 decades ago and was the one responsible for halting the Empire's invasion with his impeccable strategy. Dean Howard Draker is given a warm welcome. He's the man who runs this whole academy. Known as a war hero, Howard is worshipped as a symbol of hope and praised as the gold standard for tactical warfare. But in reality, the truth is much darker than his reputation suggests. The information he accidentally leaked to the enemy to save his own skin helped him get lucky and survive. In short, he's a sellout who got lucky enough to live and soak up the glory. Zeke absolutely despises him, claiming he's the one responsible for getting him expelled from the academy the first time. With nowhere else to go, Zeke wandered aimlessly and got lost in the Duchy of Troy. There, he was captured by slave traders and sold to the Southern cartel. This man's very existence is tied to a traumatic memory for our protagonist, and you can bet he's going to get his revenge on this old snake someday. The dean's speech comes to a close, and the instructor takes over to begin class. The cadets are told to head to the arena immediately for indoor training. Inside the training arena, Zeke is baffled that he has to sit through the basics of dragon slaying. After all, in his past life, he couldn't wield aura and wasted 2 whole years on something that takes the average person just 3 months. The instructor welcomes the students, introducing himself as the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. He's in charge of teaching the basics of dragon slaying. The students seem a little underwhelmed, probably because had been on his face. Composed Mind is a skill that keeps the user's mental state stable in any situation, letting them maintain a SUD. They don't know the first thing about this guy. The name, however, jogs Zeke's memory. He recalls that Andre isn't a pure-blood awakener, yet he still managed to graduate from the academy with impressive speed, and he was hailed as Valhalla's valedictorian. Though not from the family, his talent was so exceptional he earned the Draker name. This man is the one your girl says is just a friend. Zeke knows the special class instructors are a mixed bag, but this guy is infamous for his rotten personality. Andre demonstrates by demanding silence so class can begin. He has the cadets draw their swords to prepare for training. His gaze lands on Zeke's unique sword, which is massive compared to the rest. Zeke has no problem showing just how easily he can wield it. Andre, with his permanent scowl, commands him into the arena, thinking the boy is cocky for picking a sword unfit for his size. Of course, this is just typical teacher bravado, and Zeke wanted this, which is why he chose the sword. He arrogantly claims he could beat the instructor with the same weapon. It's a bold provocation that clearly rattles Andre. The atmosphere gets so tense that the system activates a mental defense skill for our boy to handle the pressure. Happy to oblige, Andre prepares to draw his sword to give the boy a practical lesson, which is exactly what Zeke wanted. The instructor even proposes a condition for Zeke's victory. He'll not only ignore the boy's arrogant words, but also grant him permission to do as he pleases in his class. The instructor even gives him a handicap, promising to go easy and not use his aura. But that just plays right into Zeke's hands even more. He's incredibly confident he can best Andre because he already knows the man's weakness. Calm and collected mindset. Zeke thinks it's pretty convenient that it activates automatically. Meanwhile, the butler keeps repeating himself, trying to remind his young master about However, with his watchful brother keeping tabs on him, Zeke doesn't want to risk drawing unwanted attention again. His strategy is to just nick Andre's uniform before conceding defeat. The duel starts as Zeke launches an immediate swing at his teacher's neck, but Andre deflects the strike even at close range, showing off the skills of a blue knight. This fight is going to be tough, and Zeke knows it. He darts around, attacking from all angles, only to be deflected by his teacher's lightning-fast reactions. The other cadets are stunned by the knight's incredible ability to fend off Zeke's attacks for 30 straight minutes. Curiously, Andre feels his blade quiver as his body slowly grows tired. He can't understand how the boy is fighting so relentlessly without tiring. Despite holding back his power, the duel is becoming difficult for him. This just demonstrates how brilliant the average pureblood awakener of the Draker family is, making any comparison feel unfair. As for Zeke, he's exploiting Andre's poor stamina. Regarding his aura, a typical Draker's cultivation method is known for its uniqueness. It's meant to be active during training, daily tasks, and even while sleeping. It should be as natural as the basic need to breathe. So in this situation, since Andre is so accustomed to maintaining his aura, he's uncomfortable and unnaturally weak while suppressing it. That's the one factor giving Zeke an edge against his instructor. Andre parries the cadet's blade again, but Zeke hasn't given up. He refuses to lose like this. His ego demands he force his opponent to use his aura. Zeke shifts his strategy from creating openings to a different tactic, one that will require Andre to use his aura no matter what. Importance of the upcoming event. Zeke doesn't answer right away. After the butler's persistence, Zeke finally tunes in and admits he remembers. He clearly, in other words, an extreme situation. He flips back to the ground, but this time, he shoots forward with incredible speed. It's the activation of the swift step skill. Andre finds himself overwhelmed by the cadet's lightning-fast movements. Attacking from his blind spot, Zeke activates critical strike, as if pouring everything into this one attack. While Andre is still wondering how a cadet can use such an advanced skill, he turns to face Zeke, putting the slightest bit of aura into his feet, letting him evade the attack in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Andre activates Sky Slice and sends the cadet flying. It was a seriously powerful attack, enough to chip Zeke's sword and injure him so badly his healing factor kicks in. Despite his potent healing factor, he collapses in the arena, while a frustrated Andre sheaths his sword and turns away. He officially exempts Zeke from the class and asks if anyone else wants to try him. Since they're all scared out of their minds from what just happened to Zeke, they don't dare even whisper a word against his fury. From that point on, class resumes for everyone except our boy, who's kicking back in a hospital bed and reviewing his performance against Andre. His original plan to just cut the uniform failed, but instead, he made Andre use his aura, forcing him to acknowledge the kid's skill. It's a good outcome, as his teacher was humbled. That said, the final attack Andre used was actually the most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts. Sky Slice might be a basic technique, but it was massively amplified by a Blue Knight's power, resulting in a monstrous output. Still, Zeke is glad he could hold his own against a Blue Knight, and he's confident he's at that level thanks to his infinite stamina and healing. Recalls the evaluation test called pancration. To understand pancration, you need some context. All Drakers go through a training system known as the Cradle, but those two things alone aren't enough for a life of freedom. He desires true freedom, which can only come from overwhelming strength, the kind of power that would, granting him immunity to the power of his superiors. Lost in thought, he's interrupted by a drunk who stumbles over, recognizing him as the youngest son of the Draker family. Our boy is completely startled, seeing the drunkard's face, because a drunk is the last person you'd expect in a medical ward. Not only had he failed to sense the man's presence, but he'd also just been bad-mouthing the patriarch of the Draker family. Zeke tries to ask who he is, but the drunkard is busy chugging more booze. The man is incredibly curious to ask the boy about his shocking regenerative powers. After all, he had just survived a severe internal wound. The system assesses the threat and immediately activates his mental defenses. Zeke doesn't give an inch, certain that nobody at the academy knows about his healing skill. He plays dumb, prompting the man to get serious and launch an attack on the boy. Zeke dodges a palm strike so sharp it slices right through the bed, making him wonder if this guy is some kind of assassin. Zeke uses the bedsheet to blind the lunatic and senses extreme danger, forcing him to activate every single one of his skills for an all-out assault. Despite being blinded, the man effortlessly catches the boy's blade and praises the boy's ability to adapt so quickly. Zeke anxiously backpedals, wondering what he means by mercenary. He assumes this mysterious guy might know something about his past. Seeing a Draker like him toss aside his sword to prioritize his life, the man believes he's better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Our boy finally gets it. And the feeling, starting at 7 years old. For 5 years, they endure rigorous basic training. Each year, instructors evaluate new students through swordsmanship and combat competitions. Specifically, he gets from the stranger, confirms his suspicions. The power gap between them is so immense that the guy could easily kill Zeke if he chose to. The protagonist assumes he's probably on the same level as a red knight. The man points to his heavy claymore, figuring he just grabbed it from basic supply. He wonders why Zeke, with such insane talent, is wasting his potential, wielding a weapon like that. The protagonist realizes the man might be even stronger, but out of nowhere, Andre appears looking for the mysterious guy. He shocks Zeke by calling out to the garden keeper, Dexter. Zeke finds it hard to believe, while Dexter questions how Andre managed to find him. The knight recalls seeing Dexter at the training grounds and orders Zeke to get lost now that his injuries are healed. So, our boy awkwardly tries to leave, but Dexter stops him, offering to teach the kid something useful at the academy's western greenhouse. A moment of silence hangs in the air before Zeke arrogantly declines and leaves the room. Dexter gets annoyed, feeling a sense of nostalgia since Zeke's father had the same arrogant attitude. Since Zeke's not a naive kid anymore, he quickly puts it together. If the gardener has the guts to mention Arthur, the patriarch's name, so casually, then he's definitely the person who only ever took Andre as a student in his entire life. Zeke Draker, the Gale Knight. He's also one of the knights capable of using martial force. The madman once went up against a whole kingdom, all by himself. The guy vanished without a trace after becoming the talk of the town, so Zeke never expected to find him living a peaceful life here at the academy. Pancration, a no-holds-barred fight with 0 rules. Instructors usually pick the opponents, but sometimes students can choose their own adversaries, as long as both parties agree. With no rules, injuries are common, and sometimes students don't survive. But since this competition decides which class students are placed in, the best in their entire group, while our hero was considered a complete loser. So how is he this strong? Because he's a regressor. Meet Zeke Draker, born into the Draker household. A family, the kids have no choice but to fight with everything they've got. The day of pancration finally arrives, and all the students are gathered in the play amphitheater. In the center stands the instructor, reminding everyone that today is the day of pancration and the final part of their evaluation. All the day, students eagerly agree. Seeing their excitement, even the instructor is intrigued by the crowd's high spirits. This man is actually the head instructor, Panmark. Without further delay, he gets things started. In the crowd, students start noticing Zeke among them. Some find it laughable that Zeke is here again after last year's humiliation. A duel between 2 students begins, and one named Aaron ends it instantly, delivering a single uppercut that knocks his opponent out cold. While the other students are amazed by the quick fight, Zeke isn't impressed. He remembers when he used to be terrified of fights like this when he was younger, but compared to his past life, this is nothing. As Zeke yawns, waiting for his turn, a particular student named Leon, Conrad, is eagerly waiting for a duel with our boy. Eventually, Zeke's matches up, and his opponent happens to be Leon. While our guy is rubbing his tired eyes, Leon taunts him, bringing up the humiliation Zeke suffered last year. Of course, Zeke hasn't forgotten. He vividly recalls, begging Leon for forgiveness. The memories are painful, but they're in the past. Leon has been Zeke's opponent every year. Our boy knows exactly how. Descended directly from legendary dragon slayers. However, his chance to enjoy that legacy was short-lived. He was quickly cast out, deemed unfit by his own family. You see, his family wanted a dirty Leon plays, and what a trash family he comes from. He's sure the only reason he's facing Leon is because Leon pulled strings to fix the match. Zeke would rather have a biting dog than a cousin like him. In his past life, Zeke never met his 4 direct siblings. But there were more than a dozen cousins, and many were eager to bully him. Suddenly, Leon calls out to Zeke again, trying to humiliate him by bringing up the miserable defeat from last year. He then asks if that humiliation wasn't enough to make Zeke skip pancration altogether. As Leon keeps throwing verbal jabs, Zeke stays cool as a cucumber, all thanks to his composed mind ability. Though Zeke is calm and collected, he still has a limit to his patience. He won't let some insolent bug trash talk him without consequences. Of course, our boy's response only triggers the bastard even more. This time, Leon goes as far as grabbing our boy's head, but that foolish move earns him a solid punch to the face that sends him flying. This brutal punch was possible, thanks to Zeke's critical strike skill. The ability deals massive damage, but risks a counter if it fails. Luckily for Zeke, the punch landed perfectly, leaving no opening for a counter. The bastard, meanwhile, is writhing in agony, clutching his face. Zeke reflects that he only meant to knock the guy out and didn't intend to activate the ability. The instructor rushes over to the injured brat, scolding our boy for attacking before the match even began. Swordsman, but Zeke turned out to be a cursed healer, a role nobody respected. In his quest for power, Zeke traveled across continents and eventually found an ancient, but our guy just acts nonchalant, wondering aloud why they need a command to start a fight when they're already in the arena. You see, he who strikes first wins, so Zeke seized the moment without hesitation. As he spoke, his menacing glare and the sheer force of his killing intent were enough to make the poor instructor quake in his boots. Meanwhile, Leon simply assured the instructor it was all fair game and urged him to start the fight. After all, if Leon backed down now, the humiliation would be unbearable. The moment the instructor gave the signal, Leon charged recklessly at his opponent, only for his foolish rush to earn him a YR fist straight to the jaw. Surprisingly, the punch Zeke landed didn't hurt one bit. At first, Leon was terrified of taking a direct hit, recalling how painful the last one was, but, realizing this blow was painless only fueled his idiotic confidence. All he had to do, he thought, was keep his guard up, and Zeke would be no threat. Leon quickly spotted our boy using his left hand for another counter, so he ducked under it. In that split second, he exploited Zeke's opening, grabbing him and trying to force him to the ground. But suddenly, Leon was struck so fast that even we missed it, leaving him shaking like a leaf. The instructor on the sidelines was completely dumbfounded, unable to process what he'd just seen a 12-year-old kid pull off. The instant Leon dodged Zeke's counter and went for the takedown, the instructor was sure Leon had the win. However, Zeke smashed a fist square into Leon's chin and broke free. It was Leon's fault for dropping his guard, thinking he had Zeke cornered. But our boy, relic, a treasure coveted by the Emperor himself. But ultimately, he was struck down by the Emperor's soldiers. The wounds were so severe that even his own healing magic, the other hand, stayed as cool as a cucumber, even though his counter failed. The focus and precision required to land such a perfect, damaging blow is a feat, all on its own. The instructor was left wondering if this was truly the same Zeke Draker he thought he knew. The bratty punk, however, was a total wreck after that brutal hit. His brain was scrambled, and before he could react, another blow sent him stumbling. He quickly regained his footing and fired back with a punch of his own. In that crucial moment, one of Zeke's class skills, heightened sense, kicked in automatically, temporarily boosting his perception. With this ability, Zeke saw the incoming punch in a 960 frames per second slow motion, making it a piece of cake to dodge. The second the fist flew past, Zeke snatched Leon's extended arm and slammed him hard onto the ground. The impact was so brutal it literally cracked the ground beneath them. Another skill, precise stab, activated, helping Zeke target Leon's weak points for critical damage. After pinning the little punk to the ground, Zeke balled up his fist, ready to rearrange his face. Poor Leon begged him to stop, but our boy went for it anyway, landing the punch square on his jaw. The sheer brutality of it had the instructor sweating bullets, as the spectators watched in shocked silence. That final blow was immensely satisfying, and after this little beatdown with his bully, a sense of calm washed over Zeke. He was glad that after the show he just put on, his other cousins would think twice before trying to mess with him again. Not that it mattered. If any of them dared to step out of line, he'd make sure to shut them up for good. But it seems that wasn't enough to scare off. Couldn't save him. Yet, fate had a different plan. The ancient relic activated a system, sending him back to his younger self with newly awakened ancient powers. These worthless fools. One punk in particular, way too cocky for his own good, challenged our boy, picking him as his pancration opponent. This overconfident jerk is Jen Vardk, and he was itching to make a statement, planning to let his fists do the talking. Well, Zeke didn't mind one bit. In fact, he was sure he'd be bored if Jen came alone, so he offered him a chance to bring a few other students along to liven things up. Our boy specifically called out another student, Liam Stone, suggesting he join Jen. Apparently, Liam was nothing more than Jen's gopher. This suggestion was like a slap in the face to Jen. The very idea he'd need help to fight a brat like Zeke was a humiliation he couldn't stomach. But Zeke just kept pushing his buttons, which only enraged the worthless punk even more. Jen was seething, eager to beat Zeke to a pulp. As both contestants took their places in the arena, the instructor, this time explicitly warned Zeke not to move before his command. Well, it looked like Jen brought his little servant along after all, which only made Zeke happier, because in Zeke's past life, Liam had a reputation as an exceptional fighter, even earning the title of Mercenary King. Back then, as Jen's servant, Liam had joined the Academy's preparatory course. However, being a distant relative, he was overlooked for proper education. He begged to attend the prestigious Academy Valhalla, but ultimately ended up in the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranan. When Baranan eventually collapsed, Liam became a mercenary. In those chaotic times, the strong naturally attracted followers. With his long career as a mercenary, Liam rose to prominence as a Red Knight, and eventually founded the Stone Mercenaries. He united the three largest mercenary groups, earning himself the title of Mercenary King. When the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, and from this moment, his real story begins at the Draker family's training facility, the Cradle. Before we get into it, you need to understand his family's. Liam entered the Continental Wars, where Zeke and the Northerners faced him as a formidable enemy. But this time, our boy is determined to carve out a completely different future for himself. The instructor gives the go-ahead, and Jen lunges forward confidently, throwing a punch so forceful it warps the air around him. But, as expected, Zeke effortlessly catches and stops it, like it was nothing. Jen quickly shoves our hero's hand aside and counters with a kick, but that move backfires spectacularly on the scumbag. The moment his kick connects, Jen feels a surge of intense pain, making him stumble back. Turns out, he struck Zeke's impenetrable barrier, formed around his elbow, which inflicted severe damage to Jen's leg. As Jen glances down at his injured leg, Zeke lunges forward, charging his fist with his skill activated, ready to unleash it. But pathetic Jen scrambles to protect himself, throwing his hands over his face. It seems Jen completely misjudged Zeke's intentions, because our hero never aimed for his face. Instead, he smashes the scumbag right on his injured leg. After that cunning strike, he follows up with a rib-shattering punch, one that's enough to make Jen cough up a mouthful of red. The overconfident fool is finally down for the count. With his pride and dignity shattered, he furiously orders his sidekick to take our boy out immediately. The time has come for Zeke to face Liam, and this brute is radiating a murderous aura as he stalks toward him. The trickiest part about fighting Liam is his incredible reach, putting Zeke at a major disadvantage if he lets Liam strike first. So, our hero takes his stance and decides to seize the initiative, unleashing a flurry of blows using another skill known as Slash. Zeke moves so fast that all anyone sees is a blur of motion delivering a storm of punches. The skill, he guesses Andre probably came here because of Dexter, too. He wonders if Dexter earned the Duke title through overwhelming tenacity or something like that. He recalls hearing a rumor that the madman even became a Black Knight just because he was obsessed with the color black. He finds it hard to process, and even though he's sure the Duke is interested in him now, Zeke couldn't care less, because he's not looking for simple lessons. He's so greedy for power that if he becomes Dexter's disciple, he wants to learn the man's ultimate secret move. Zeke smiles, deciding to turn his interest and greed into sheer tenacity. Over at the Magic Academy, Professor Phantom awkwardly continues his lecture and asks if anyone has a question. The entire class is asleep from boredom, which is clearly disheartening for the professor. So, he continues his lecture, until our protagonist raises his hand with a question about the mana energy transfer law the professor just mentioned. Phantom gets excited, his whole demeanor changing since it's the first question he's gotten. He takes his time explaining everything to Zeke. After class finally ends, the students wonder why they're even learning magic theory, while others just call it nap time. Zeke has a completely different take on the class, because he was able to understand everything with ease. He believes the professor is a truly capable man. Phantom stops him and expresses his gratitude, glad he was able to actually explain something to a passionate student after so long. So, he tells the protagonist to come and ask about anything without hesitation, if he's ever curious or confused. He awkwardly shares that he's an alumnus of the Daloa Magic University, so he has access to a ton of information. This surprises Zeke, as he never expected the professor to be involved with the Magic University of Daloa, the very nation that gave birth to magic. He accepts Phantom's offer, seeing no harm in getting close to a capable mage. He believes mages, who have a good grasp of math, are usually great thinkers, making them better allies than some stuffy knight. He hopes the professor will prove useful in the future. As soon as Zeke, stepping out of the academy, he spots Dexter and realizes the guy's patience has worn thin after just 1 week. Dexter asks if it's finally over, but before our protagonist can answer, he's cut off. The kid, demanding to know why he didn't show up at the greenhouse. Dexter had hoped Zeke would get the hint when he offered to teach something useful, but Zeke just repeats his words and tells him flat out that he's not interested. Annoyed, Dexter starts acting like a child, but Zeke explains that while he knows Dexter is no ordinary person, he's busy with his own training, so it's not a good time. Dexter seems to understand, but then suddenly changes his tune and, in an instant, flashes behind Zeke. Our protagonist has no time to react and is easily knocked out by the Gale Knight. After a while, he finally wakes up, still finding it hard to believe he was taken down so casually. He figures Dexter was totally fed up from waiting an entire week. Zeke sees he's now at the Western greenhouse. Dexter asks if he's finally awake, and Zeke points out this is basically kidnapping, but the nonchalant man just agrees and arrogantly admits his interest in our boy, since he's not even hiding it anymore. Zeke figures he's out of patience, but remains determined and tries escaping, using his swift steps, knowing the timing is all wrong. But Dexter instantly appears before him, surprising the kid. Zeke tries to bolt once more but fails miserably, because Dexter easily keeps up. Zeke, not wanting to be underestimated, decides to prod the guy, asking what Dexter finds so interesting about him. The man reminds him of his insane healing ability. Zeke smiles, finally getting it. He challenges the man to try and force an answer out of him, so Dexter suddenly vanishes. Zeke wonders what he's up to now. Suddenly, a sword comes flying at him from behind, but he manages to snag it, wondering what Dexter's game is. Zeke takes a fighting stance and demands to know what he's doing. The mysterious man then reappears, reminding Zeke he was the one who started this. But finding that boring, he suggests they make a bet. Dexter challenges him to land even a single scratch on a piece of his clothing, and his wish will be granted. But with a terrifying expression, the man demands to know all of Zeke's secrets if he loses the challenge. After 3 entire hours of nonstop fighting, Dexter starts to wonder about the kid's tenacity. He realizes Zeke doesn't just have insane stamina and endurance, he's also capable of limitlessly healing and recovering, making him practically unstoppable. Our protagonist drags himself back up and, without a moment's hesitation, activates his healing skills and infinite stamina, allowing him to go all day. But he admits even these skills won't be enough to win. He then remembers his Might of the Dragon skill, one he's never used because it seemed too dangerous. Zeke figures it'll be fine to use a skill like that against a Black Knight. His gaze sharpens instantly, ready to attack once more and continue the fight. Dexter sees his cold eyes and gets hyped, thinking this is how a real fight should be. Our boy's purple aura flares to life as he activates his swift steps, dashing forward to land an attack. But Dexter can easily read his old moves, admitting, the kid is faster than before, but it's nothing compared to some of the people he's fought in the past. However, he sees a fierce spite in the protagonist's eyes that goes beyond mere tenacity. He loves it and decides to use a sliver of his own aura. But suddenly, our boy activates the Might of the Dragon and catches him completely off guard. Dexter manages to shatter his sword and push him back, but he's confused, wondering what just happened. He uses the swirling dust for cover, wondering if Zeke used a technique to somehow block his vision. He doubts our boy could possibly find him in such a thick dust screen, but using his dragon eyes, our protagonist is able to pinpoint his location and tries attacking from behind. He finally manages to land a hit, but the Black Knight vanishes in an instant, shocking our protagonist. He realizes it must be the Duke's secret technique that lets him move instantly, creating a gust of wind. He finally gets why Dexter is known as the Gale Knight, but while he's processing this, the man appears behind him and effortlessly moves in, and declares it a draw before utterly overwhelming the protagonist to end the fight. The system shows his fatigue has surpassed its limits from his excessive use of skills, so his consciousness will be forcibly shut down for his own protection. Zeke's vision starts to fade. He tries to get up but can't do a thing. After a few hours, he regains consciousness and wakes up in his own room. Our boy figures, the Duke must have brought him here. He regrets losing, but knows this is to be expected from the Black Knight. Despite giving it everything he had, he still lost. Zeke remembers repeating the same old attack pattern over and over, hoping to lower his opponent's guard. Then, as soon as he got an opportunity, he switched it up instantly, using Might of the Dragon and his dragon eyes to finally land that one hit. But all his effort still wasn't enough. He's certain the skill Dexter used at the end was his secret technique. Zeke regrets passing out from overusing his draconic skills, but he's glad he at least saw the man's secret move and the absurd speed Dexter used. Incredibly conditioned body. It's the very same move that let Andre reach such a high rank, despite his low stamina. Zeke is bummed about losing the chance, since he desperately wanted to learn it, but he still feels a little satisfied. He's certain the dragon's might, a skill that could make even a Black Knight hesitate, is definitely going to demolish any small-time foes if they're ever exposed to. Suddenly, Zeke gets a message from the system. He checks it all out and sees his swift steps have leveled up. His soul has developed, and with that, his system functions are now available, so he can unlock them anytime using karma points. He's surprised to see options for unlocking a minimap, an inventory, and a quest book, all available with enough karma points. Seeing this flood of options pop up, Zeke takes a moment to process what he's seeing. He buys the inventory first, and the system explains he can store items inside and retrieve them just by thinking about their name or shape. The system explains it all. So, our protagonist selects his sword as the first item to store. Since he can activate it with just a thought, he enchants it, saving the enchantment with the sword in his hand. The claymore suddenly vanishes, reappearing inside the inventory window. He now understands the system's instructions and tries thinking about his sword to pull it back out. The claymore instantly materializes in his hands, exceeding his expectations. He figured it was just a storage subspace. He remembers struggling to find a good place to hide the artifact he had in his past life. He learns he can also easily increase the storage space just by using karma points, and that this whole function is merely a low-rank administrator skill. Our protagonist is stunned and wonders what he'll unlock once he reaches the high-rank administrator function. He realizes karma points are incredibly precious, so it would be foolish to use them without carefully thinking it through. He decides to adjust his plans, but as he's mulling it over, Dexter appears and asks for permission to enter. Zeke is a little surprised but allows him in. The butler informs him there's a message for our boy. The man said Zeke would understand if he mentioned it was from the garden keeper. Our boy smiles, realizing his efforts weren't a complete waste. As he reads the invitation, he's assured he can come back for another challenge whenever he's ready. He remembers the man called it a draw right before demolishing him, and it was all for this. He gets excited, since he still has this incredible opportunity. The butler then shares that he managed to locate the blacksmith our boy mentioned. Zeke asks about the appointment, but the butler awkwardly admits it didn't go as planned, as the blacksmith refused all appointments. Zeke is shocked to learn the man has stopped forging weapons entirely. The very next day, Zeke arrives at the blacksmith shop he frequented in his past life. He finds the name a little funny and heads inside, calling out to see if anyone's there. In his past life, our protagonist recalls wielding a sword, known as the Radiance of Graham. It was a true masterpiece forged by Galleon, who called it payment for saving his life. He believes Galleon truly deserves the grand title, Blacksmith of the Soul, because rumor has it he can read the souls of his clients before forging their weapons. Zeke remembers that the blacksmith certainly didn't disappoint him in his past life, and forged a weapon with the exact ability he needed most. The sword was capable of substituting aura for ether. Galleon was once the greatest blacksmith on the entire continent, but Zeke feels disappointed to find him in such a drunken stupor. Galleon spots the kid and tells him to get lost, saying this isn't a shop for teens. Zeke knew the guy had a bad attitude, but he wasn't expecting this level of moody behavior. He wonders what could have happened before Galleon met him in his past life. Without a second thought, Zeke douses the drunk man with a bucket of water. Zeke smirks arrogantly and asks if he's finally awake. He then demands an answer for the earlier rejection. Galleon snaps to his senses and recognizes Zeke Draker. He immediately bows and apologizes for his disrespect. He begins trembling in fear, repeating his apology over and over, believing a worthless blacksmith like him can't possibly make anything good for others when he can't even forge what he himself desires. So, he's stopped taking commissions for a while now. Zeke is a little surprised to see that even a famous blacksmith like him went through a rough patch. He suddenly recalls that the guy was already an incredible blacksmith when they first met. Galleon never mentioned anything about his past, likely because he was too embarrassed to admit his failures, but Zeke doesn't have time to wait for him to sort it out. Galleon starts spiraling from his existential crisis, but Zeke snaps him out of it. The insecure man apologizes again for his disrespectful behavior, but Zeke brushes it off and demands to see the weapons he failed to properly forge. As the blacksmith leads him to the back, our protagonist realizes he has no other choice but to help this depressed man find the right path. When they reach the backyard, Galleon apologizes for the mess, but Zeke tells him not to worry, saying it looks cool. Galleon thanks him, and Zeke begins to look around. While he inspects the swords, Galleon warns him to be careful, as they're all still sharp. Our boy continues his inspection and discovers they aren't failures at all. In fact, they have the same quality as the weapons he forged when he was called the best on the continent. Zeke's dragon eyes allow him to see through everything. He notices something, and asks the guy if he has any issues with his brazier. Galleon is stunned, he knew, but Zeke orders him to just answer, pointing out his unique smelting methods. He sees Galleon mixes multiple metals to create a lighter yet stronger material. But Zeke effortlessly breaks a failed sword, calling its durability pathetic. He explains the real issue is impurities not being properly removed during forging. Galleon is shocked Zeke saw through his entire methods so instantly. He even pinpointed all the major issues and their causes with zero effort. An idea strikes Galleon, and he calls out to Zeke, wanting to make a strange request. Inside the shop, Zeke asks what's on his mind. The blacksmith shows him a blueprint, revealing all his secrets without hesitation. Zeke recognizes it from his past life, the blueprint of the magic brazier. Galleon, grateful for being saved, had revealed it then and does the same now, wanting to hide nothing. Zeke knows this will make the smelting method flawless. Galleon expected him to recognize it, but Zeke wonders why he isn't already working on it with the blueprint. Galleon explains he's missing the key part, and the magic tower's commission fee is 10,000 gold coins. A normal family only spends 10 gold a month, making the price astronomical. Our boy finally understands why it took Galleon a full 10 years to succeed. He admits the price is completely insane. Galleon knows this sounds absurd, but since the protagonist is a Draker and a pure-blooded awakener, he hopes Zeke can help him get the brazier. In return, he promises to do all his commissions for free, for life. Zeke considers it. The request is nearly impossible since he's not the family's guardian knight. He can't gather that insane sum, even as a pure blood. He needs Graham, the Sword of Radiance, so he searches for a solution. Realizing it's an issue of mana energy laws, a brilliant idea hits him, and he accepts. Zeke takes the blueprint, but Galleon can hardly believe it. Our boy assures him he knows a helpful mage and will let him know if it works. Before leaving, Zeke tells him to lay off the booze, but the man drops to his knees and grabs our boy's leg. He bursts into tears, vowing to serve the protagonist for life if this succeeds, and continues showing his gratitude as Zeke tries to leave the workshop. At the Draker Academy's research building, Zeke finds it absurd, wondering why the Mage Tower scumbags set the fee so high, especially when the task itself seems fairly simple. He remembers Phantom's major was related to this and tries to recall the man's research lab. As he searches, he notices a commotion in an alley. A kid is getting beaten badly by some bullies, apologizing with tears in his eyes. The protagonist suddenly recalls this same thing happening in his past life. He grits his teeth in frustration and heads into the alley. Leon is calling the poor kid trash while beating him, venting all his anger and frustration about Zeke on the helpless victim. Leon won't admit his defeat, calling it bull as he stomps the victim's head on the ground. Leon thinks his loss was unavoidable because of a surprise attack, calling it pure luck and denying Zeke's right to be a pure-blooded awakener. The moment Zeke appears and speaks, Leon's expression instantly changes. The protagonist flashes a cocky smile, then turns serious, his eyes terrifyingly cold as he orders the bullies to kneel if they value their lives. Leon calls him arrogant and doubts his awakening, but the protagonist shuts him down, menacingly ordering him to bow, or else. His words send a chill down Leon's spine. He's terrified, sweating anxiously, wondering why he feels such insane pressure from someone who was a complete nobody just a few months ago. Leon grits his teeth in rage, calling him an inferior punk before ordering his goons to attack the protagonist at once. But Zeke remains unfazed as a punch flies his way. He warns them one last time and easily dodges. Our boy wrecks the first guy, moves on, and drops another, then grabs a kid flying at him and throws him back with ease. He dismantles the entire gang instantly. Watching it all, Leon sweats, finding it hard to believe this is the same Zeke he knew. The protagonist approaches, arrogantly telling the coward not to worry, as it'll only hurt for a second. Terrified, Leon draws his sword and orders him to stay away, or he'll get hurt. Zeke reminds him of the penalty for drawing a weapon outside the training grounds. The coward freezes, sweating and speechless at his grave mistake. Facing Zeke's murderous intent, Leon is trapped. Zeke announces he will now fight back in the name of honor. He draws his own sword, and makes it clear their battle ends only when one of them is dead. Whoever drew first takes full responsibility for the outcome, and the opponent is not held liable to be at fault regardless of the outcome. Zeke makes Liam, the battered goon, their witness and moves to start the fight. However, the cowardly bully stops him and apologizes, while Leon completely loses his nerve, and begs the protagonist to let him go just this once. Our boy remembers what happened in his past life, calling Leon a worthless scumbag before instantly slicing off the bully's ear as payment for his actions. Leon screams in agony, but our merciless protagonist warns him to never reattach it, or his head will be chopped off the next time they meet. The rescued student calls out to Zeke, asking why he went so far to save him. Our boy dismisses it, claiming he wasn't helping anyone but himself. As he leaves, he wonders if Galleon has changed him, as he nearly said something embarrassing. He finally locates the professor and asks if the project is feasible. Phantom gives a direct answer, confirming that it is indeed possible. Zeke entrusts the task to him, but Phantom stops our boy, requesting his full attention. The professor explains that the overall composition isn't difficult, but the real problem lies with its core, which is essential for power output. This core is the heart of the machine, but because the circuit has many unusual restrictions, it requires immense energy despite its small size. They also need to precisely control the output in real time. Zeke grasps the situation and asks if there's a way to build it. The professor explains they have two options. He could perhaps make a few modifications to the design to accommodate the core's condition, but he disappointingly states that such a task would take a full decade, or possibly even 15 years. Zeke is stunned by this revelation, but the professor reiterates that it will take an incredible amount of time. He continues, explaining the second method would allow them to completely bypass redesigning the core by simply using a different material. He admits this approach would save a massive amount of time, but the required material is a high-compression monostone. Zeke finds this suggestion absurd and shoots to his feet the moment he hears the name. He knows it's an incredibly rare ancient artifact that cannot be replicated, even with modern technology. Phantom confirms he's correct, reminding him that finding such materials in a ruin is even more difficult. To acquire a stone compatible with their original design, it would cost them a staggering 3,000 gold. Zeke is initially speechless, and his frustration is understandable, as he could be expelled if anyone discovers he's not an aura user. 15 years is far too long, but he scratches his head, admitting he can't possibly come up with 3,000 gold coins either. It's difficult for him to accept defeat and give up on the blacksmith. After all, nearly everyone believes he can use aura because of the incident during the blessing, right? But the reality is, it was just a fake reaction he managed to produce using his ether and healing abilities. He still can't alter the fact that he is incapable of using aura. Ether is a power that normal humans cannot control. And besides, the spirit of the soul skill, he can't use any sword techniques that require aura. Even with that skill, all he can do is reinforce his sword and swing it. Compared to ether, aura is significantly easier to wield. Therefore, he absolutely must obtain Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Zeke stays frustrated, racking his brain for a way to get that monostone. Phantom expresses his amazement, remarking that the creator of the blueprints must have been incredible. He praises it as an efficient design, believing that even among the relics of the Golden Age, it's rare to find something so masterfully created. As Zeke listens, an idea suddenly strikes him. He stands up and tells the professor to manage the design until he returns. The baffled professor asks if Zeke expects him to spend 15 years of his life redoing the design, but Zeke clarifies that he's going to bring him one. He confidently declares that he knows how to acquire a high-compression mana stone. The story goes back to the Golden Age, when the Liberation War began so humanity could escape the tyranny of dragons. It concluded when the evil dragon Bahamut fell at the hands of Turk and Draker, ushering in peace for 100 years. During this period, ancient relics found in the dragon's lair became known as remnants of the Hero King's era, the prime age of magic. Every one of these relics surpassed anything humans could create. Among them was the high-compression mana stone, which held enough energy to easily power an entire village. It was a true relic from the hero's era. Our boy arrives at the Draker Academy Central Library. Although it's no longer in use, the library is still maintained because it's widely believed that the hero Turkin Draker personally established it. Decades ago, while expanding the record rooms, multiple Golden Age relics were discovered there. The Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana wasted no time getting involved. In the following months, many relics from the hero's era were unearthed, and rumors about them spread across the continent instantly. Zeke recalls that this is what happened in his previous life. He enters the library, confident the relics haven't been discovered yet in this timeline. He knows he could search all day and likely wouldn't find them, by normal means, so he activates his dragon eyes and scans the entire library. He eventually spots an unusual floor tile and taps it to check if something is hidden beneath. He then enables the soul of the spirit, recalling it's the only application for ether his master ever taught him. Ether can be materialized, allowing the user to imbue it with properties like cut for various situations. However, it has significant downsides. Ether requires a massive expenditure for even minor use, and the technique leaves him instantly drained. Wasting no time, he slips through the tile. Lighting a fire inside a cave, he recalls the news from his past life, never mentioning this depth. Suddenly, he hears a noise. This is strange, considering he remembers the ruins weren't discovered for another decade. Peeking around, he wonders if someone beat him to it, only to spot skeletons clutching shovels and pickaxes in their bony hands. Using his dragon eye, he confirms they aren't a lich's creation, so he activates Critical Strike and lunges forward to shatter them. He gains 2 karma points for taking them down. Zeke grins, realizing he'd completely forgotten about karma points in his rush for the artifact. A wicked expression then spreads across his face. He sees this as the perfect chance to farm some karma. Pushing forward, he demolishes 20 more skeletons, racking up points. The system then displays his available options. He decides to browse the shop. After checking the prices, he realizes that besides a mini-map, everything is out of his price range, so he buys it immediately. The system then shows him his precise location. Much like a magical map, something catches his eye, and just as he wonders what it is, the mini-map instantly shifts to a 3D view. Zeke is blown away, but he soon notices that only a single room is highlighted in a different color. The system identifies it as a storage room and offers to provide directions upon his confirmation. Zeke is stunned, remembering the original search party took several days to find this room. Yet he found it effortlessly. The system calculates the optimal route, and Zeke can hardly believe it. There's no chance of getting lost now. With such a powerful skill, he finally arrives at his destination, only to be confronted by a massive door. He's stumped, knowing this door won't open with a simple push. He tries anyway, but a strange magic violently repels his hand. He figures this is why the Archmage of Nirvana and the Magic Tower got involved. Staring at his smoldering glove, he believes he would have lost his entire hand. Doubting he can open it himself, he asks the system for help. The system responds, attempting to connect with the security device at his request, but it tries and fails. So, it activates the manual device instead. Zeke is shocked, asking if the system actually just replied to him. It confirms that it did, leaving him completely stunned. He decides to press his luck and demands to know why he was regressed. The system remains silent. He then asks about the administrator, but again, gets no answer, so he fires off another question. He asks who developed the system. Met with silence once more, he gives up in frustration. Zeke then commands it to just open the door, and the system confirms his request, unlocking it to the Dragon Slayer's storage room. Zeke's jaw drops as he lays eyes on the chests inside. Just as he remembered from his past life, every single chest is overflowing with priceless relics and treasures. Finding even one of these in a ruin is a miracle. He searches through the chests and finally locates the compression mana stones. He finds 4 of them. He spends a karma point to expand his inventory and stores one. Without enough space for the rest, Zeke vows to return one day for the entire haul. For now, he thinks this is enough. But just as he turns to leave, a strange, ominous feeling washes over him. He glances back, and suddenly, multiple magic circles flare to life around him, teleporting him away. The sudden magic circle surrounding Zeke Draker's body makes him stumble. When he opens his eyes, his surroundings have completely changed. He quickly asks the system for his location. It promptly replies that he's in the home of the Dragon Slayer. He'd never heard of a room full of coffins like this in any reports from his past life. Pulling up the mini-map, he sees he isn't far from where he was. But no matter how he checks, there's no connecting path to the home of the Dragon Slayer. If that's the case, it's highly likely this is an undiscovered hidden area. Deciding to make the most of this strange turn of events, he runs to one of the coffins and pries it open. Its heavy concrete lid. Inside, a suit of medieval armor is laid out. The system identifies it as Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Zeke lifts the armor, noticing the extensive wear and tear covering its surface. A closer look reveals this Dragon Slayer gear is different from armors of the Golden Age. On its back, he discovers some kind of circular hole. Connecting the dots, he figures this hole must be for the loot he just found. Zeke accesses his inventory and summons one of the high-compression mana stones. He couldn't afford to let such a fascinating opportunity pass him by. The moment he inserts the ancient relic, the system announces the successful installation of the mana battery into the Dragon Slayer equipment. The entire armor set immediately lights up as it activates. Seeing this, Zeke grins with anticipation. This could be a massive discovery. A second later, the armor starts to violently shake, like it was going haywire. His optimistic anticipation instantly morphs into shocked terror. The whole armor set then detonates, filling the room with smoke. According to the system, a critical failure, an overload triggered an equipment failure, halting the activation. It flashed a warning of the imminent explosion, but the alert came a moment too late. The system even offered a brief apology. Luckily, the blast caused minimal harm. At least now, he had confirmed that high-compression mana stones powered these ancient armors. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of features this armor possessed to demand such a massive energy source. Zeke made a mental note to ask Professor Fannin as soon as he escaped. For now, he decided to roam around the bizarre chamber to continue his search. Aside from the room filled with strange coffins, the other rooms were empty. Eventually, he reached the final room, similar to the ones he had searched before. It was a vast, empty space until he spotted a glass cube resting in the center. A system prompt materialized, and his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He broke into a cold sweat. All he could think was how utterly insane Zeke Draker truly was. The cube in the last room held none other than the founder's legacy, the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Who would have imagined his ancestor would leave a slain dragon's heart as a final gift to his descendants? This certainly explained the ominous presence Zeke felt upon entering the storage, but compared to the dark aura from before, Bahamut's heart was now emitting something else entirely. The moment the system informed him the cursed dragon's heart was reacting to his presence, Zeke felt that dark presence envelop him. A voice echoed in his mind, one laced with pure venom, insisting he had no other choice, a voice screaming for him to eliminate them all. Just before his mind was completely consumed, his indomitable mental defense activated. Snapping out of the trance, a sharp pain shot through his head. For an instant, something had seized control of his mind. Its presence still lingered, turning one of his eyes pitch black. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he grew wary of the cube housing the dragon's heart. Still shaken from nearly being possessed, the system issued an urgent quest, titled Zeke Draker's Test. He had to overcome the powerful curse embedded in Bahamut's heart. The dark presence surged again, and when his indomitable mental defense tried to purge its effects, the reliable class skill failed for the very first time. With his defenses down, overpowering, destructive thoughts flooded his mind. The voice demanding he end them all grew louder and more powerful than ever. Both his eyes turned black as the voice demanded he accept it. It promised him freedom if he just gave in. Through sheer willpower, Zeke wrestled back a sliver of control and slammed his head into the glass cube with all his might. The searing pain cleared his thoughts. He grinned as blood streamed down his face. Zeke is not a fan of that annoying and homicidal mumbling. This foolish voice swore to grant him freedom, but he firmly believes freedom is never given. It is earned. The glass cube then shattered into a million pieces. He had successfully overcome the light dragon's curse, completing the urgent quest. As a reward, he was granted ownership of Taron Draker's final gift. The mental exhaustion hit him like a truck. If not for his willpower after his skill failed, things could have ended far worse. His body sensed the damage and activated his healing factor and infinite stamina to begin recovery. With that, the absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart, Bahamut, had started. He looked up, seeing the heart glowing with a vigorous light as it drifted toward his chest. An overwhelming power surged through his flesh and bones, causing unimaginable agony. He could tell a pure, dense mana, unlike any he had ever encountered, was now flooding every cell in his body. This was terrible news for someone like him, who lacked a single mana circle to properly contain such an intense torrent. Without a vessel to store it, the mana was overwhelming and destroying his body in the most excruciating way. Zeke knew he had to do something, or this process would be his last. With a crosstime, deft sleight of hand, he summoned the purple ether. Channeling the spirit of the soul, he formed a miniature black hole to seal the immense quantity of mana. A desperate move with his limited skills. He figured using ether was his only shot. Zeke gritted his teeth, pouring all his concentration into maintaining the ether seal in his hands. This ultimately triggered a massive magical explosion. With him at the epicenter, the entire room filled with billowing smoke. The blast carved a huge crater, but fortunately, Zeke was still in one piece. Every nerve ending in his body screamed in torturous agony. As the pain finally began to subside, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was brutal, but he had somehow survived. His uniform was in tatters, and on his chest, the mark of Bahamut had appeared. The heart from the shattered cube was gone. Bahamut's mana was no joke. It was a miracle he survived thanks to his quick thinking. In the shattered remains of the cube, he saw the reflection of the new mark on his chest. It seemed sealing Bahamut's rampaging mana had produced some surprising results. Finally, the system confirmed the successful absorption of the cursed light dragon's heart. The absorbed mana had drastically altered his body. His constitution had been transformed from ordinary to divine. Sensing a power he couldn't yet control, the system compressed and sealed 95% of its force. As the inheritor of his ancestors' legacy, he now has gained the right to access Zeke Draker's secure library. The beginner quest book unlocked, along with a tutorial for low-level administrators. Zeke just scratched his head in confusion. A divine body, Tarakan's library, and some kind of tutorial. He had no idea what any of this was. Still bewildered, he closed all the prompts but one. It seemed the first Dragon Slayer felt generous on his deathbed centuries ago. A prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to open Zeke Draker's other dying gift. Just when he thought he couldn't get any more surprised, Zeke finally saw Takan's second gift. After surviving his brush with death in that godforsaken room, Zeke headed back to the Platinum Mansion. He stashed the looted treasures in a secure spot, his eyes glued to the system prompt before him. His title had changed to the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon, the inheritor of Zeke Draker. He gained dragon control authority and a divine body constitution. Among these new additions, he was most curious about the draconian skill called incantation. This locked ability would imbue his words with power. He'd gained a lot from that near-death experience, but he was still too weak to fully use some of the rewards. Draconic control gave him command over dragons, which could be summoned and would obey his orders without question. As for the divine body, it would allow him to perform at his peak. His combat learning rate and the ether transfer rate within his body had both increased. The descriptions weren't really helping him grasp the full picture, so maybe a few practical tests were in order. Besides the ancestor's second dying gift, another window related to Tarakon appeared. While he'd been granted access to Taron Draker's secure library, an information update was still required. As helpful as always, the system offered to mark the update location on his minimap. Zeke wasn't thrilled about the extra work, but it couldn't be helped. To his surprise, he recognized the location marked on his minimap. Based on the layout, it looked exactly like Valhalla. You see, Valhalla is the most prestigious knight training institution in existence. Anyone other than administrators can't even see, let alone enter, that area. As he was now, even Zeke would have trouble getting into a place like that. To make matters worse, he hadn't planned on joining the institution in this lifetime. But if something related to Tarakon's gift was there, it might be worth changing his plans. It seemed fate was pushing him to remain a part of this cursed family. The next thing he checked was the beginner quest book, the tutorial for low level Administrators would start soon. Upon completion, he'd be given a quest to boost his growth. With quests came rewards, and Zeke compared this system to missions from an adventurer's guild or mercenary assignments. Curious, he asked the system what the tutorial involved. Before he could even react, the quest automatically triggered. His surroundings began to shift, as if reality itself was warping before his very eyes. A few moments later, he found himself in what seemed to be a separate dimension. Grid lines appeared beneath his feet, and an endless darkness surrounded him. The young man stayed calm, looking around to get his bearings. It seemed he'd been teleported again, just like before. Being transported against his will twice in one day was insane, but this time felt different. Instead of a physical plane, it was as if the entire area itself had shifted. It was like he'd been rendered into a completely different dimension. Without warning, he sensed a hostile presence charging from behind. Whipping around, he saw orcs lunging at him with spiked clubs. Finally, the system explained the tutorial quest. He had to defeat the monsters within 60 minutes using 2 or more different skills. Completing it would reward him with points and a system store unlock. While he was still processing this, his battle senses kicked in, and a sword materialized in his hand. It seemed this tutorial created situations where he could take advantage of the system. It would have been nice to have this feature earlier. As 3 orcs swung at him from 3 different directions, Zeke vanished in a flash. Their attacks caused the entire tutorial area to ripple. In quick succession, he activated swift steps and continuous slash to evade and counter. Monsters like these were no longer a threat to him. He could simply dice them up without breaking a sweat. He noticed the claymore he was using felt as light as a feather. This boost in raw strength had to be an effect of his new, divine body constitution. He figured that with a stronger physical form, he could now easily defeat a purple knight. After one-shotting the tutorial orcs, he was returned to where he was before, as the separate dimension dissipated. He wondered if it was just an illusion, since it had felt so incredibly real. Besides completing the tutorial, he also gained a critical bonus and a time bonus. All in all, his quest reward amounted to an easy 40-point gain and access to the shop. He was extremely pleased to discover he could now buy items through the system. Zeke hurriedly opened the shop tab, discovering a trove of amazing items for sale. Among the wares were giant's flesh, the breath of a flame giant, and so much more. Every single item listed was a rare relic that would cost a fortune on the open market. He realized he could use this tab to make a killing by reselling the items. Besides buying, he could also sell items in his possession within the inventory. His training claymore was unsellable, but the elven dagger was priced at 4 points. Apparently, the shop only accepted ancient relics. His elven dagger could be fetched a simple 100 gold pieces at auction, but the system only valued it at 4 points. He resolved not to sell anything else unless he was desperate for points. With that, he left his personal training room to finally call it a day. A lot had transpired in the past 24 hours, so it seemed he'd get a good night's sleep. The very next day, Zeke headed to the Draker Academy's research center to meet with Professor Fannin. The magic professor was in disbelief that this kid had actually managed to find a high-compression mana stone in a single day. When asked how he obtained the stone, Zeke declined to explain, as it would be far too complicated. He hadn't even finished the tea in his cup before Professor Fannin had already finished, tweaking the power source. The magic nerd was truly incredible at his job. Even though the professor tried to hide it, Zeke could sense his suspicion. Every time a high-compression mana stone was discovered on the continent, it was registered in various ancient texts. This was used to track and manage the ownership of such expensive mana stones. By checking the registration number, one could determine the current owner and where it was found. However, the mana stones in Zeke's possession were completely unregistered. No matter how hard you looked, they wouldn't be listed in the Central's registration encyclopedia. Professor Fannin's valid skepticism over blind belief was valuable. His judgment and skill were the real deal. Zeke figured such a talented person shouldn't be left to rot in a place where he wouldn't be recognized. Finally, the professor activated the design, leading them back to Papner's breath. Upon completing the design, they handed the apparatus to the blacksmith of the soul, Gallian Halbert. Zeke and Professor Fannin then watched the master blacksmith at work. His workshop gleamed with various burfus, intricately constructed magic circles. The look of pure joy on Gallian's face, now that his dream of making weapons up to his standards could finally come true, was infectious. Zeke and Fannin were witnessing history in the making. After the successful demonstration, Professor Fannin bid them farewell to attend a lecture. Galleon was filled with immense gratitude for Zeke's assistance. He thought he would never see a completed magic brazier in his lifetime, but making a deal with the young man was the best decision he had ever made. Since Zeke upheld his part of the agreement, it was now time for Galleon to do the same. Naturally, the blacksmith was eager to return the favor. Zeke pulled a material from his bag and presented it to Galleon. With just one look, the blacksmith immediately recognized what he was holding. Inside the lavish case lay a dragon's fang. Among the many rewards of inheriting Turkan's will was Bahamut's sharpest fang. The blacksmithing fanatic practically salivated at the sight of such a large dragon's fang in pristine condition. Taken Draker's second dying gift was truly the perfect reward. From the heart to the fangs, that ancestor of his must have really loved collecting priceless artifacts. Suddenly, Galleon began to tremble. Tears and snot streamed down his face, completely confusing Zeke. He had made the magic brazier a reality, and now he was giving this humble craftsman the chance to forge a weapon from a dragon's fang. Galleon vowed to thank him by creating a weapon that would exceed his every expectation. The blacksmith of the soul swore on his name to create a blade worthy of Zeke, even if it cost him his life. Those words were strangely familiar. It was the same vow he had sworn in his previous life. Even in Zeke's second chance at life, Galleon was still the same sincere fool. That fact made Zeke feel a little emotional inside. Exiting Papner's breath and leaving the crafting, to the expert, Zeke looked forward to what kind of blade Galleon would forge for him. With the best blacksmith on the continent at the helm, he was sure to get something out of this world. After the trip to the forge, Zeke headed straight for his room in the Platinum Mansion. He had gone through so much just to secure a weapon, and now he could finally relax. It had been a week since his duel with Duke, when he received a note saying he should swing by again for round 2. Just as he was thinking that the unhinged gardener would inevitably make a move sooner or later, he felt a familiar presence sneak into his room. Standing behind him was Zeke Draker, and he looked furious that Zeke hadn't accepted his invitation. The eccentric knight glared at him with rage, demanding an explanation while emanating blatant killing intent. By the looks of it, he seriously wanted to end Zeke right there. Deciding to toy with the old knight's emotions, he insisted that he had no intention of challenging him again. Zeke Draker closed the distance between them in a split second and demanded to hear the truth. Zeke struggled to break free from Duke's grasp. Before he could make a move, the crazed man threw him straight out the open window. Caught completely off guard, Zeke felt his body fall victim to gravity. His room was on one of the higher floors of the mansion, so the fall was undeniably dangerous. From this height, he could perish before his passive healing even activated. In a panic, he scrambled for the balcony's edge, but before he could get a grip, Duke's hand clamped around his throat with immense force. The old knight refused to believe the kid didn't understand the letter's true meaning. Zeke had been purposefully avoiding him, first in the treatment room, and now, again. It was as if he was intentionally provoking Duke. Done with the games, Duke gave him 5 seconds to come clean and tell the truth instead of messing around. Zeke just smiled, pointing out that Duke hadn't revealed his own identity, still claiming to be a simple gardener. Yet here he was, demanding honesty. Seeing no fear in the young man's eyes despite the countdown, the garden keeper, Dexter, loosened his grip and smirked. The old knight tossed him back into the room like a rag doll, sending him bouncing across the floor. The room was a mess, but Zeke's tough body took no serious damage. Gardener Dexter conceded that Zeke had a point. He offered a hand to help the young man up, confessing he was once a Black Knight of Draker. Zeke feigned shock, though he'd already pieced together the man's identity from the information he'd been given. He put on the performance of a lifetime, profusely apologizing for disrespecting a family elder and an honorable Black Knight. Still skeptical, Duke asked if this was Zeke's plan all along. The young man shamelessly played dumb. Seizing the rare opportunity, Zeke asked why Lord Duke called himself a former Black Knight. Refusing to elaborate, the old knight simply stated he no longer held the title. While everyone knew you could rise through the ranks, Zeke had no idea you could be demoted. Still unwilling to entertain his questions, Duke shut it down and changed the subject. That's when Zeke noticed the old knight's trembling hand and dropped his personal inquiries. Since Lord Duke had been honest enough to reveal his identity, Zeke decided to share the truth as well. He got on his knees, confessing he already knew of Duke's identity and had deliberately provoked him to become an official apprentice. Surprisingly, the old knight smiled, appearing amused by the young man's audacity. For that reason, the Gale Knight finally agreed to accept him as an official apprentice. Zeke was floored that landing such a powerful teacher was this easy. He figured he'd have to jump through more hoops. He reckoned he'd better accept before the fickle old man changed his mind. Bowing resolutely before Duke Draker, he formally declared his intent to become an apprentice to the Knight of Knights. He swore to bring honor to his master's name, follow his orders, and gain wisdom and power. Duke was quite surprised the kid knew the apprentice's vow, a tradition most of the new generation had forgotten. Zeke added that culture was a necessary virtue for a knight. However, he had one more question for his new master. Duke wasn't comfortable with being called master, but he granted the kid's request. Zeke then asked why Duke accepted him, given his notoriety for never taking students. Only Andre, the genius of the century, had become the old man's apprentice after years of begging. While Zeke had a good idea why, he wanted to hear it in Duke's own words. He figured, the old knight must have seen potential, surpassing even Andre's during their duel. Duke smiled and told him to take a guess. Zeke bluntly answered it was because he was the family's genius. Duke just laughed at his confident but incorrect answer. If he were choosing based on raw potential, Duke would have picked the girl from the Tun family, but he chose Zeke, purely for his tenacity. Talent isn't the only thing needed to reach the level of a red or even a black knight. In reality, talented people rarely face serious hardship in their lives. Consequently, most of them crumble at the first sign of adversity, extinguishing their talent and life. Having lived a lifetime of struggle and hard work, Zeke couldn't agree more. Most lauded geniuses expected to become Red Knights not only fail to meet expectations, but the majority of them get stuck at the level of Blue Knights. After answering, Duke stood and cut the chit-chat short. It was time to take his new apprentice for his first lesson. The two of them made their way to the empty Western Greenhouse gymnasium. Zeke had no idea a gym even existed beneath the greenhouse. Duke simply ordered him to run the track, and Zeke had been racking his brain, trying to figure out his new master's plan. 3 hours passed since he started, with Duke just watching him in silence. Finally, Duke shouted for him to stop, and posed a question. Zeke gladly stopped jogging, and asked what his master wanted to know. Before he could even react, Duke's massive frame was already behind him. The old knight's hand shot out for Zeke's arm, and the young man instinctively moved to parry the grab. His combat senses flared, every fiber of his being screaming to retreat to a safe distance. Duke failed to grab a hold of his hand, but the brief contact nearly shredded his special glove. The old knight asked his student if he had an issue with a simple pulse check. Zeke knew. He knew damn well this sly old geezer wasn't just planning to check his pulse. Duke sensed something was off with this kid, right from the start. During their fight in the infirmary and their duel in the greenhouse, and even after running 500 laps around the track, Duke couldn't detect a single drop of aura on the boy. Zeke even reacted suspiciously the moment Duke got close to his wrist. So, the former Black Knight straight up asked Zeke if he was incapable of using aura. The question, poking at his deepest secret, shook Zeke to his very core. Duke had done his homework. He'd seen the bronze statue and was aware of the uproar over the unprecedented golden light Zeke had triggered. If his assumption was wrong, then he demanded that Zeke let him check his pulse. Looking his master in the eye, Zeke saw no malicious suspicion, just simple, raw curiosity. Despite the huge scandal that could erupt over a Draker who couldn't use aura, it seemed Duke's curiosity took precedence. Zeke was lucky that Duke was an eccentric bastard. He was still banking on getting his blade, Graham, to dodge any suspicions about his aura. This was a wake-up call, and he had to be more cautious until then. Steeling his resolve, Zeke decided there was no need to spin lies. Unlike his past life as the first failed awakener, in his family, things were different this time. Zeke carefully removed the special gloves, stripping away the symbol of a pure-blood awakener. He then demonstrated his mono-reflection, proof that his pure-blood lineage was legitimate. However, for some unknown reason, he just couldn't use aura. Zeke hoped sharing this truth would help cover his other lies. Still, he apologized to Duke, explaining if it's discovered that a Draker can't use aura, he feared he'd be cast out of the family. Dude can cry on command and look like a scared puppy. Seriously, give this man an Oscar. Zeke then offered his wrist to be examined, and Duke proceeded, carefully circulating his aura inside his apprentice's body. Seeing Zeke cry and look so frightened, Duke figured that a child is still a child, even if this one held a malice unbefitting his age. Just as expected, not a single drop of aura could be detected in the boy's body. Despite a successful awakening, Duke was stumped. He racked his brain for an answer that just wasn't there. Zeke had already expected this skepticism, even after the pulse check. That's how absolute the blessing rites results are for a Draker. Even if it were true he couldn't awaken aura, Duke would surely find a way to explain the phenomenon, to rationalize and deny the evidence right in front of him. The old knight labeled him an irregular. Of course, that was his conclusion. People who don't know about the concept of classes tend to think that way. Still, Zeke played along and asked Duke what an irregular is. His master explained, it refers to people with anomalous abilities. For example, some individuals can use both aura and mana simultaneously. There are also irrational abilities, such as peering into the future. Consequently, irregulars are not treated very well. So, it would be best if they kept this secret between master and apprentice. As for Zeke's own irregular ability, Duke posited that it was his insane stamina and recovery. Normally, healing from internal damage takes time. However, that unchangeable rule didn't seem to apply to Zeke. He'd recovered from serious damage almost instantly in the past. Duke reckoned such a fast recovery must have consumed an insane amount of energy, and that energy was his aura. The old knight hypothesized that because Zeke's aura was constantly being consumed for stamina and regeneration, there was barely any left to detect. Zeke was surprised that the old man had actually come up with a plausible explanation. Keeping up the act, Zeke innocently asked if he'd never be able to use aura, feigning fear that he'd failed his master. Duke just laughed at the thought and told him not to worry. That's because his Gale Arts is a special and powerful style that doesn't use aura at all. He explained that a special art is a unique technique, developed by a knight after reaching their absolute peak. Normally, it's an application of dragon-slaying arts, thus requiring the use of aura. But as Gale Arts places paramount importance on training the body, Duke wanted to give his student a demonstration, telling Zeke to watch closely. Suddenly, the floor he stood on cracked from the force of a simple jump. Zeke did his best to track Duke's insane speed. In a matter of seconds, the Gale Knight darted around the arena, moving so fast that even his after-images were invisible to the naked eye. He then casually landed right back where he started, without even breaking a sweat. When asked if he saw the movements, Zeke simply asked if it would be okay for him to try it himself. Taken aback, Duke asked if the kid didn't want to see it again. The eccentric old man just laughed and praised Zeke's confidence, calling it reminiscent of a black knight, and allowed the kid to give it a go. Zeke stepped up and took his stance. He visualized and mentally replayed the movements his master had just shown him. His first step left a crater right on top of the Black Knight's own footprint. After seeing the technique just once, he perfectly recreated Duke's movement pattern by following the prints. Now that he was directly mimicking his master's movements and trajectory, he started to see things he couldn't before. It was clear these steps were taken as if he were sparring against someone. Patterns indicated attacking, dodging, closing the gap, and creating distance. Each step served a specific purpose. With the final position filled, Zeke steadily slowed his pace. Duke was in utter disbelief. He knew the kid was gifted 1 week ago, but he wasn't this skilled. What on earth could have happened in just 1 week for such a massive leap in potential? The difference was night and day. Duke had never witnessed anything like it. He had never found such a perfect prospect, but Zeke had to go and spoil it by acting so cocky. If he could just rein that in, he would be perfect. Duke playfully put him in a headlock, teasing him for crying his eyes out, then executing a near-perfect replication of such a complex technique. Time passed as Duke trained him. Today, Zeke was seen in the academy dining hall. On his plate was a mountain of meat, seafood, bread, and everything he could pile onto it. It's been 1 month since he became the Gale Knight's apprentice. With his relentless training, his appetite just kept growing. Today, his lunch was cut short by instructor Andre, asking if he could spare a moment to talk. Because of his packed schedule, he told Andre to just say what he needed to say, right then and there, on the spot. Andre had one simple question for him. He wanted to know how Zeke had convinced Sir Dexter. Since Andre wasn't yet Duke's official disciple, the news that Zeke had been accepted as one made him quite anxious. Continuing to shovel food into his mouth, Zeke answered that he did nothing special, that Sir Dexter simply chose him, of his own accord. Andre was visibly annoyed by that answer. Andre glared at him with unconcealed disgust, jumping to the conclusion that Zeke was chosen as a disciple, based on the sole merit of being a pure-blood awakener. Our boy did not appreciate that accusation one bit. He finished his meal and gave the genius of the century a harsh reality check. Zeke pointed out Andre's severe inferiority complex, which infuriated the instructor. His arms began to tremble with rage. He referred to Zeke as cadet, hoping to put him in his place, but the young man wasn't finished speaking his mind. He asked Andre if he really thought Sir Dexter was the kind of man to pick a disciple for such a shallow reason. Zeke asserted that using his bloodline as a foundation to become a disciple was a testament to his own abilities. He then gave Andre some valuable advice. Instead of wasting time nursing his inferiority complex, perhaps he should put in the effort to be chosen too. As incensed as he was, Andre knew there was some merit to the cadet's blunt words. Later that day, in the Western Greenhouse Arena, there were 3 people instead of the usual 2. Someone had arrived before Zeke and Duke and was running around the Provost track as if his life depended on it. Zeke asked his master what was going on, but the Gale Knight was confused as well. He didn't know what got into Instructor Andre, but he came begging, saying he was fine with being a servant if it meant he could learn by Duke's side. The old knight jokingly agreed to take him if he ran 300 laps without aura, which is how poor Andre ended up, like this. Duke was surprised by Andre's newfound tenacity. Similarly, Zeke was impressed to see this guy wasn't just some arrogant bookworm. As it turns out, the genius of the century actually had some backbone. Every student of the academy was summoned to line up on the field. Today was a special day. It was the day of the Patriarch's visit. The powerful gallop of stallions rumbled outside the campus. A lavish carriage bearing the Draker family's insignia entered. The lookout hastily informed everyone of the Patriarch's arrival. The academy's hefty dean, Howard Draker, tasked his men to get ready to receive their supreme leader. He waited by the main gate, making sure he was the first one the VIP would see. As soon as the Patriarch stepped from the carriage, Howard's fleshy face greeted him. With a deep bow, the dean paid his respects to the master of the Drakers. The knights followed suit, raising their blades and kneeling by rank to demonstrate respect. The Patriarch arrived at precisely 12 noon, and the Academy's bell tolled louder for this rare occasion. Master Draker walked with an unmatched aura and style. His mere presence commanded obedience from everyone. He held Howard's shoulder, towering over the dean, and praised him for his hard work. This absolute unit is Arthur Draker, the third Transcendent Household's leader, the Dragon Slayer, Draker's Patriarch. Howard proposed they go inside, right away, given how harsh the sun was. But Arthur preferred to move at his own pace. Some students near the gate caught a glimpse of the Patriarch's silhouette and were seraphed, awestruck. Finally, Arthur Draker stepped into the light, revealing his face to the Academy's students. He addressed the young dragon slayers lined up before him, the hope and future of his clan. He urged them to train hard for their own development, which would become the family's development. Inspired by his words and domineering presence, the students took his simple speech to heart and replied with a roar from their chests. As the sun beamed down, Arthur turned and ordered Howard to escort him in. Behind closed doors, Zeke was summoned to pay respects to the leader of all knights, the guardian of the Dragon Slayer's legacy, and his own father. Arthur let out a rare laugh at the excessively formal, old-world greeting. After preparing 2 cups of tea, Arthur gestured for his son to sit. He mentioned hearing of Zeke's fondness for tea and had procured a rare blend, hoping it would please him. Though it appeared to be a kind, fatherly gesture, Zeke knew it meant his every move, even his tastes, were being meticulously reported. A saying goes that while the emperor might be ignorant, a Draker never is. Zeke felt the chilling truth of that proverb in this very moment. Arthur then admitted he had summoned Zeke after learning that Duke had taken him on as a disciple. Just as expected, the Patriarch wasted no time getting straight to the point. Zeke tried to downplay the situation, insisting that Duke was simply doing him a huge favor. Arthur noted that while he was unsure of his son's ultimate goal, following Duke's tutelage would surely lead to a bright future. But Zeke cut him short, boldly declaring his goal was to become the strongest man on the continent. Hearing such an audacious ambition ignited a sharp glint in Arthur's eyes. Zeke pressed on, explaining he would surpass everyone else so he could finally live his life with true freedom. That was his one true goal, and he would stop at nothing to achieve it. He studied his father's face, unable to read the Patriarch's emotions. Then, Arthur intentionally released a fraction of his oppressive aura and killing intent. If his youngest son truly planned to be the strongest, it meant he aimed to surpass his own father. A cold dread hit Zeke. He realized he'd made a grave error. He had been far too eager to blurt out such a declaration. A palpable chill raced down his spine as the presence of the astral sword began to swirl around the room. It is considered the pinnacle of aura manipulation, a level only true Black Knights could ever attain. Arthur gazed at his youngest, a flicker of amusement now visible in his eyes. Zeke refused to back down, instead doubling down on his declaration. He admitted his plan was to surpass even his all-powerful father, all while desperately resisting the astral sword's pressure. Upon hearing his resolve, the patriarch seemed genuinely pleased by his son's will. Arthur silently dispelled the astral sword, calmly sipping his tea as the immense pressure lifted from Zeke's body. He then admitted that Zeke's words were the most interesting thing he'd heard in ages. Arthur confessed he'd originally come to support both the academy and his son, but now, seeing how much Zeke had grown, that might not be enough. He reached into his immaculate suit to retrieve something. In Zeke's mind, Black Knights like Duke were already at the absolute pinnacle, impossibly strong beings, but his father existed on an entirely different plane of existence. Arthur slid a sleek black card across the table, the Draker insignia emblazoned upon it. This was his gift to Zeke for becoming Duke's disciple. Seeing a black card in person left Zeke stunned, fumbling for words. From his reaction, Arthur could tell he understood its significance. This was a credit card granted to only a select few. Zeke never imagined he'd ever see one in person. Just possessing it granted incredible privileges anywhere in the world, not to mention its non-existent credit limit. It was, for all intents and purposes, an infinite money cheat. Arthur cheerfully explained the card was in both their names, so Zeke could use it without restriction. Still reeling from the possibilities, Zeke vowed to use it only when absolutely necessary. While his father framed it as a kind gesture, the veiled intentions behind such a gift were painfully obvious. Since credit card use leaves a detailed record, it was just another method of surveillance. But if this was Arthur's way of keeping tabs, it meant the patriarch didn't see him as a threat yet. With the matter settled, Arthur kindly dismissed his son, urging him to continue training and work hard to become the strongest on the continent. Zeke gave a final, deep bow, thanking the master of the Drakers one last time. He then exited the room in silence, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. Meanwhile, Arthur Draker closed his eyes, contemplating his son's bold declaration. The quiet was shattered by Duke's sudden appearance, who called Arthur a sickening old man. The patriarch simply asked what had him so worked up. Thankfully, Duke was the only one with the guts and the power to call Arthur out on his nonsense. After a lifetime of neglect, the man was suddenly playing the doting father. Arthur countered that he'd had no choice. It was the burden of leading the family. He added that Duke's words could be considered slander. Unfazed, Duke plopped down on the couch and dared Arthur to try and arrest him. The master of Draker simply smiled, letting the formal facade drop. Duke was the only person on the entire continent with whom he could speak without pretense. He then produced another item from his suit, a bottle of the prized liquor known as Dragon's Breath. Seeing the drink, Duke's mood instantly brightened as he complimented Arthur's excellent taste. The patriarch then mentioned the strange atmosphere currently blanketing the continent. Duke played dumb, insisting he was just minding his own business within the academy walls. But Arthur knew better than anyone that Duke's eyes and ears were spread across the map. Duke retorted, asking why Arthur would bother asking a question to which he already knew the answer. Already knows the answer to. The Emperor has become obsessed with immortality, scouring the continent for anything he can get his hands on. From the Duke's point of view, such a thing is impossible. While magic can grant a youthful appearance, immortality is, and always will be, a fantasy. The Patriarch agrees with this assessment. However, he's worried the Emperor is searching for a relic tied to the Elder Dragon. That possibility changes everything. Patriarch Arthur Draker continued drinking, discussing the finer points of immortality and eternal youth with Duke Draker. Little did they know, Zeke was eavesdropping from the next room, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, farming aura like crazy. Using soul manifestation, he heard their conversation perfectly. The Patriarch surmised the Emperor was after an Elder Dragon relic. The Duke considered it, and, himself, Zeke focused on deactivating his passive healing to let the wound bleed. He miraculously succeeded on his first attempt. As his blood flowed freely, he closed his eyes, letting the crimson drops fall onto the sword's surface. Galleon finally realized what Zeke was attempting. This was the lost sword naming ritual, a traditional dwarven rite where one bestows a weapon its fated name. The owner infuses their blood with aura and mana, anointing the blade to begin. Once started, the initiator plunges into the depths of their own subconscious. They remain there for as long as it takes to discover the perfect name. This ancient dwarven rite had been lost to time, forgotten even by modern dwarves due to its inherent dangers. Within his subconscious, Zeke plummeted deeper and deeper, forging a connection with his new weapon, while adrift in an endless sea of scriptures. From the infinite names swirling around him, he had to choose the fated one. He opened his eyes, diving bravely into untold depths for his blade. After what seemed an eternity, the chaos of scriptures dissolved. He had seized a single droplet in an infinite ocean. He sensed a dragon's presence roaming his mindscape, the Stygian blade, Bahamut. With that, his new weapon was registered and bestowed its awesome name. Zeke's eyes opened as the realm of blades designated Bahamut. His subconscious had chosen the name of a fearsome dragon. When he awoke, Galleon showered him with praise for performing a right thought lost to time. After bandaging his wrist from the significant blood loss, Zeke simply explained he'd stumbled upon the idea while studying dwarven history. With an eager smile, Galleon urged Zeke to wait while he fetched a gift for the young master. Today, Zeke had acquired a new, beastly weapon and discovered he could suppress his passive skills. This meant he could stop stronger individuals from seeing his hidden abilities, unlike that incident with the Duke. This was a massive advantage for keeping his true power hidden. For now, he'd leave the bandages on despite having already healed. More importantly, his assessment of his new weapons skyrocketed. The Stygian blade, Bahamut, possessed an indestructible property and the power of aura conversion. Furthermore, some of its abilities were currently sealed, set to be unlocked as it grew stronger. Even in his past life, Zeke had never seen a weapon like this. The indestructibility had to be from the dragon's fang. Right. Now, he was ecstatic about the aura conversion. He'd overexerted himself creating magic circuits for Galleon precisely because he hoped for this game-breaking ability. Graham's core power had made Zeke a monster on the battlefield. Just as the ability implied, his mana, ether, or any energy could now become aura. For someone born without the capacity to wield this crucial warrior power, aura conversion had let him reach the Black Knight level. Finally, Galleon emerged from his workshop, looking apologetic after rummaging through his things. But when he saw Zeke holding the new blade, emanating a terrifying force, he nearly dropped the box in his hands. He could plainly see the rich, clear aura enveloping the sword. That was a feat even purple knights struggled with. More importantly, Galleon held something that could elevate the blade to an even greater plane. Zeke looked at Galleon's gift, a black and gold sheath, personally crafted by Galleon's own master. Zeke had never heard of the legendary blacksmith having a master in his past life. As he examined the markings, Zeke nearly stumbled back in shock. It clearly spelled out the name Golan Jobert, the man regarded as the absolute pinnacle of blacksmithing, the undisputed master, the greatest craftsman on this continent, unparalleled even among dwarves. His creations were all masterpieces of perfection, each possessing unique abilities. Collectors would gladly pay absolute fortunes to acquire such pieces. It's no wonder Galleon was taught by the absolute best. If this is from the man they talk about in legends, then this gift can't be just a simple sheath. Galleon demonstrated how a dial near the opening allows it to transform into an impenetrable shield. Forged from mithril and wyvern bones, this thing is guaranteed to withstand some serious punishment. Galleon happily offered the legendary item to Zeke, a way to repay the young master's kindness. The truth is, Galleon could have sold this to build a furnace during his hard times, but he couldn't bear to part with his master's work for just anyone. When Zeke revealed its estimated market value, Galleon was stunned. Regardless, Zeke gleefully accepted the gift. However, the sheath appeared too small for Bahamut. But if this is truly Galen Jobert's creation, then size shouldn't be an issue. Just as he predicted, the sheath instantly resonated with Bahamut, reforming itself to perfectly fit the greatsword. Equipped with the legendary sheath, the appearance of Zeke's new weapon far surpassed his expectations. He thanked Galleon for the incredible work, and the humble blacksmith was thrilled Zeke liked his creation. Afterward, the young master returned to his base camp. This time, he was admiring the meteoric iron gauntlet he'd equipped. Unfortunately, its full properties only activate when a complete meteoric iron set is equipped. He got the gauntlet from one of 2 random boxes awarded by the sudden quest. Pleased with his first pull, Zeke focused on the second random box. Upon opening it, a look of pure confusion crossed his face. He pulled out the item, a piece of dilapidated paper, and unrolled it, revealing a tattered map. The system informed him that this was an incomplete map with traces of Grandmaster Kaiser. Zeke knew of only one person with that title. The Hero King Kaiser. The tale of the Hero King and the Knights of the Clock Tower is famous across the continent. Together with his knights, Kaiser founded the magnificent kingdom of Kronos. However, the stories were considered so outrageous, and without any historical records to back them up, the tales were never proven. Over time, those grand stories were dismissed as mere works of fiction. In Zeke's hands was definitive proof that the Hero King truly existed. Adding to his excitement, his system began restoring and analyzing the map's damaged sections. Upon completion, the final location was marked on his minimap. Zooming in on the marked spots, Zeke recognized the terrain of giant mountains near barbarian territory. If this is the place, getting out would be easier than he'd imagined. After claiming all his rewards, a system prompt announced the tutorial period was officially over. The completed map was classified as a potential quest item. An achievement quest for Hero King Kaiser's secret technique had begun. With no time limit, obtaining Kaiser's inheritance at the Old Kingdom's ruins would upgrade his system to the intermediate administrator level. With the tutorial finished, quests to develop administrator access would now begin to appear. The training wheels are off. The real game was about to begin. At higher administrator levels, the rewards were bound to be more impressive. Zeke Draker was itching to claim everything the system had to offer. First, he decided to spend the points he had been saving. For 50 points, he unlocked level 2 draconic skills. Locked behind the upgrade were 2 powerful abilities: Dragon Scale, Armor, and Dragon Claw. Just as its name suggests, Dragon Scale Armor grants the user draconic scales with high magic resistance for 80 karma points. Meanwhile, the Dragon Claw allows him to summon a mighty dragon claw to crush enemies in a single blow. Like the armor, it also costs 80 karma points. He could currently afford to purchase both abilities. However, it was unclear when he'd amass so many points again, so being frugal seemed wise. Eager for a power-up, he bought the skills and a few other items, saving 400 points for later. Without wasting a moment, he tested Dragon Claw, summoning a projection of pure energy. With one swift, sweeping motion, the floor of his training arena was torn to pieces. Staring at the damage, Zeke was ecstatic. Its destructive power was far greater than he expected. To test Dragon Scale Armor, he grabbed his Stygian blade, Bahamut, and raised it for a powerful swing while coating his arm in dense dragon scales. Without holding back, he swung at his armored arm, but Bahamut simply bounced off. He hadn't used aura, but he had struck with the full intent to cut through. Using dragon scales was like wearing a full suit of plate armor, even while unarmed. Dragon Claw is for offense, and Dragon Scale Armor is for defense. Simple, intuitive, and brutally effective. The next few days flew by as Zeke immersed himself in training, until the semester exam finally arrived. Students lined up in the Draker Academy's central training hall, listening to the instructor explain the rules. For this exam, they would be facing off against training, special dummies, engineered to take a serious beating. The only way to even scratch these things is by infusing a weapon with aura. Forget destroying them. Those who fail to, even make a dent, fail instantly. All subsequent tests are voided, and they'll be sent right back to square one. Without giving the cadets a moment to grasp the stakes of this exam, the instructor began calling names. The first few cadets up were clearly rattled. Owen Zimmons, however, watched his incompetent peers with contempt. He's been training on these exact dummies at home, thanks to his extensive aura training. This was only possible because his family founded the Academy's entire aura curriculum. He was certain that not even a pure-blood awakener could touch his level of aura control. When his name was finally called, Owen smirked and drew his sword with flair. Positioning himself right in the center of the dummies, he stunned his classmates by immediately displaying his sword resonance. Even a few instructors were impressed, noting he was already adept at such an advanced skill at his young age. With swift and polished footwork and textbook swordsmanship, Owen carved fatal slashes with every move. He was precise and sharp as he tore through the dummies one by one. No other cadets that had gone before could match such a dominant performance. Once finished, Owen stood dramatically mid-stage, his cloak fluttering as the instructors buzzed, praising the Zimmons boy. Some even claimed it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Sir Ale at this rate. But if there's one thing Owen despised, it's being compared to those purebloods. As he stormed off in a childish fit, the instructors were left bewildered. After Owen's turn, the other cadets seemed even more pressured, leading to progressively worse performances. It was obvious they were intimidated by the kid's stellar showing. Still, not a single student had actually failed. Every cadet managed to pour some aura into potential, their swords, no matter how little. This was the bare minimum expected of the special class. However, even among geniuses, true prodigies always rise to the top. Rhea Tun then stepped onto the stage, offering a polite bow. Before beginning, she faced the instructor with a request. With an unwavering gaze, she asked to be graded by the standards of the dragon-slaying arts. She knew full well these were the criteria for higher-ranked cadets. From the crowd, Owen scoffed at Rhea's arrogance, thinking her a cocky, pure-blood awakener. Infusing a blade with aura and actually using dragon-slaying arts are two completely different ballgames. Just maintaining an aura blade requires an immense degree of concentration. With dragon-slaying arts, fine adjustments must be made for every single movement, making it exponentially harder. Owen figured that the best she could do is make a brow swing or two before her aura completely fizzled out. He was already hoping for her failure, convinced Rhea was just trying to one-up him. The instructor clarified that the conditions for failure on this track were far stricter, but she insisted on proceeding. At last, she raised her slender sword and enveloped it in aura. Every eye was locked on her. With a weapon in hand, her demeanor became even fiercer. As she moved to strike, the nearest dummy was instantly cleaved in two, shattering into fragments. The second, third, and eventually the last dummy all met the same devastating end. By the time she reached the final target, Rhea's aura was still blazing strong, a testament to her incredible control and power. A single glance was enough for anyone to see that this display made. Owen's performance looked like absolute child's play. The cadets saw it too. Owen and Rhea weren't even in the same league. His pride and his vaunted aura control were nothing compared to hers. The punk couldn't even lift his head to look at the stage. He bit his lip so hard it nearly bled. After that overwhelming display of skill, Rhea turned to the line of cadets and raised her sword, pointing it directly at someone. Owen, ever the narcissist, immediately thought Rhea was mocking him. Then it dawned on him, she wasn't even looking his way. To her, he was a nobody. Rhea was staring at the young man standing at the very back of the line. She had zero interest in competing against delusional, irrelevant side characters. She was aiming to take on the main character himself, Zeke. He, on the other hand, just scratched his head at the incoming hassle. He couldn't exactly ignore Rhea when she was publicly challenging him with a death stare. Since that was the case, he figured he might as well meet her expectations. Raising his hand, he also asked the instructor to be graded by the dragon-slaying arts criteria. A junior instructor was immediately ticked off. He assumed the young man was just trying to show off after seeing Cadet Rhea pull it off so easily. Luckily, the lead instructor intervened and didn't give Zeke any grief, granting his approval. With a sly grin, Zeke made his way to the stage. The junior instructor wanted to chew Zeke out, having never seen the kid in class a single time. He must not have been told that this cadet won a bet against instructor Andre, exempting him from all mandatory lectures. Furthermore, Zeke Draker is a generational talent, a golden light, pure-blood awakener. More recently, he even shattered Sir Ael's unbeatable record in the dungeon escape exam. Zeke Draker was more than qualified for this special treatment. Stimulating his ether, the Stygian blade appeared. Bahamut activated his aura conversion. Now that he was getting serious, Zeke realized harnessing his full power was incredibly difficult. Once he reached critical mass, he gripped the black blade, with perfect poise. As he raised his sword to begin, Reyna's eyes widened in recognition. That move belonged to the first chapter and first verse of the dragon-slaying arts, the Sky Slice stance. Reyna could see the sheer perfection Zeke was exhibiting. His form completely surpassed her own. It was even comparable to instructor Andre's mastery. This was only natural, considering the countless hours Zeke spent imprinting the dragon-slaying arts into his very being before he regressed. His swordplay and movements were flawless. His positioning and footwork, swift and precise. Even the most minuscule changes in aura flow were ingrained into his body, requiring no conscious thought. He could perform these techniques in his sleep. In his past life, he'd reached a point where he was actually bored with the dragon-slaying arts, but starting over from the basics didn't feel half bad. After cleaving through the dummies with ease, he sheathed his sword and walked away. He overheard the shocked whispers about how effortlessly he'd wrapped his massive sword in aura. Zeke realized he might have overdone it and shown off a bit too much. Unlike Reyna's wild demonstration, his brand of destruction was clean, precise, and overwhelmingly lethal. He'd wanted to be evaluated on a similar level as Reyna, but he ended up overshadowing everyone yet again. Even the instructors could see he had the combat prowess of a purple knight. In the crowd, Owen Zimmons was utterly crushed. He'd actually tried to mess with such a monstrous cadet. Reyna, on the other hand, felt a fire light up inside her. After that performance, Zeke was summoned to the dean's office. His results had reached the highest echelons of the academy. He tried to be humble while being praised, but everyone knew reaching a Purple Knight's level at his age wasn't just luck. So, the dean asked if he would be open to taking the grade advancement exam. Depending on his performance, he could skip one or more grades. It was a system designed for remarkable students just like him. This would speed up his plans immensely. So, with a confident grin, he accepted the dean's proposal and left. Since it seemed the portly man already had something planned, it was best to play along while remaining vigilant. Back in the dean's office, the hefty official passed down orders to one of his subordinates to take special measures. Reyna and Zeke Draker, both pure-blood awakeners, had decided to take the exam. Things were starting to get interesting. A few days later, the top 2 freshman cadets were summoned to the Draker Academy's upper-class Aura training hall. Zeke and Reyna stood awkwardly, next to each other, waiting for the exam to begin. He could feel her eyes on him, not even bothering to hide her competitive spirit. Finally, the examiner for the grade advancement exam arrived. He was one of the main family's upper-class knights, a man known as Sir Owl Draker. Upon seeing Owl, Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. He had only known this man as the dieback blade. In his past life, he'd once seen this man carrying fallen civilians in the middle of a battlefield. Back then, the mere sight of a Draker uniform made Zeke raise his guard. Just as he was about to challenge the so-called dog of the Empire, he sensed not a single iota of hostility, only grief and desolation. The man wasn't there to kill or conquer. He was there to make graves for the victims of war. In fact, the dirt caking his uniform and the countless graves dotting the land were a testament to the man's true feelings. Zeke grabbed a pair of shovels and offered to help. Even if the man refused, he was going to help anyway, so they might as well work together. He introduced himself as Zeke Murray, a member of the Northern Allied Forces. When asked if he was a Draker, the matters of Valo, man vehemently denied it. He had decided to abandon that cursed surname. Zeke and the man had that in common. That day, Owl Draker took on the moniker D-Back Blade. Now, young Zeke was seeing that same man, but only now did he know that Dieback's name was Owl. It suited his curt character perfectly. The 2 cadets bowed and offered their respectful greetings. Zeke hadn't expected that an upper-class knight would conduct their advancement exam. In reality, these knights were the supporting pillars of the Draker clan, holding high-ranking positions and wielding immense power. Another instructor explained the exam format would be a simple swordsmanship battle. The fight would continue until the cadets lost consciousness or gave up. Reyna grabbed her slim sword and offered to go first, only to be reprimanded by Owl. There was no need to go separately. Owl wanted both of them to come at him together. He wanted all the smoke. Reyna felt insulted, but Zeke calmed her down with logic. She had to be aware of the giant chasm in skill between them and Owl. On top of that, the test had already begun. The moment the knight spoke, Reyna would have lost a lot of points for failing to control her emotions and rushing in. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself. Swallowing her pride, she asked Zeke how they should tackle this exam together. As a true combat genius, Rhea quickly set aside their rivalry for the sake of victory. It just so happens that Zeke had already devised a perfect strategy for this very situation. All they needed was to land one solid strike. After briefing Reyna on the plan, she got into position behind Owl, while Zeke watched closely to Owl's weapon, a peculiar single-edged sword from the Eastern Empire known as the Hando. This was the same type of blade Dieback used before the regression. Clearly, Rhea's pride had taken a hit, but the weak can't afford the luxury of honor. She had to swallow her pride and focus on the strategy to win. After the signal, Zeke and Reyna lunged toward Owl simultaneously. Despite their numbers advantage, they couldn't land a clean hit against the knight's seasoned and precise defense. Judging by how effortlessly he was thwarting Reyna's flanking attacks, you'd think the man had eyes in the back of his head. He wasn't just blocking, he was expertly parrying their strikes. After the initial exchange, the cadets hadn't managed to land a single hit. Rhea was quickly humbled, getting a first-hand taste of a high-ranking knight's true skill. She stuck to Zeke's plan, focusing her attacks on Owl's blind spots. Despite moving with textbook precision, She couldn't break through his ironclad defense. Growing impatient, she finally unleashed the dragon-slaying arts, Chapter 3. Verse 1. Charging in with lethal intent. Pushing her speed to its absolute limit, she executed the half-moon swing but missed. The wide arc left her wide open for a counter, and Owl mercilessly kicked her in the throat. She was sent flying violently into the wall, creating a cloud of dust and alarming her attendants. Still, she took that kick, like a champion, getting back up after being knocked out for a second. Meanwhile, Zeke was left to handle the knight by himself. With Reyna's current skill level, creating an opening was nearly impossible. But for Zeke, who was going toe-to-toe with a high-ranking knight while smiling, it seemed entirely possible. Before they started, Reyna had protested that she wouldn't participate in such underhanded tactics. She wanted an honorable duel, but Zeke gave her a harsh reality check. Honor doesn't put food on the table. They weren't here for a chivalrous duel. They came to pass an exam, and the Academy was testing their killer instinct. Though it went against her principles, she eventually bit her tongue and accepted her role. Even with slim chances of victory, they had to force a situation to get the win. Zeke asked what she lacked back in the cradle when he easily beat her, with a simple rock throw. Rhea admitted she never expected such an unorthodox fighting style. Most nobles make that same mistake. They just needed to force Owl into a similar error. All Zeke needed was a small opening, and the rest would be easy. Finally, he turned up the heat and activated Gale Arts, Shadowless Steps, creating multiple after-images to surround Owl. The high-ranking knight was taken aback. He recognized Sir Duke's technique. After a few seconds of deceptive footwork, Zeke attacked, forcing Owl to get much more serious with his blocks. Then, the light fixtures in the arena all went out at once, plunging the Aura Training Hall into total darkness. Rhea had used her Pureblood Awakener trait, Mana Interference, to disrupt the lights and limit vision. The only light came from the sparks of clashing blades. Owl chose to stand his ground, minimizing his movements to focus on Zeke's seemingly relentless barrage. The knight found this trickery a bit childish. He figured they should know that simply blocking his vision wouldn't create an opening, but his arrogance would prove costly. He felt like prey, being stalked by an invisible predator. While Owl relied on his other senses, Zeke moved completely unhindered by the pitch darkness. In fact, he was attacking as if his vision were clearer than ever. Zeke had been waiting for a chance to test his new draconic skill in combat, and this was the perfect opportunity. Sheathing his blade, he created some distance. His hand transformed into a vicious claw. Since Owl wasn't the type to blab about an opponent's techniques, using a secret skill was safe. Zeke activated Dragon Claw, illuminating the training hall, conceded it was a strong possibility. When asked if the Emperor might have already found it, Arthur figured it was entirely plausible. His personal squad, the Order of Black Knights, reported that the relic's most likely location was the northern continent. Sipping his drink, the Duke's interest was immediately piqued. Upon hearing the northern continent mentioned, it seemed this vital intel hadn't reached the Empire's spies, but given their skill, it was only a matter of time before it did. This quest for eternal life reminded the Duke of the past. That madman of an emperor started a war to unite the continent the moment he took the throne. Only after, conquering half the central continent, did he finally halt his brutal campaign. Back then, the Duke figured the deranged monarch would give up on such a ridiculous fantasy. But he was dead wrong. If that madman gets his hands on an artifact that grants immortality, the continent will be plunged into a sea of fire in a war on a scale never before seen. With so much at stake, Arthur Draker had decided to handle the situation personally and head north himself. The news that the Patriarch would be leaving, his post in the capital unguarded, deeply unsettled the Duke. If Arthur leaves, that tyrant of an emperor would certainly run amok with no one to keep him in check. But that was the very reason Arthur visited. Besides giving a half-hearted speech to the trainees, he came to let the Duke in on his plans. Realizing he had no other option, the Duke sighed and shared a toast with his old friend. The grumpy old groundskeeper grumbled under his breath, but Arthur knew he could count on him to hold the fort. In the next room, Zeke was pushing himself too far by eavesdropping, for too long. The strain finally took its toll, sending him collapsing to the floor. With bloodshot eyes, he endured the backlash of using soul manifestation for such an extended period. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, the consequences of such a draining technique were unavoidable. Still, he managed to acquire some crucial intelligence from eavesdropping. He was now certain the statue he acquired before his regression was the Elder Dragon's artifact. From the voice in his final moments to the system messages upon awakening, in his younger body, it was all starting to make a twisted kind of sense. Without even realizing it, the disgraced Zeke had stolen the very artifact the crazed emperor was desperately craving. The tyrant had gone so far as to mobilize his personally commanded unit, the hunting dogs, to hunt him to the ends of the earth. At the time, Zeke was so consumed by revenge that he never knew or cared about the reason he was being hunted. Still, listening to his father and master's conversation provided a solid clue about his regression. The administrator system that rewound his life was the artifact's true purpose. This raised the question: who could create such an item? How powerful were they? And for what reason? Sitting on the floor, Zeke took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. After finding a few scraps of answers, he was left with even more pressing questions. Finally, the two powerhouses of the Draker family said their farewells after their drink. The Duke assured Arthur he would act soon, and the Patriarch trusted him to get the job done. Just 3 steps out the door, Arthur suddenly paused, and the atmosphere in the hallway instantly shifted. His gaze fell upon the closed door of Zeke's hiding spot, as if he could see right through it. While he was gazing at the door suspiciously, his son was preoccupied with the puzzle of immortality and time travel. If he had indeed stolen the Emperor's artifact, why would they believe it granted immortality? Then, hearing heavy footsteps approaching the entrance, his instincts screamed at him to flee. Arthur Draker threw the door open with a serious expression, only to find the room empty. Thankfully, Zeke had moved quickly enough to avoid being caught. Arthur lowered his guard, just as his son slipped out the window. Later that day, the ever-diligent young lord was getting his training in at the Western Greenhouse Arena. Disobeying orders not to disturb Zeke during his training, Old Decker apologized to the young master. Apparently, a fellow trainee had come looking for him. Puzzled, Zeke wondered who would possibly seek him out, since he had no friends at the academy. His curiosity piqued. Zeke had Decker let the student in, only to be stunned when Liam Stone entered and bowed his head in total submission. As Zeke tried to figure out what this guy's angle was, Liam earnestly begged the young lord to accept him. Irritated, Zeke instantly regretted not ignoring this hulking oaf while he was busy putting the boss in his place. When asked about becoming a subordinate, Liam sincerely lowered his head further, pledging his full allegiance to the rising star. Zeke questioned his service under Jen, and a flash of anger crossed Liam's face. He explained that he'd been cast aside. Without a skilled Draker's backing, he had no chance of entering Valhalla as a trainee. Zeke recalled Liam being the same in his past life, though he never understood why the big guy was so fixated on Valhalla. He'd even resort to begging just for a spot, calling him an idiot. Zeke suggested Liam try Tran or Zimmons instead, waving the brute off dismissively while stressing that he wasn't some support family to latch onto. As such, he couldn't help Liam get into Valhalla. Besides, there was no reason to trust a single word Liam said. For all he knew, this brute could be a spy sent by Jaken for revenge. Hearing the justified suspicion in the young lord's voice, Liam quickly pulled a knife from his waistband. He raised the blade, his powerful aura flaring. But instead of attacking Zeke, the fool pointed the knife at his own left ear. With one quick slice, he severed it, splattering blood across the arena. Liam acknowledged that Zeke's doubt was completely natural. However, he was prepared to do anything to prove his loyalty to the young lord. If Zeke wished for him to be silenced, he would gladly slice out his own tongue. If Zeke wanted him unable to walk, he'd cut off his own foot. Tossing his bloody, severed ear to the ground, Liam Stone looked like a total madman. It was an intense display of determination. If Zeke would just take him in, Liam would place his very life and soul in the young lord's hands. Seeing Liam go to such extremes, just to get his attention, Zeke recalled the last time he'd seen a severed ear. It wasn't a pleasant memory. Drooling, Liam gritted his teeth against the searing pain from his wound and begged Zeke one more time to accept him. Witnessing the big oaf push himself this far just to serve someone, Zeke remembered begging his own master in his past life to make him stronger than anyone on Earth. Back then, he was a scarred, battle-hardened veteran with eyes full of hate. Liam's voice shook as he repeatedly begged for a chance to become his subordinate. Responding to the desperate plea, Zeke tossed a training sword toward him. The young lord told him to pick it up and withstand a single strike. If Liam could endure just one attack, Zeke promised to accept him. Delirious from pain and blood loss, Liam actually smiled. Hope ignited in his eyes as he thanked Zeke for the opportunity. To be fair, the young lord allowed him a moment to get his ridiculous ear wound treated. In his head, Liam was thinking that taking one hit would be simple, since he also had some Draker aura. But one look at the young lord's stance and presence felt like staring into the eyes of a monster. He questioned if they were even in the same league. Before Zeke moved an inch, Liam felt suffocated by his intimidating aura alone. The big oaf tried his best to stay calm, but his breathing grew ragged and his vision blurred. He could hardly grip the sword. When Zeke finally moved, his speed was explosive as his compact muscles unleashed their overwhelming power. Acting on pure instinct, Liam raised his blade, fighting through the pressure. The young lord executed a direct, straightforward thrust, and Liam attempted to parry it with a downward slash. The collision sent sparks flying as the training sword scraped. Inevitably, one of the blades was sent spinning through the air, torn from its wielder's grasp. As expected, Liam Stone was completely overpowered, his weapon sent flying from his hand. In a real fight, he'd already be gone. With a trace of disappointment in his voice, the young lord asked if this was the full extent of Liam's skill. Seeing the big fool sitting flat on his rear, Zeke felt a pang of pity at the pathetic sight. Although Liam went down in one swing, Zeke could see the big man was genuinely determined. So, he advised him to forget Valhalla and forge his own path. Still, Liam refused to quit. It was probably true that he was abandoned by Jen after Zeke taught that spoiled brat a lesson. Liam came from such a minor branch family that, without being Jason's attendant, he never would have been admitted to the cradle in the first place. Considering this academy had the guts to expel a direct Draker heir like Zeke in his past life, they wouldn't blink at kicking out a trainee from a distant branch. As Zeke walked away, assuming the matter was closed, he felt Liam's massive arms wrap around his leg. He couldn't help but wonder why this kid was so desperate. In the original timeline, Liam was expelled from the academy, and the order he served collapsed. But ultimately, through sheer grit and experience, he managed to climb his way up to the rank of a Red Knight, eventually becoming known across the continent as the Mercenary King. With tears carving paths down his face, Liam desperately pleaded for one more chance to prove his value. Seeing the sheer stubbornness of the big oaf, the young lord was growing genuinely irritated. As a test, he agreed to grant him a final opportunity, stating Zeke would take him on under a single condition. Since the oaf swore he'd sever his own tongue if Zeke demanded silence, and even cut off his feet if being unable to walk was the price, the young lord presented him with a nearly impossible task. Clutching Liam's shoulder, Zeke grimly demanded he sever his own right arm. Hearing such an extreme condition sent a chill down Liam's spine. Zeke pressed him further, questioning if he valued his right arm more than the honor of serving the young lord. Zeke knew exactly what he was asking. He was essentially telling the boy to abandon any hope of becoming a skilled swordsman. He figured any sane person would back down. With that, Zeke turned to resume his training, dismissing the large oaf. As Zeke settled back into his training stance, Liam rose to his feet, his face an emotionless mask. Zeke couldn't fathom why he was so desperate to enter Valhalla. From Zeke's perspective, it wouldn't be a major setback if Liam were expelled now. Even without a place at Draker's esteemed institution, he was destined to become a prominent Red Knight in the future regardless. But Liam wasn't walking toward the exit, he was moving toward the sword. Alarmed by the implication, Zeke watched as the desperate Liam lifted the blade, aiming it at his own right arm. As the madman's swing was halfway complete, Zeke pushed his legs to their absolute limit, closing the distance between them with clenched teeth. Thankfully, he arrived just in time, before the future mercenary king could destroy his own promising career as a swordsman. Zeke shattered Liam's blade in half. The clang of metal echoed across the arena. The crazy fool was actually going to do it. He stared at his right hand, confused that it was still attached. Enraged by Liam's insane act, Zeke grabbed him by the collar, lifting his large body clear off the ground. He furiously asked if the fool had finally lost his goddamn mind, despite the unreasonable condition he'd been given. It wasn't an ironclad pact. What if he was a scoundrel who went back on his word? Liam would have lost everything right then and there. But Liam had only dared such a mad act because failing to do so meant losing something far more important than his arm. Zeke dropped him back to his feet and declared that if Liam ever attempted something so foolish again, he'd be thrown out, regardless of his loyalty. He was to remember that, now that he served the young lord. The constant pain and anguish on the big oaf's face disappeared upon hearing Zeke's stern command. Besides, they needed to get to the infirmary. And fast. What would people think if his subordinate was a one-eared freak? After having his ear reattached, Liam was brought to Zeke's private banquet hall for a meal. He stroked the mended ear, still amazed at how quickly it had been healed. It turned out Zeke had used one of his own healing potions to restore the ear. Liam felt guilty that his new lord had to use such a precious item on him right from the start. Zeke brushed it off as a simple investment in his new subordinate, telling him not to worry. Now that things had settled, Zeke questioned the big oaf about his motives, asking, what Liam valued more than his right arm? No, more than life itself. Liam's answer was brief, simple, and it explained everything. He had been pushed to the edge of desperation because of his mother. Just a few days after being abandoned by Jaqen, he'd received word that his mother had collapsed from a dangerously high fever. Fortunately, the fever eventually subsided, but that was only the beginning of her ordeal. Her entire body broke out in rose-like patterns, and she grew weaker with each passing day. These bizarre symptoms disturbed Zeke. Hearing about his mother's condition had driven Liam to these drastic measures. The village healers couldn't even name the disease, much less find a cure. The only solution he could think of was to join Valhalla. Students of the esteemed institution and their families receive the best medical care available on the continent. Zeke sighed, finally understanding why Liam would resort to such extreme lengths. He picked up his pen, dipping it into the inkwell. The young lord then began to scribble on a piece of paper, repeating the very symptoms Liam had just described. Rose-like red spots covering the body, accompanied by periodic high fevers. Zeke was all too familiar with this sickness. 5 years from now, the entire central continent would be ravaged by the rose disease. It's a highly contagious plague, with an incredibly high fatality rate. Countless people would lose their lives to this vile sickness. However, a radical treatment was eventually invented, and the rose disease would be eradicated. Finishing his notes, Zeke handed the paper to Liam. Written on it was the formula for the medicine to cure his mother's illness. It wasn't particularly difficult to make, and the ingredients weren't hard to acquire. Even a village healer could brew it. Baffled, Liam gratefully accepted the paper. If the healers who dedicated their entire lives to medicine were baffled, how could a young swordsman produce the cure in mere seconds? In the future, the genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, are the ones who will invent this very treatment for the plague ravaging the central continent. The greedy Alchemist Association would exploit this discovery, profiting from the desperation of dying people. Discovering this vile scheme, the brothers would release the production method to the public. The formula quickly spread across the plague-stricken continent, to the point where even a warrior like Zeke eventually learned the formula. Of course, he couldn't reveal all that to an unsuspecting Liam, so he just said he knew a highly skilled alchemist. Since he possessed the cure in his hands, Zeke had essentially solved Liam's entire problem instantly. He no longer needed to go to Valhalla or serve another young lord. Hearing this implication, Liam shot up from his chair. As a man of his word, he vowed to dedicate his life to serving Zeke. With a clenched fist and a resolute stance, Liam dropped to one knee and swore his undying loyalty to Zeke Draker. Although he'd tried to refuse such a heavy vow multiple times, hearing the future mercenary king pledge his allegiance was undeniably reassuring for Zeke. Accepting the oath, the young lord warned Liam not to fall behind, or he'd be left in the dust. Before the day's end, a peculiar conversation took place inside Dean Howard Draker's office. Cadet Owen Zimmons approached the well-fed dean to discuss a critical matter. He presented Howard with a proposal to significantly raise the difficulty of the examinations for the upcoming semester. The dean was taken aback. This was a highly unconventional request from a cadet. Owen politely apologized for his audacity, then explained that the first year, students were exceptionally skilled this year. The stars had truly aligned, with most great families fielding their own heirs, not to mention the emergence of 2 pure-blooded awakeners. Owen believed that if the exam's difficulty remained unchanged from last year, it would be an inadequate measure of this year's top-tier talent. Dean Howard briefly mulled over the idea and had to admit the Zimmons boy had a point. With a respectful bow, Owen left the office. The heavy-set dean stared out his window, deep in thought. He figured the apple truly didn't fall far from the tree. Owen Zimmons thought, just like his father, already anticipating future problems and making moves to cut them off at the source. Days went by, and the semester's dungeon exploration exam finally arrived. All the freshmen assembled outside the ruins. This unique evaluation, exclusive to Draker Academy, paired students in teams of 2 to escape a dungeon within a strict time limit. These dungeons varied wildly in difficulty, and each pair was assigned one at random. Naturally, Zeke and Liam partnered up, and even though they were packed and ready, the gentle giant couldn't help but feel a bit on edge. So, his lord reassured him that nerves were normal, but cautioned him against letting anxiety cause a careless mistake. The same danger applied to being too relaxed and growing arrogant. One had to maintain the right amount of tension to stay sharp. While some students chatted excitedly, others waited for the proctor with bated breath. Suddenly, a guard shouted the names, Zeke Draker and Liam Stone. Without hesitation, the newly formed duo headed for the nearest ruined doorway from their position spot. But a figure in black gloves blocked their path, ordering them to halt. An armed academy guard then gestured towards a different door on the far side of the area, insisting that was their assigned entrance. Zeke shot the guard a sharp look, instantly sensing that something was off. With a firm yet impassive expression, the guard urged the pair to hurry and follow his orders. Zeke sighed, accepting the inevitable setup about to unfold, confident he could handle it. And so, he and Liam made their way to the other door, which practically reeked of a conspiracy. While the dungeons varied in difficulty, they were all supposed to be specialized, exam-only ruins, under the Draker family's management, so they shouldn't be overly dangerous. Besides, escaping in time was the main objective. Each pair received a timer that would activate automatically upon entry. They had exactly 96 hours to escape. Time was their greatest enemy. For additional scoring, basic combat skills were also observed and graded. Students could earn bonus points by presenting the heads of any monsters slain inside. Extra points were a plus, but escaping the dungeon was paramount. Failure to get out within the time limit meant an automatic, failing grade. After a surprisingly peaceful start to their journey, Liam and Zeke had just finished a meal and were ready to rest. Since the young lord had set up camp and cooked the meal himself, Liam, the subordinate, insisted his master get some sleep first. Zeke assured his new follower there was no need to worry. Given his current constitution, he'd be fine without a wink of sleep for 4 straight days, a truly relatable sentiment. Though a bit embarrassed, Liam knew better than to argue with his lord. He hauled his massive frame into the tent and reluctantly rested. With Liam asleep, Zeke was left alone with his thoughts by the campfire. 16 hours had passed since they first entered the dungeon. He had been 16 hours after training for 3 straight days. He's currently been awake for about 90 hours, and while his infinite stamina erases physical fatigue, it doesn't touch mental exhaustion. In a dungeon where uncertainty lurked in every shadow, Zeke had to eliminate all possible risks. The slow crawl of the night and the dungeon's eerie silence began wearing on him. As fatigue set in, Zeke desperately wanted to switch places with Liam, and then Zeke made the gravest mistake anyone could make within these dungeon walls. He drifted off. His dreams dragged him back to the icy plains of the northern region, a land where the Emperor's imposing red flag symbolized cruelty and tyranny. His mind conjured the image of a woman's corpse, her blood pooling and seeping into the snow-covered ground. He snapped his eyes back open to reality, panting and sweating as if he'd just seen a ghost, and in a way, he had. Thankfully, those few nightmarish minutes of sleep didn't get them into trouble. Zeke was still sitting in front of the bonfire. Nothing had snuck up on them. Still, he'd rather face a fearsome monster than relive that nightmare. Zeke immediately focused, convinced he was woken up by the sound of one of his bell traps being sprung. Just as he suspected, something was approaching from the door behind him. He quickly grabbed a water canister and doused the flame of the bonfire to reduce visibility. Zeke then yelled for Liam to wake the hell up. The plan was for Zeke to scout the situation while Liam followed, hugging the wall near where the disturbance originated. Zeke considered his plan of action. Using his dragon eyes during a 4-day exam was far too risky. It was better to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. As he waited and waited, a strange smell wafted over to him. It was the distinct scent of sulfur. His mind immediately jumped to a creature known for that stench. A monster that hunts in packs. Beast, with a rank 3 danger level, the Hellhound. In his past life, during this same semester exam, the frontrunner, Reyna, had hunted an orc. Zeke had never heard of a dungeon room containing hellhounds. Zeke waited a few more seconds, but the grand entrance of the hellish monster never came. Then he noticed something else was off. An alpha of a hellhound pack should weigh several hundred kilograms at most, but judging from the echoes bouncing off the cavernous walls, the approaching enemy sounded like it weighed several tons. Maybe it was a freaking mutant. Using his blade as a makeshift mirror to peek around the corner, Zeke held his breath. Thanks to his quick thinking, he spotted the speeding freight train of a beast just in the nick of time as it fucking dot crashed through the door and walls with sheer force. Zeke was sent flying from the impact, but quickly regained his footing with a perfect landing. Liam rushed to his boss's side. Zeke cursed the Zimmons. Outside, he'd caught a glimpse of a guard's uniform, spotting a curious trinket connected to the Zimmons. He never would have expected they had enough clout and animosity to pull such a dirty move. This wasn't just a battle for survival. It was a battle to expose his enemy's plans. The hellhound Zeke expected had been freshly decapitated, its fearsome and lifeless head displayed by the merciless butcher. The creature had green skin, a white beard, a stout body, and it was violently enraged. Whoever planned this skipped the hounds and jumped straight to using trolls as assassins. One look at the gigantic beast made Liam freeze in fear. Zeke, on the other hand, was furiously assessing the situation. You see, trolls are rank 1 monsters, dangerous enough to casually munch on hellhounds and orcs for snacks. Their blood is a popular raw material for healing potions, and they have incredible regenerative abilities to match. After composing himself, Liam finally acted like a loyal sword and stepped in front of his young lord. Drawing his blade, he resolved to act as a decoy so Zeke could use the opportunity to escape. Zeke smiled silently and nudged his subordinate aside, urging Liam to never say something so depressing and self-sacrificing again. Besides, he wasn't the kind of lord to abandon a subordinate when it mattered most. Offering some wisdom in the face of adversity, Zeke advised Liam not to believe in his boss, but rather in his own efforts, because he was not weak. As a test, Zeke decided to take a supportive role, letting Liam fight as he saw fit. With a smile, as if a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulders, Liam locked onto the troll and thanked his young lord. Moving in sync, the duo charged from opposing angles to maximize their attack coverage, leaving the troll standing there like an idiot, wide open to be sliced and diced. Zeke was holding back, matching Liam's tempo, and seeing immense potential in the future mercenary king. It was already impressive that the gentle giant managed to wound the troll despite its unreasonably tough hide. What was more impressive was Liam's targeting. He was aiming precisely for the monster's joints. This meant he'd been studying monster anatomy in his spare time. Zeke couldn't have asked for a more productive subordinate. However, there were still things Liam lacked, and one of those things led to him being inches from becoming meat paste under the troll's spiked club. Thankfully, Zeke could kick it into high gear, closing the gap in an instant to parry the clumsy attack, showing a glimpse of his true capabilities. He sliced the troll's weapon in half without so much as a glance. This kid was an S-rank aura user. Liam apologized for needing to be saved, but Zeke actually praised him for his efforts in his first true life or death battle. As the troll raged, Zeke offered his buddy some constructive criticism. Targeting the monster's joints was smart, but ignoring its regenerative ability was a death wish. You have to remember, a troll shrugs off minor cuts. If your attack power can't outpace their healing, you're finished. Now unarmed, the beast raised its fists, ready to fight, bare-handed. Seeing the situation was overwhelming, Zeke, raised his blade, declaring it was time to end this. With a blindingly fast assault, Zeke dispatched the giant troll, leaving behind a mangled, bloody corpse. Defeating the troll earned him a solid 30 karma points. Besides karma, this kill would also score the duo plenty of extra exam points. Now it was Liam's job to collect the loot. While the gentle giant harvested the troll, Zeke checked a new system prompt. It was a surprise quest. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species within 72 hours. Upon completion, he'd earn double karma for every kill, plus 2 random reward boxes. The word double made his eyes light up with greed. With about 79 hours remaining until the exam concluded, Zeke figured killing 100 monsters was doable. The real problem was hunting 10 different species. No matter how big, a dungeon used for an exam rarely contains more than 4 species. But since it was obvious those Zimmons bastards had set a trap, there had to be 10 types of high-level monsters lurking here if Zeke searched hard enough. Juggling this urgent quest, escaping, and acing the exam was a lot, but the young lord could likely pull it off. Just then, Liam finished harvesting the troll corpse. For the exam, they were given head collection bags along with their timers. It was no subspace pocket, but it was good enough to haul monster loot. With their first enemy felled, it was time to press deeper into the dungeon. Time flew by. The duo encountered a pack of burning wolves and easily wiped them out. 56 hours remained, halfway through the exam, when they found goblins, quickly racking up their kill count. Their loot bag was also getting much heavier. With 39 hours left, they faced a giant bat skilled in sonic attacks. It was a tough fight, but the duo proved tougher. Their routine became a cycle of killing, camping, and resting for 2 straight days. By the final day, they'd hunted enough monsters to guarantee an excellent exam score. Zeke asked Liam if he was getting used to real combat after all the non-stop hunting. Humble as always, Liam admitted he wasn't sure about his progress, which is normal when adapting to real bloodshed. Meanwhile, Zeke was stressing about the timer. With less than an hour left on his quest, he'd defeated 99 monsters from 9 different species. He had searched everywhere for that final kill to meet his quota, but with no luck. He even targeted finger-sized leeches and bugs, but they didn't move the needle. He couldn't help but curse the Zimmons for their incompetence. They tried to sabotage him by stuffing the dungeon with powerful monsters, and they couldn't even do that right. Suddenly, a chill ran down Zeke's spine. His instincts screamed of imminent mortal danger. The ground began to shake, surprising Liam, who was sitting by the campfire. The stone floor trembled violently, then cracked and split into fissures. Zeke drew his sword, sprinting toward Liam and yelling for his buddy to drop the loot bag and run. Unfortunately, the big guy was a second too slow to react. Zeke had to bail him out, shoving his large frame out of harm's way. Blood sprayed everywhere as the surprise attack painted the floor crimson. Seeing the result of his hesitation, Liam's mind went blank. The sleeve of Zeke's uniform was torn to shreds, and his left arm appeared mangled and bloody. Liam rushed to the young lord's side, full of worry. But Zeke assured him he was fine. The blood on his arm belonged to the monster. Despite the suddenness, Zeke had the presence of mind to shove Liam to safety while landing a fierce counterattack. This time, he ordered Liam to stand back and watch. With a gargantuan, disgusting beast hell-bent on devouring them, Zeke couldn't afford to be distracted by an inexperienced ally. One glance was all it took to identify the creature as a dungeon worm, an incredibly dangerous type of monster that usually takes a squad of 8 elite purple knights to eliminate. It seemed those damn Zimmons had one more nasty surprise saved for the final hour. Liam could only watch helplessly as the dungeon worm tore through the cavern like a burrowing freight train. He desperately wanted to help, but knew he would only be a massive liability at this moment. Still, that didn't stop him from rummaging through their supply bag for anything useful. Meanwhile, Zeke was doing his best to parry hundreds of the dungeon worm's fangs, each one aimed at shredding him apart. His veteran skills were on full display, with every precise slash of his sword. He figured even a blue knight would dread a fight with a dungeon worm in such a terrible location. You see, these creatures voraciously devour the earth to travel underground, meaning Zeke was on a tight schedule limit. If he takes too long to defeat this monster, he and Liam will be buried alive or torn to shreds. As the worm surfaces again, Zeke locks onto his target. He deftly dodged the beast's mad dash, ducking just inches from its body, creating enough space to prepare his next attack. The young lord raised his blade. The moment an opening presented itself, he lunged forward and drove his blade deep into the bug's revolting abdomen. The stab landed, but it was nowhere near enough. He gritted his teeth and slashed through the monster's flesh. Purple, bile, and blood gushed from the worm's mouth. It was taking heavy damage, which is only natural when you're being gutted alive. As monster blood sprayed everywhere, Zeke's killing intent reached its absolute peak. He was fully intent on slicing this worm in half, no matter what it took. Unluckily, he stepped onto a hollow patch of ground, causing Zeke's stance to falter. The ground completely gave way, giving the dungeon worm a moment's respite while Zeke dangled by his sword. The overgrown bug did not miss its chance to turn the tables. It pulled its massive body from the earth below. In one swift motion, its serpentine form coiled around the young lord, crushing him with sheer force. The coil continued to tighten, making Zeke cough up a huge amount of blood as his body and organs were pulverized. That's when a certain desperate subordinate swallowed his fear, drew his sword, and stabbed the worm to get its attention. Liam defied his lord's orders to stand by and watch. He entered the fray his own way. The stab might have saved Zeke, as it caused the worm's concentration to waver, reducing the crushing pressure he was trapped in. His automatic healing also came in clutch, mending his internal injuries in a flash. He quickly freed himself from the worm's deadly embrace, vaulting his way to safety. Zeke asked Liam what he did to cause such a drastic reaction. Liam explained he had coated his sword with an anesthetic, hoping to land a significant blow against the monster. Zeke immediately understood the implication. The anesthetic's main ingredient is belladonna. For humans, it simply dulls the senses. But for a worm, no matter how gigantic, belladonna is basically a deadly poison. In an urgent and supremely stressful situation, Liam managed to recall the worm's weakness and adapted by using the anesthetic as a substitute. His quick judgment and adaptability certainly showcased Liam's potential. At such a young age, he was already showing signs of the mercenary king from Zeke's past life. Taking Liam in was one of the best decisions he'd made. Recognizing Liam's critical contribution, Zeke included him in the next phase of the attack. Completely recovered from the crushing injuries, Zeke pushed his speed to the absolute limit, expertly traversing the worm's body. Upon reaching his sword, he yanked it free from the monster's open wound. Blade in hand and ready to strike, he gave Liam the signal for a coordinated attack. The gentle giant gritted his teeth, his 3 days of non-stop hunting culminating in one desperate stab. Another dose of belladonna ravaged its system, making the worm stagger. While the poison considerably slowed the beast, the real monster in the cavern activated soul manifestation, covering his blade with a hazy purple light. As intended, Zeke delivered one smooth, straight, and clean slash, lacerating the gigantic body and cutting the damn thing in half. With that, the worm fell to its demise. Zeke landed coolly back on the ground as aura notifications chimed in his head. The surprise quest was completed successfully. As promised, the karma points he had earned so far were doubled as a reward, not to mention the 2 random boxes to open as he pleased. This brought his karma points to a whopping 790. While Zeke was basking in the huge pile of karma points he just earned, the dungeon exterior was bustling with cadets waiting to be evaluated. Standing at the front of the line was Rhea Tun and her group. The base score for a safe exit was 30 points. She also presented 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblin corpses, and an orc carcass. In total, she netted 180 points, scoring close to Sir Abel's record of 200 points, making the other cadets gasp in awe at the power of a pureblood. The passing grade was 130 points, which she had handily surpassed. Next in line was none other than the conniving snake, Owen Zimmons. He netted a total of 120 points. Normal cadets only needed 70 points, so he did quite well. Still, it paled in comparison to Rhea's score. Mr. Inferiority Complex felt a burning jealousy towards Rhea. If need be, he would just devise another devious plan to take her out of the picture so she wouldn't be able to overshadow him in the future. Owen was already cooking up a scheme to handle her, just like he did with Zeke. Speaking of the devil, Owen flinched upon hearing that familiar, confident voice emerging from the dungeon. He turned and saw Zeke Draker leisurely strolling past everyone. His attendant, Liam, was hauling the gigantic corpse of a dungeon worm. Everyone made way for them as hushed murmurs about the worm spread. As far as anyone knew, orcs were the highest-ranked monster inside. Liam then threw the worm's head down onto the ground. It made a loud crash from its sheer mass. Zeke stood next to Owen and asked why he looked so surprised. Knowing this punk was responsible for the worm trap, Zeke shot him a knowing look and a sharp, sarcastic question. All Owen could do was grit his teeth in silence. Thoroughly enjoying tormenting the scheming snake, Zeke taunted Owen to put his usual emotionless mask back on, although, on second thought, the deathly scowl on Owen's face suited him much better. Unable to endure the taunts any longer, Owen stormed off like a petulant child. This little exchange only served to deepen his hatred for pure bloods. He silently vowed to make Zeke pay for this humiliation. Zeke, meanwhile, was quite pleased with the fool's reaction. With that distraction handled, the instructor assigned to evaluate Zeke and Liam produced a score sheet. It was Instructor Andre. With an impassive expression, he began the scoring process. Zeke was actually a little concerned, since this worm was the only physical proof of their kills. But Andre wasn't the type to carelessly overlook details. This worm, which had devoured the bag containing nearly 100 monster heads, had really complicated Zeke's plan. Still, Instructor Andre delved into the grotesque head without a moment's hesitation. It was a sight not meant for the squeamish. Zeke silently thanked his lucky stars for having Andre as his evaluator. Although he'd lost the bag to the creature, he couldn't afford a failing grade, so he gambled by bringing only the worm's head as proof. Andre was perhaps the only instructor here who would meticulously examine the flesh and skin caught between the worm's fangs. After a thorough post-mortem, Andre discarded his blood-soaked gloves. He confirmed the presence of fleshy remnants from gremlins, goblins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and even a troll within the worm's foul maw. Trolls weren't even supposed to be among the monsters in this dungeon. Furthermore, considering the sheer amount of blood and gore, Andre deduced the beast had consumed dozens of heads. However, counting all of them without physical proof would be unfair. He decided to count one of each species identified. Since the troll and dungeon worm weren't part of the exam criteria, Andre consulted the records, which stated that a troll is worth 3 orcs and a dungeon worm is equivalent to 6. That's 90 and 180 points, respectively. This brought their total to a staggering 368 points, an easy pass. Even the other instructors were stunned. Back in their day, hellhounds weren't even part of the criteria. Other jealous cadets immediately protested, calling it an unfair evaluation since Zeke only had definitive proof for 1 dungeon worm's head. They were desperately trying to tear Zeke down, when not a single one of them could have survived an encounter with that troll, let alone the worm. Taking that into account, it's fair to say Zeke Draker is simply on another level. Zeke disliked the hushed whispers, but it was a definite change from when they used to openly mock him. However, he was worried he might have stood out a little too much. Owen Zimmons shouldn't have the influence to manipulate an exam dungeon all by himself. That spoiled brat wouldn't dare to interfere with the Academy's system directly. This meant the entire Zimmons clan was likely behind this deadly setup. There were more eyes on Zeke than he first realized. Hiding his true strength now might actually be counterproductive. All he could do was remain flexible with his future plans while keeping a sharp eye on the situation. Just as he was about to leave, Reyna stopped him, on his way out. With a determined look, she declared that today was her loss. Zeke had no idea what she was talking about. He'd never paid any real attention to the girl. Later that day, Zeke found himself deep in thought at the Western Greenhouse Arena. With his stockpile of 780 karma points, he considered splurging a bit on new skills. The Draconian level, 1 skill tree included Gluttony for 50 points. He'd been ignoring the useless-sounding skill, but he could easily afford 50 points without denting his savings. So, he accessed the system, prompt and confirmed the purchase. The moment he did, the skill's description retroactively updated. Gluttony would now grant him the power to eat and digest anything, converting it into energy. In addition, consuming monsters with bloodline abilities would now grant him those very skills. He felt a sharp pang of regret for not buying this before the exam. To test his new ability, he pulled out a piece of jerky to test the energy conversion. Upon activating Gluttony, Zeke was stunned as a black light shot out, snatching the meat from his hand. He looked down at his shadow, which had expanded like a void to absorb the meat. The jerky was swallowed by the dark abyss with just one thought. Upon its complete absorption, he immediately felt the effects of the energy conversion. His slight migraine vanished completely, as if he'd just had a refreshing nap. He could feel his mental fatigue lifting, and a wave of rejuvenation washed over him as his mental and physical exhaustion was soothed. Even his ether was replenished. From this simple test, he knew Gluttony was definitely worth the 50 points. With this skill, he could significantly reduce numerous risk factors. Combined with his infinite stamina, Zeke realized he'd just stumbled upon a broken combo. Now he could train for 24 hours straight without any need for sleep or conventional food. Just as he was about to begin a new, diabolical training regimen, Decker interrupted with a knock on the training hall door. The butler apologized, explaining he had come to deliver some important news to the young master. It seemed Zeke's new sword was finally complete. Hearing this lifted his spirits, and he headed straight for Galleon's workshop to see it, his new weapon. In his previous life, Galleon had forged him a blade of mithril and pure iron. That sword of radiance, Graham, served Zeke faithfully until his final breath, becoming a legendary weapon, a blade any skilled warrior would know on sight. But this time, he'd given Galleon a dragon's fang to forge with. He assumed one new material would simply produce something resembling Graham, but that was far from the truth. Before him, nestled in a sword box, lay a pure black greatsword, radiating a suffocating, dark aura, the absolute opposite of the sword of radiance he'd anticipated. He grasped the hilt and lifted the blade single-handedly. Based on looks alone, Zeke had to admit it was not a beautiful weapon. He questioned Galleon, asking if its unsharpened state was intentional. The future legendary blacksmith explained its rugged design was deliberate. Despite Zeke's doubts, he trusted Galleon's expertise with blades. If the man claimed this sword suited him best, he would accept it as gospel. Thankfully, it appeared Galleon had truly hit the nail on the head regarding the sword's properties. The weapon, however, remained unnamed. Galleon had racked his brain for a fitting title, but found nothing suitable, no matter how hard he searched. Thus, the honor of naming this creation fell to Zeke. Graham, the Sword of Radiance, had been named by Galleon. It seemed the addition of the Dragon's Fang had truly altered the course of history. Without a word, Zeke summoned a dagger and sliced his wrist open. This sudden, violent act startled and confused Galleon. After injuring, with pure energy as Owl raised his hundo to deflect. He couldn't believe this was a first-year cadet's attack. It didn't feel like a sword strike at all. Instead, Owl felt the oppressive force of a mythical beast bearing down on him. It was safe to say Zeke Drake had long since surpassed the level of a mere cadet. Since Reyna didn't seem to move as freely in the dark, Owl focused solely on Zeke. However, ignoring one opponent to focus on another only works against someone on a similar level, and that was certainly not the case in this battle. Eventually, Owl pinpointed Zeke's location and went on the offensive, their blades clashing dozens of times in mere seconds. Surprisingly, Zeke matched his stoic intensity blow for blow. However, Zeke could tell Owl was adjusting to the darkness. The knight was moving as if his vision was no longer impaired. With both hands, gripping his hando, Owl unleashed a decisive blow, but he struck nothing but air. Zeke had vanished, leaving only a shadowy afterimage. He sensed the young man reappear behind him and swung again without hesitation. After a second miss, the knight realized the lights were being manipulated again. One by one, they began to fall from the ceiling to the floor, crashing down. Zeke used the noise to mask his movements. While Owl was tunnel-visioned on the ceiling, trying to locate Zeke, he was nearly sliced by an HR with a surprise attack. Seizing the moment of the knight's confusion, Zeke signaled Reyna to strike. At the same time, the young man tossed something into the air he'd gotten from his friend at the magic department. Its design and components were simple, a one-time use item capable of storing a spell. Inside the canister was a replica of explosion magic, containing only the blinding flash of light and a deafening boom. Zeke shielded his eyes and ears, leaving Reyna with the critical task. Caught completely off guard by this disruptive tactic, Owl Draker was engulfed by the noisy blast. He felt foolish for falling for such a dirty trick. The upper-class knight also conceded that completely ignoring Reyna was a huge error in his judgment. With him at his most vulnerable, the two cadets surged forward, aiming to seize victory. Since losing to a couple of kids was not an option, Owl Draker unleashed the fourth chapter and first verse of the dragon-slaying arts of Full Moon Slash, performed blindly to drive the cadets back. The fact that he was forced to use a serious technique against these brats made Owl Draker feel like absolute scum. Once the test ended, both cadets were carried off on stretchers for treatment. Despite that final move, Owl Draker had done his job well. While the upper-class knight was wrapping things up, he heard a familiar, gruff voice. He bowed and politely greeted Duke, the Knight of the Gale, who had dropped by to tease Owl. When asked how Zeke performed on the test, Owl became lost in thought. In the final moment of their clash, he realized the kid had intentionally dropped his sword to raise his guard, when he could have easily launched a counterattack. Owl figured the clever young master wasn't aiming for an outright victory, he just wanted to pass. He only revealed just enough of his abilities as he felt was necessary. So, he answered Duke's question honestly, stating that evaluating Zeke Draker was far beyond his capacity. Later that day, the test results were discussed by the higher-ups in the Death Academy's grade advancement meeting. It seemed they had already reached a mutual agreement on the decision. The following day, it was announced that Reyna and Zeke would advance to the 3rd and 5th grades, respectively. From then on, Zeke lived as quietly as he could. He kept learning the Gale arts from Duke, and Andre continued to train hard. He maintained a good relationship with Professor Fennon until the professor was recruited by the Royal Magic Lab in Deloa. Zeke actively avoided any involvement with the heirs of the great families. Another interesting development was Owl visiting him every quarter to request a duel, which Zeke always accepted. After a few sessions, Owl must have had some kind of epiphany, because he submitted a leave of absence and went into seclusion for closed-door training. Just like that, 2 years flew by, and Zeke graduated from the academy. Today, Decker is in high spirits. His young master has just become the youngest person ever admitted into Valhalla. The old butler is certain the patriarch would be thrilled with how much the 15-year-old Zeke has grown. The dean even personally wrote a letter of recommendation for him. Being granted the title of youngest prodigy, admitted to Valhalla, effectively erased his 2 years of living as a Loki, making them null and void. The entrance ceremony is set for 3 months from now. Zeke wants Decker to return to the family estate while he supposedly rests quietly alone. When the young master claimed he didn't want to be disturbed, Decker instantly knew what he meant. In reality, Zeke is itching to head for the giant mountains where Kaiser's remains are. He plans to use this 3-month vacation as a cover to explore the Argos kingdom through the Adventurers Guild. Zeke wanted to play it safe and hide his identity while venturing into foreign. Before leaving, he wanted to see one more person, his loyal attendant, Liam. For the past 2 years, he'd told the big guy to relax, but Liam still insisted on being formal with him. Zeke heard Liam had been promoted to the special class after distinguishing himself. As his boss, he couldn't just stand by and not celebrate such an achievement. So, he went ahead and arranged everything Liam would need for his time at the academy. Exam materials, training manuals, and other essentials were all prepared for him. All Liam has to do is claim the required items at Fafnir's breath. Also, the big guy will need a personal weapon in his 4th year, so Zeke already arranged that with Galleon. Everything has been paid for, so there's nothing to worry about. After all, he has complete faith that Liam will follow him to Valhalla sooner rather than later. Hearing all his boss had done to set him up for success moved the gentle giant to tears. Filled with determination, he knelt and assured his liege he would live up to those expectations, no matter what. With Liam taken care of, Zeke turned his attention back to the Argos kingdom, a powerhouse on the northernmost edge of the central continent. It's one of the 4 central powers, alongside Deloa, Thea, and Alencia. All kinds of dungeons dot the giant mountains that divide the continent. These dungeons attract adventurers hoping to strike it rich. The first king of Argos saw this opportunity and tied the kingdom's central economy to dungeons and adventurers. With the royal family's support, the giant mountains were divided into hundreds of regions, each with unique supply routes and bases. In time, the Argos Adventurers Guild expanded its reach across the entire continent. Currently, our hero is inside one of its numerous outposts, registering under his old name, Zeke Murray, and rocking a seriously convincing disguise. Zeke slapped on a rugged brown wig and some green magic contacts. He's aiming to work in peace, making anonymity as an adventurer an absolute must. Just whispering the Draker name would instantly put a spotlight on him. Now that he's back in the world, it's time to stretch his legs and hunt for some treasure. He hopped aboard one of the many caravans bound for the giant mountains. He was lucky to snag a spot, since it's currently peak season for adventurers. Inside the carriage, a few bold adventurers tried to strike up a conversation, asking if he was new to the game. Their leader, an overly friendly blonde, tried to recruit Zeke with a grin, boasting that they were seasoned vets who knew their way around the mountains. He warned Zeke about the perils of going solo and becoming monster food, but it only took a single glance for Zeke to see their true intentions. These scumbags are pure poison. They prey on rookies, using them as monster bait or selling them to slavers. Zeke completely ignored their offer, but then he sensed something was off, telling the blonde to shut his mouth as he walked to the caravan's driver. He warned the coach about monsters trailing them from 500 meters to their left. Based on their presence, it looked like a horde of orcs. The driver insisted they were on a secure route and should be safe. The blonde, overhearing the warning, just called Zeke a jumpy rookie. After all, everyone knows that guild-managed routes are totally secure. Forget monsters, not even a wild animal would dare enter the safe zone. But if that's true, then what, in the world, is that thing right behind the blonde? The caravan was instantly demolished by the orc horde. The monster's ambush was swift and brutal, taking out the horses, pulling the carriage, and splintering the entire vehicle. The orcs began picking off the passengers one by one. While his crew was being torn apart, the blonde adventurer found himself pinned by the wreckage of the caravan. An orc, drawn by his terrified screams, sent him to join his scummy crew. Meanwhile, Zeke had already bailed from that so-called safe route. The fact that orcs were roaming the safe zone meant the nearby base wasn't functioning correctly. With his decades of tracking experience, it didn't take Zeke long to locate the kingdom's outpost. There, he was met by the horrific sight of carnage. The bodies of fallen knights were scattered everywhere. Considering the base's size and the sheer number of soldiers stationed here, most monsters wouldn't have stood a chance. So, Zeke took a closer look at the bodies. He could tell this wasn't the work of a monster. These men were taken down by a human, and whoever did this deliberately left huge gashes on the bodies to frame it as a monster attack. But no monster could possibly leave cuts this clean and precise. On top of that, there were almost no signs of a struggle. These soldiers were likely taken out in a vicious ambush by someone at the Purple Knight level. If Zeke lingered, he could be framed for this heinous crime. He couldn't afford any distractions right now. Finding traces of Kaiser was his top priority. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he began noticing more symbols marking barbarian territory. His mini-map showed he was close to his destination. However, the Empire's hunting dogs were already sniffing around, trying to tail him, foolishly thinking he wouldn't notice. These so-called dogs are recruited from the most elite knight trainees. As a unit under the Emperor's direct command, they specialize in tracking and wet work. For now, only those in the Empire's highest echelons know they exist, but these dogs are set to make their public debut when the Continental War kicks off. As Zeke pushed deeper into the forest, he kept a close watch on their movements. Their tracking methods were painfully familiar, the very same techniques used to end his life before he regressed. From the Duke's talk with his father, Zeke learned the Emperor is obsessed with immortality, willing to tear the continent apart to find it. Even in his past life, the Mad Emperor was fixated on all kinds of rare artifacts. The man's goal was to unify the world and rule it for eternity. With that knowledge, it was possible the Empire was also targeting the hero, King Kaiser's ruins. Zeke had to confirm it for himself. In a flash, he bolted from the hunting dog's line of sight. Just as one was about to fire a flare, Zeke severed the man's hand with a single, clean strike. The one holding the golden emergency flare had to be the group's leader. As the man bled out, Zeke asked if they were the perimeter guard team, since a standard team consists of 12 men, not just 3. Hearing the young man had seen through them so fast, the dogs started yapping. To silence them, Zeke removed the leader's head from his shoulders, to help them understand the situation. He wasn't the prey, he was the hunter. All he saw were 2 mouths left that could talk. They'd better start using them before that number hit 0. After some persuasion, Zeke learned the location of the dog's temporary base. Inside a cavern, dozens of Imperial hunting dogs had gathered. They were likely responsible for the slaughter at the Knight's outpost, the Argos Kingdom's base camp from before. With them going to such extremes, it was a real possibility they'd located Kaiser's ruins. But before checking out the hunting dog base, Zeke meticulously arranged the bodies of his targets and scrawled some ominous symbols on a tree with their blood. For a temporary outpost, the hunting dogs certainly knew how to set up shop, some decent accommodations. Still, most of the dogs were bored out of their minds on guard duty. Being deep in barbarian territory, no sane person would dare trespass. The guards quickly went from being bored to death to just being dead. One by one, they were picked off by an unseen force. The takedowns were so stealthy that the dogs inside were clueless. Before they could react, their executioner had already slipped into their little base. Zeke was ruthless, precise, and final. Every elimination was a single, perfect strike. When one of the dogs tried to sound the alarm, Zeke clamped a hand over the guy's mouth and silenced him permanently. Holding a dagger slick with the Empire's blood brought back old memories. He felt a wave of nostalgia for the days when he was the blade that ended a 5-year power struggle. Once, on orders from his boss to raid the Pabella cartel, he was inevitably spotted and surrounded by the hunting dogs. The commander recognized Zeke's style as the signature knife work of a southern assassin. Only the McCains and Pabellas practiced such a vicious technique. Regardless, they had to deal with this masked intruder. With a single glance, Zeke sized up the leader as a low-grade blue knight at best, a far cry from the hunting dogs of his past life. Zeke decided to stir the pot, taunting the survivors after taking out their comrades. Then, he exploded into action, engaging dozens of hunting dogs simultaneously. No matter what they attempted, they couldn't breach Zeke's flawless defense. As the battle raged on, he found it strange how weak these dogs were. Were they this pathetic? Or had he just become that strong? Right now, it didn't matter. To speed up the process, Zeke used his mana reflection skill to plunge the area into darkness. The leader correctly guessed it was the Dragon Slayer's mana interference, but this intruder fought with a knife and showed no signs of using aura. The blackout had to be a coincidence. Their leader tried to rally his men, promising the power would return shortly. All they had to do was hold their ground. A few moments later, the lights flickered back on, revealing dozens of hunting dog bodies arranged neatly on the floor. The only one still standing was the clueless leader, and Zeke already had him in his sights. At the mention of Kaiser's ruins, the leader's trembling hand instinctively went for his sword. Zeke didn't expect to get any useful intel from this guy anyway. It'd be faster to just find the ruins himself. The leader insisted they weren't after any ruins, but that hardly mattered. With one final slash, the hunting dogs were completely wiped out. Thanks to the specific blade he used and the symbols he left behind, everything that happened here would be blamed on the McCains. In his past life, Zeke had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into that southern criminal organization. After the Cusco Kingdom collapsed from a civil war, the McCain cartel split the resulting territory in two and seized power. Zeke could have easily hidden his tracks using his draconian skills, but deliberately using southern knife techniques and framing the cartel was just more entertaining. The Empire would naturally blame the criminal organization, and if the Emperor launched a crusade to wipe out McCain, Zeke stood to gain. In any case, after searching the base, Zeke discovered a letter that revealed just how unhinged the Emperor had become. His sole command was to locate ancient ruins of any kind. The most shocking part was the enclosed operation map. Searching every nook and cranny of the central continent was expected, but the dogs were even scouring the eastern regions during a ceasefire. Every last hunting dog had been mobilized, their search extending beyond the dark seas. They were combing through every location suspected of holding ancient ruins. This meant the hunting dogs were already operating on an immense scale. Fortunately, they hadn't yet reached Kaiser's ruins. Still, Zeke knew he had to hurry, as trouble was brewing. Glancing at the sky, he saw a red flare ignite. The hunting dogs used that specific flare to signal a major threat. Zeke instantly pulled up his mask and bolted. But no matter how fast or clever he was, the hunting dogs were already closing in. The 5-part red flare they launched was called an absolute snare. Their orders were to eliminate the target, no matter the cost. Using the flare as an epicenter, they would search, secure, ensnare, and destroy. This was their signature assassination method, and it was basically a death sentence. When Zeke had stolen the artifact the Emperor coveted, even he had been caught by the absolute snare. But things were different, now that he had the system. With a surprise attack, Zeke found himself boxed in by the dogs. Their blades were fast and sharp, every one aimed for a fatal blow. But Zeke remained calm. Even with only a knife, he was confident he could take them all on. After gracefully maneuvering out of a bad spot, Zeke assessed his assailants. These guys were clearly on another level compared to the rookies in the cave. He tried to create some distance, but more dogs kept pouring out of the woodwork. Surrounded by dozens of the Empire's elite, this simple outing had suddenly escalated, was becoming a real hassle. Based on his pursuers' skill levels, Zeke could still escape, but that would ruin his plan to frame McCain. He still had one last ace up his sleeve, one he was reluctant to play, however. Zeke drew out a tiny horn and raised it to his lips. He blew into it, unleashing a guttural sound that blanketed the entire forest. The dogs halted their advance, warily observing the situation. Seizing their confusion, Zeke tossed out several smoke bombs to obscure their vision. They tried to close in on him, thinking the sound was merely a distraction, but they failed. Still, while the absolute snare was in effect, not a single soul could outrun the dogs. The leader adapted quickly, ordering his men to start tracking for suspicious movements. Zeke seemed to have vanished, but it was only a matter of time before these dogs picked up his scent again. While the leader was lost in thought, his men started getting picked off. Emerging from the woods were hordes of bloodthirsty barbarians. The dogs had always tried their best not to provoke these savages. While they could handle a few of them, going up against an entire army was simply asking to be annihilated. Some of the dogs tried to stand their ground, but their aura blades couldn't even pierce the barbarian's skin. In contrast, a single punch from a dog's eye, barbarian could crush a man's skull. The leader of the dogs had never witnessed the savages in such a rage. At this rate, they would all be slaughtered. So, he pulled out a flare and fired the signal to withdraw, canceling the absolute snare. As they retreated with their tails between their legs, the barbarians relentlessly pursued them. When the coast was finally clear, Zeke dug himself out from his hiding spot and heaved a sigh of relief. That horn was far more effective than he'd anticipated. A barbarian's horn is a tool of war, used for communication amid the chaos of battle. In his past life, Zeke had forged a friendly relationship with the Mohawken tribe, who taught him how to craft and use the horn. The signal he sent was a message warning the savages about outsiders intruding on their sacred land. Sure, barbarians are often seen as simple and uncivilized, but they possess distinct cultures and traditions, living by their own set of principles. The replica Zeke crafted was only good for one use, but it had been a massive help. With the dogs off his tail, he could finally resume his quest. He arrived at the entrance to the ancient ruins in no time. Here, he faced yet another obstacle to his plan. It was just one thing after another. Today, he discovered a 9-headed fallen dragonborn, corrupted by contaminated energy. Zeke didn't even know what a fallen dragonborn was. According to his mini-map, the door to the ruins was directly behind the beast. First, he attempted to open the door remotely using the system, and it worked. He successfully opened the home of the Hero King, Kaiser. However, this prompted the fallen dragonborn to fly into a violent rampage. Zeke couldn't just cheese the beast and walk past it. Now forced into a fight, he immediately activated his dragon-slaying arts and closed the distance to the monstrosity. In order to dodge 9 attacks at once, Zeke tapped into his Gale arts, using shadowless steps. His plan was to disrupt the monster's vision with the technique and quickly sneak into the entrance. For a second, it looked like his bold plan might actually work. Just a little further, and he would have pulled it off, but the fangs of the dragonborn stopped him dead in his tracks. Alas, he was forced to draw the Stygian blade, Bahamut. He immediately unleashed dragon-slaying arts, Chapter 7, Verse 1. Dragon head severance at full power. Upon severing one of the 9 heads, Zeke discovered the fallen dragonborn's blood was highly corrosive. Thankfully, his healing factor kicked in before the acid could strip his skin away. After their initial clash, Zeke finally recalled what this monster was. His master from his past life had barely managed to subjugate such a formidable beast, the 9-headed dragon, Hydra. He felt his blood pump with excitement, eager to test his mettle against such a legendary opponent. The battle raged on, with Zeke using Bahamut like it was the Hydra's personal toothpick. While he dealt with one head, the others continued to wreak havoc. He was starting to question his clan's naming sense for the so-called dragon-slaying arts. In an age where true dragons were extinct, dragonborn monsters were the closest things left to them. Still, it seemed none of his attacks were having a lasting effect on the beast. No matter how much he sliced, the Hydra just healed right back up. Taking this monster down might be too much for currently. The monster was positioned about 30 meters from the door. For now, Zeke wanted to try something and requested the system to close the entrance. His request was confirmed, and the door slammed shut. Zeke took his position, determined to give it another try. He combined his dragon-slaying arts with the 5th form of his Gale arts. Together, charging forward, he unleashed Windsplitter. The explosive burst of speed should give him enough velocity to blast through the door. The Hydra eyed him, sending 3 heads coiling to block his path. Zeke got closer to the entrance than ever before, but the Hydra was quick enough to halt his progress, clamping down on his arm with a vicious bite to drag him away. He thought he could outsmart the beast, but it was clearly hell-bent on its guard duty. Since the monster wanted his arm so badly, Zeke decided to oblige. Using his blade, he severed his own limb to escape the dragonborn's grasp. A severed arm was no big deal, given Zeke's inhuman regeneration. Enraged by his reckless fighting style, the beast unleashed another new attack. It spewed a poison fog that instantly enveloped him. The Hydra's venom rapidly seeped into Zeke's body. He countered with a vicious attack of his own, using soul manifestation. A massive laceration tore through multiple heads at once. With most of its heads now severed, the Hydra crashed to the ground. The dragon and the dragon slayer faced off, both of them, on their last legs. The beast initiated the final clash, and Zeke raised his sword to handle the one remaining head. Unconsciously, his draconian skill, Dragon's Dignity, activated. In the Hydra's eyes, Zeke transformed into the specter of a true dragon. His menacing vow to kill and crush the beast completely intimidated the fallen dragonborn, a fear that resonated deep within its very genes, stunning the monster. Its aggressive demeanor completely vanished, replaced by the obedience of a dog before Zeke. It slowly cowered away to tend to its wounds, sweating bullets. Zeke could finally catch his breath. His regenerated arm was still raw, and poison coursed through his bloodstream. If only he'd known that Dragon's Dignity worked against the Dragonborn, he would have used it much sooner. For the first time in a while, he felt tired, even though infinite stamina was supposed to be permanently active. Messing with his system, he was prompted with an option to activate Draconic Control and subjugate the Dragonborn with his authority. Who would have thought he could strike fear into the heart of a monster that had nearly devoured him whole? Regardless of the reason, this presented an exciting new possibility. He might be able to subjugate other monsters, He wanted to try, but the system prompted that he lacked the required administrator level to subjugate the fallen dragon-born. Zeke figured this was fair. It would be stranger if such an overpowered ability didn't have restrictions. He slowly got to his feet, feeling a painful throbbing throughout his body. The Hydra's poison ravaging his system had surpassed dangerous levels. His passive healing wasn't working. Desperate for relief, he remembered Gluttony's other effect. He could consume bloodline abilities. Since the Hydra had such a potent poison, it was safe to assume it also had a bloodline ability to resist the toxin. As he writhed in pain, Zeke's shadow extended as Gluttony descended. He devoured one of the Dragonborn's freshly severed heads, melting and pulling it into the void. Doing so upgraded his Gluttony skill from beginner to expert. He completely recovered all his energy. Most importantly, he acquired the much-needed bloodline ability, an incomplete constitution for poison resistance. As his shadow retreated, Zeke forced himself back to his feet. His new constitution completely neutralized the painful throbbing that was coursing through his body. Before entering the ruins, he gave his status window a quick look. Everything seemed to be in order, and the poison resistance constitution might unlock new possibilities for him down the road. On top of that, Gluttony, which had been stuck at the beginner level, had finally leveled up. Overall, he'd received some hefty upgrades. Now Zeke could finally move on without some pesky nine-headed worm holding him back. Hero King Kaiser was a legendary figure by every measure. He was born from the love between a wise human sage and the fairy monarch. Like any archetypal hero, Kaiser's life was filled with hardship from the day he was born. He was separated from his parents by an evil mage's schemes and abandoned in a forest teeming with beasts. There, a sacred wolf took in the young, lone, crying baby Kaiser, raising him as its own cub. Thanks to this, the Hero King grew up safe and fierce. He eventually saved the oppressed humans and founded the Kingdom of Human Liberation on the central continent, Kronos. Every single person on the continent knows the legend of Kaiser. They've heard it in bedtime stories. However, solid proof to substantiate these tall tales has never existed. Right now, Zeke stood in the very ruins that would prove the existence of Kaiser and the Kronos Kingdom. The tower that once housed the Hero King was right in front of him. It was far smaller in scale than what the storybooks depicted. Zeke never expected that the ruins he was trying to enter would be the Kronos Kingdom itself. Looking at the tower's gate, he saw similarities between Kronos and the home of the Dragon Slayer. The gate swung open, and Zeke promptly entered. In the middle of the room sat a single piece of glowing blue ore. If he wasn't mistaken, this should contain the Hero King's secret technique. The moment he touched the ore, the quest linked to the secret technique automatically began. The system warned Zeke he could not leave the area until the linked quest was complete. The ornate gates slammed shut, trapping him inside. He had to acquire Kaiser's wisdom from the remnants of his presence left in the ruins to obtain the fairy monarch's tears. As far as Zeke knew, the fairy monarch's tears came from Kaiser's mother. She was in play, existence that could grant the wishes of mortals. Getting that as a reward would be game-changing. While he didn't know how to use it yet, the tear was surely a cheat-level treasure. Hovering his hand over the crystallized tear, he asked the system how to proceed. It began extracting data from a magic recording device. The system then opened entry 546 of Hero King Kaiser's magic video records. All told, 12 entries matched Zeke's query, and the first one began playing automatically. The language was ancient Kornosian, long dead, so the system kindly activated an automatic translation into the common tongue of the central continent. Suddenly, a projection of a man with a blade illuminated the room as he lectured on swordsmanship. This was the man, the myth, the legend, Hero King Kaiser himself. According to him, a sword is just a sword, plain and simple, the kind of nonsense those senile old geezers spout. Suddenly, the recording device jolted, and Kaiser yelled at someone named Sheltern to hold it steady. This Sheltern would become known as Kaiser's most loyal knight. Seeing this clear recording of a mythical figure felt like a revelation to Zeke. From behind the camera, Sheltern asked the king how to properly wield a sword. In response, Kaiser drew his blade, stressing the need for practice and vigor. With a smirk, he brought his sword down in one fluid motion, and Zeke felt as if he were being sliced cleanly in two. For a few seconds, he felt his body separating lengthwise before he snapped out of the nightmare, drenched in a cold sweat. It was merely a recording of a practice swing, yet the overwhelming spiritual pressure felt incredibly real. This was the wisdom of the Hero King that he had to inherit. Thinking about wielding a blade at that level got him fired up. so he had the system replay the video from the start. After replaying the recording repeatedly and trying to mimic that intensity, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 doors led out from this locked chamber. The first was a food storage, containing enough supplies to last for months on end. The second door opened to a resting area with a bed and bath for recovery. The final room held a variety of books and weapons of war. This place was the perfect training ground designed to forge Kaiser's successor. With all his needs met, Zeke could focus purely on his training, swinging his sword. He managed to get incredibly close to replicating Kaiser's form, but something was still missing. After another full day of relentless practice, he finally acquired the basic form of the Hero King's wisdom, the elemental sword. Mastering the basics unlocked the applied level. This act triggered the summoning of Kaiser's soul. Using the monarch's tear as a catalyst, the spirit materialized. The king of the ancient Chronos kingdom, the hero, King Kaiser, stepped into the corporeal world once more. Zeke was beyond hyped. The soul of the legendary king, renowned across the continent, was standing right before his very eyes. He quickly snapped out of his reverie as Kaiser reached for his sword. Thankfully, he had become proficient enough to anticipate the incoming attack and block it just in time. Nevertheless, the sheer power behind the strike sent him flying into the wall. Then, the king commanded him to get back up. He felt a sensation he'd only experienced once before. When facing his master before regressing, the Hero King mocked his pathetic skills, deeming him unworthy of learning the elemental sword. Kaiser was deeply dissatisfied. The ancient knight would have pounded the ground and lamented at how pitiful the current generation had become. Zeke figured the king must be testing him. Without giving him a moment to compose himself, Kaiser majestically closed the distance between them. He unleashed another monstrous slash that could have easily ended Zeke's life. These attacks were clearly lethal. This 1,000-year-old soul was actually trying to end him. The hero he had always looked up to now seemed more like an unreasonable monster. Clearing the useless thoughts from his mind, Zeke took a deep breath. He dropped the practice sword and steeled his resolve to give this duel everything he had. Drawing Bahamut, he immediately coated the Stygian blade with ether, converting it into aura. The Hero King looked pleasantly surprised and asked Zeke if he was one of Sheltern's disciples. He vaguely recalled his loyal knight mentioning this power. Kaiser thought it was called Aurora. Even when fighting at full strength, Zeke was easily thwarted. It was obvious the king wasn't even taking him seriously. Regardless of its name, Kaiser cared little for lesser techniques. All that mattered was how enjoyable the fight was, for him. At least with Zeke going all out, they could exchange a few one-sided blows. Zeke had expected to be outmatched by the ancient ruler, but this was just too much. He never imagined his abilities would amount to so little against a true powerhouse. However, he was confident in his own perseverance. All at once, he activated Critical Strike, High-Speed Movement, Continuous Slash, and Dragon Claw. The image of the dragon's limb appeared far more solid, its power more destructive than ever. Even so, Zeke's strongest attack didn't even wrinkle the king's robe. All it managed to do was confuse Kaiser. Despite not being a dragonoid, the kid could wield draconic powers. While Kaiser was lost in thought, Zeke pushed his ether to the absolute max and attempted a sneak attack from behind. The Hero King turned, a curious look in his eyes. He perceived that Zeke was using some so-called elemental force. With one fluid motion, the young lord unleashed his ultimate killing blow. Soul Manifestation Lacerate. Kaiser expertly blocked the attack that had mangled a dragonborn, a smile playing on his face. A few moments later, Zeke opened his eyes, completely disoriented. The king had been waiting for the boy to wake up. Kaiser then admitted that he saw some glimpses of genuine talent in Zeke. The boy could tap into Sheltern's talent, wielding draconic powers and even a touch of elemental force. Upon closer inspection, Kaiser also saw that part of Zeke's soul was trapped in the spirit realm. All this talk only served to confuse the young man. Kaiser explained that despite his human body, Zeke had somehow overcome the wall of death. If that were true, then his ability to access the elemental force made perfect sense. Growing frustrated, Zeke pressed the king about these unfamiliar terms and seemingly nonsensical topics. Kaiser just smiled and dismissed them as trivial matters. After all, they had a far more important goal. The young man now had to truly grasp the Hero King's wisdom and master the elemental sword. You see, the elemental force is the natural energy composing all things: water, earth, fire, and wind. The long-lost elemental sword channels these 4 basic elements into a single technique and to demonstrate. The king swung his sword, unleashing a roaring tempest with windfield. The source behind this power had to be the ether, Zeke mentioned. The king's explanation, his raw power, and its application felt more like magic than pure swordsmanship. Since elemental force was practically synonymous with ether, there had to be some secret to its conversion. When Zeke asked about it, the king just gave him a look like he was an idiot. He set his sword ablaze and awkwardly claimed that he could just do it innately and couldn't really explain the method. So, Zeke was forced to observe and figure it out himself. It wasn't that he couldn't feel ether from the king, it's that he barely could. The man's ether usage was so perfectly fine-tuned that it took all of Zeke's focus just to sense its movement. After processing what he'd learned so far, he creed on us, attempted to use the elemental sword. Kaiser had called his soul manifestation a type of elemental force earlier. If that was the case, he just needed to tweak it a little, to create his own interpretation. As he tried to get a feel for the conversion, the king seemed a bit surprised. After a few moments of forcing his soul manifestation to change, he managed to form a gale sword. But instead of praise for catching on so quickly, Kaiser just smacked him in the head. The king insisted that he use real elemental force, not some inferior, knockoff incantation. According to Kaiser, incantations were the exclusive domain of dragons. While dragonoids might use them, for humans, it was out of the question. Whenever Zeke relied on that power, he would just push past his limits, and that wouldn't end well. There was a fundamental difference between human and dragon souls. The young man might be able to imitate it, for a while, but he'd never use incantations to their full potential. Kaiser was disgusted by whoever developed such a pathetic and reckless imitation. Come to think of it, Zeke had seen the word incantation before. When he absorbed Bahamut's heart, he acquired the draconic skill of incantation but couldn't use it yet due to a lack of administrator experience. If that was the case, he could actually unlock its full potential as he grew stronger. He might even use soul manifestation without its drawbacks. The king impatiently demanded he practice properly before getting bashed in the head again. Naturally, this application training took much longer than basic physical conditioning. Through the effects of the divine body, Kaiser's expert demonstrations, and regular spars, Zeke eventually grasped the fundamental principles of the elemental sword. While magic is activated using mana as its driving force, the elemental sword uses ether as fuel to channel the power of spirits. After understanding the principles and how to use it, Zeke quickly started to master the technique. He could now utilize some of Kaiser's fearsome attacks. Yet even after coming so far, he had only reached the entry level in Kaiser's eyes. Reaching the next level would be incredibly harsh, so he'd better get plenty of rest. But while he rested, he wanted to ask the Hero King a few questions. As Kaiser lazily lounged on his floating cloud, he entertained the young man's questions. Zeke asked why the king had called him Sheltern's disciple after seeing his aura. The king then finally remembered what that power was called. Aura. Back in the day, Sheltern claimed humans couldn't use elemental swords, so he created his own technique. That damned knight of his, Zeke Draker, must have ignored the king's teachings and only passed down his own creation. Zeke was stunned. He just casually discovered that the Hero King's right-hand man and the inventor of aura was a freaking Draker. This meant the true progenitor of his family wasn't Terran, but the even more ancient warrior, Sheltern. Putting all follow-up questions aside, Zeke asked the king what the spirit realm was. Even though he was now somewhat proficient with the elemental sword, he still couldn't grasp the concept. Kaiser nonchalantly raised his hand, causing a fissure to appear beside him. The fissure was created by windfield pressure alone. He didn't even need his sword to conjure such a thing. Kaiser explained that the spirit realm is basically the afterlife, but not quite. Once a soul leaves its corporeal body in this realm and enters the spirit realm, it can never return. An impenetrable wall stands between these two planes. Being. However, Kaiser also revealed that part of Zeke's soul is trapped in the spirit realm, while he roams the real world as a free soul. Admittedly, this is the first time the Hero King has encountered such a strange existence as Zeke. In reality, there are a few ways to cross between planes. In Kaiser's case, he got help from a dragon to cross over. Zeke was completely floored. He never thought such a powerful being would help a human. The king was confused. Back in his day, dragons were creatures that treasured humans. This was news to Zeke, who only saw dragons as apocalyptic monsters. If dragons cherished humans, why did the evil dragon Bahamut try to destroy the world? Zeke's entire worldview was shattering. He no longer knew what to believe. Kaiser insisted that Zeke himself was living proof of the dragon's care for humanity. His heart and the fang, used to create his sword, were obviously gifts from Bahamut. Kaiser had a few encounters with that old dragon back in his prime. Although Bahamut's personality was questionable, that old bag of scales also had a soft spot, and couldn't refuse a genuine request. It sounded like the Hero King and the evil dragon were on good terms. Keeping the fact that Bahamut was defeated and slain by humans a secret would probably be for the best. So Zeke played along, claiming his heart and sword were gifted by Lord Bahamut. Kaiser laughed heartily, clearly reminiscing about the dragon's kindness. He even mentioned that Bahamut frequently bickered with Kronos due to his fiery temper. The Hero King clarified that Kronos was his kingdom's guardian dragon, and Kaiser was his contractor. While the king was racking his brain for the kingdom's name, Kronos was casually sipping tea beside him. So, he named the kingdom after the dragon. Even then, Kronos didn't react much, as if he'd already expected it. In truth, Kaiser wanted the dragon's name to be remembered by future generations. If so, then thousands of years ago, in Kaiser's era, dragons and humans must have truly lived in harmony. However, if an incredibly powerful dragon helped a human without a contract, the world's balance would have surely collapsed, endangering the entire realm. These human-loving dragons must have suppressed their power, taken human form, and aided humanity through contracts. Kaiser is one of those dragon contractors. So, the reason many ancient figures were so unbelievably powerful was because they had help from contracts. The mystery still lingered. What on earth happened to cause a rift between two harmonious groups? Zeke figured he could solve this mystery after hearing the full story from his eccentric new master. Finally, the break was over, and the two prepared for another round. By this time, they had developed a playful, competitive dynamic. The final part of this training camp is a real duel against the Hero King. However, such a simple format wouldn't be any different from what they were already doing. So, Kaiser added another rule. From this point on, eating and sleeping were forbidden, and the duel would continue until he said, "Stop." Also, Zeke was limited to using the same element that Kaiser was using. Without a second's delay, the room was engulfed in a roaring, flame field. A fiery dance began. Kaiser said Zeke was free to break the rules. If he had more than one life to spare, he was welcome to try. The first form of the elemental sword is based on the element of fire. Meeting the king's sword with his own flame, the fiery field sparked. The clashing blades radiated immense heat, boasting overwhelming destructive force. Right now, Zeke was capable of going toe-to-toe when it came to slinging fire. His eyes narrowed as he sensed the next phase was about to start. The second form is based on the element of earth, steel field. Kaiser leaped into the air, springing into action. Steel field focuses on weight, specializing in subduing and defending. It allows the user to freely control density and mass. Zeke gritted his teeth and endured the immense pressure with all his might. He managed to knock the king out of his effective range. He thought he did pretty well until he felt a cut on his cheek. Kaiser was already on to the third phase, a power founded on the element of wind field. In a matter of seconds, he had to defend against hundreds of wind blades trying to slice him to pieces. Compared to the flame field, it admittedly lacked raw power, but in terms of attack speed, movement, and sword aura, it was on another level. The last phase is a form founded on the element of water, the water field. Water is flexible, shifting between attack and defense. It also excels in suppression and support. Dealing with the crushing waves was an extremely difficult task. The form is as adaptable as water itself, possessing a versatile and well-balanced power. Trapped between two tsunamis, Zeke was sent into a freefall. He was bleeding from multiple, painful wounds, unable to even threaten the king in return. His power, range, and mastery were all greater than when he started. But Kaiser was just built different. The skill gap between the master and student seemed impossible to close. As soon as he got a chance to retaliate, Zeke swung for the fences. He thought he'd finally landed a clean hit, only to feel a gentle tap from the sword on his head. Kaiser criticized him for channeling the power of a waterfall, not pure water. Zeke thought he could improvise as long as he used the right attribute. The king admitted that he could go wild with other fields, brute forcing the elements. However, he had to learn that the water field was all about fluidity, a concept beyond raw power that will always overcome brute force. And just like that, their first bout ended with Zeke losing on a technicality. Honestly, he was getting frustrated with Kaiser's standards. He viewed strength as the one thing that conquers all. In his past life, he'd been crushed by defeat simply because he lacked the power to resist. Consequently, he lost everything he held dear. Without strength, he couldn't protect the people most important to him. To survive and uphold his convictions, he had chased nothing but power his entire life, in both lives, for that matter. So, when Kaiser insisted that fluidity conquers strength, the king was fundamentally challenging his entire existence. While he was spacing out, silently fuming in the middle of their duel, Kaiser attacked without mercy. Zeke barely raised his water sword in time, but the blow knocked him off balance. In truth, he'd stopped counting the days after the 15th day of non-stop combat. By his own estimate, at least a month had passed since they started crossing swords without a break for food or rest. Because of this, he realized that his infinite stamina wasn't so invincible after all. In front of this monster, his broken skill seemed pathetic. Day by day, Kaiser ramped up the intensity of their training. Lately, they'd been focusing on mastering fluidity in the water field. By now, Zeke was struggling to put any force into his exhausted arms. To make things worse, the floor had gotten incredibly slippery, completely messing up his footwork. With Kaiser's next assault, his knees finally gave out. Lacking a stable foothold while facing such ungodly power, it was only a matter of time. But instead of despairing, Zeke smiled. After days of mentally fighting the concept, he finally grasped what Hero King Kaiser kept telling him. Fluidity trumps strength. The power to grip one's long sword, and the power to stay on his feet. Once stripped of these things he prided himself on, once he cast it all aside, he finally understood the wisdom behind his eccentric master's words. The techniques he'd learned to control a blade's arc and trajectory were nothing more than chains holding him back. Once he shattered these unnecessary shackles, he could flow with the freedom of water. From the heavens to the earth, he could carve his own path. With passion reignited in his eyes, Zeke initiated the next exchange, no longer stuck on defense. Thinking about it, Zeke had actually felt this same liberation in his past life. It was a state where the line between his sword and body simply vanished. The sensation of becoming one with the world, just like the waves at times violent, and at others, serene. His ever-changing movements and aggression finally made the king smile. After what felt like months of endless dueling, the master and student looked as if they were having the time of their lives. The room's floor was now completely flooded, with torrential rain pouring down. Zeke took an unorthodox stance, his Stygian blade, Bahamut, now streaming with water. Kaiser raised his own blade high, expertly manipulating the fourth element. At the very same moment, they both unleashed their untamed elemental swords. Their respective water's edges formed a perfect horizon of sharpness. At last, the rain ceased, and a warm light filled the damp room. Hero King Kaiser gazed at his disciple with a satisfied smile. With such a magnificent display of growth, the mythical figure officially accepted the young man, Zeke Draker, as the sole successor to his teachings. After who knows how long, Zeke Draker opened his eyes to a cracked ceiling, sunlight pouring in. This was the second time he'd completely lost consciousness since becoming so overpowered. The headache was unbearable. The first time he'd pushed his abilities too far was during his duel with the old Duke. His excessive use of skills had generated fatigue far beyond what his fortified Eternal Hall could mitigate. For his own good, the system had to intervene and force a shutdown. That instance was caused by the overuse of his draconic skills. This, however, was the first time his body had hit its physical limit since he regressed. Gathering enough strength to sit up, he scanned the room for Hero King Kaiser. His new master was nowhere to be found. Most likely, he had returned to the spirit realm. Zeke felt certain that he had managed to pass the Waterfield test at the very last second. The quest had to be complete by now. When he opened the system, he was bombarded with a flurry of notifications. If you smash that notification bell, this could be you. Zeke Draker was showered with boosted rewards for completing a linked quest. At least his hard work was being recognized. He received a building, the Fairy Monarch's Tears, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. On top of that, the achievement quest was also completed, granting him elevated administrator rights, another 500 karma points, and 3 random boxes. Now, as an intermediate administrator, more system functions were available to him. His elementary-level quest book had been upgraded to intermediate. An item hotkey slot was now unlocked, and he could use portal transportation through the minimap. The guy basically unlocked fast travel. Zeke's soul also underwent a drastic change, unsealing a small part of Bahamut's heart. The current seal percentage dropped to 90%. It was still a long way from its full potential. With so many upgrades and changes, Zeke couldn't wipe the smile from his face. When he first merged with Bahamut's heart, his assimilation began at a 95% range. He attempted to brute force the mysterious seal, but the system flatly rejected him. He'd faced powers far beyond his control, so he understood why the system blocked his access. Still, a mere 10% felt pitifully small, locking away incantations he couldn't get. With points alone, along with his draconic control, he was certain these were tied to the seal percentage. With that tedious business settled, it was time to test his luck with the random boxes. Too impatient to wait, he popped open all three at once. Inside were meteoric iron boots, matching meteoric iron leg armor, and a pair of exquisitely crafted crystal earrings that boosted mana recovery speed by 15%. Considering the buff they provided, he couldn't wait to flip this pair to a mage for an astronomical price. The boots and leg armor matched the gauntlets he had obtained before. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he completed the full set. The loot was a bit underwhelming, but he still had the skill cards to gamble on. Eager for some real power-ups, he opened all, 3 of them at once. He acquired Static Discharge, a rank C skill that shocks enemies on contact, and Flashbang, another rank C skill that fired a one-shot burst of condensed explosive energy to generate a blinding light and disable vision. The last was Dissonance, a skill that created an unpleasant sound to disrupt an enemy's hearing. Zeke frowned. All he'd pulled was rank C junk. Well, they were free anyway. Besides, getting high-rank skills for nothing would be unfair and devalue hard work. He was a little bummed, but then he tested Static Discharge and was shocked to find that rank C skills weren't as useless as they sounded. The power was actually terrifying for its rank, and what's more, it was incredibly flexible when it came to its application. He realized he could even combine Flashbang and Dissonance to create the ultimate crowd control technique, one that would surpass the artifact he'd used during the Great Advancement exam. With the skill cards sorted, Zeke scrolled through the new system functions he'd unlocked. Item hotkey slots let him use items instantly, just like skills. This would definitely come in handy in an emergency. With his healing factor and infinite stamina, slotting healing potions seemed useless. But then he realized he'd been relying on those traits far too much. As unlikely as it seemed, there was no guarantee he wouldn't face another opponent like Kaiser, who couldn't be beaten even with infinite stamina. The limits of his healing factor couldn't be tested carelessly, either. Just to cover all his bases, he bought Salvation, a top-grade healing potion, for 350 karma points, and registered it to a hotkey slot. Because of its incredible potency, the mixture was limited to a single use per lifetime. It was absurdly expensive, but it was good to have a backup for his backup plans. The last, and arguably most important reward was the Fairy Monarch's Tears, an item catalyzed by the grief of Kaiser's mother. The single teardrop in the ornate bottle could summon the Fairy Monarch herself, an existence from legends said to grant human wishes. He was holding something that could make literally anything possible. Because of its immense power, it was also limited to a single use. Testing it was not an option. It was far wiser to store it in his inventory and save it for a desperate moment. Yet, Zeke couldn't help but feel that day wasn't too far off. After leaving the Hero King's ruins, Zeke decided to test something. He was instantly enveloped by a strange magic, finding himself in the middle of a run-down adventurer's outpost. This confirmed that the system's new portal transportation function was the real deal. He could just pick a destination on the minimap and fast travel in the blink of an eye. From Kaiser's home to the Argo Kingdom's 8th adventurer outpost, the trip cost 150 karma points. The fee was pretty hefty, but aside from the cost, there were virtually no other restrictions. As long as he could pay, the entire continent was practically within his reach. But its convenience was secondary. This function was the perfect tool for concealing his whereabouts. There were countless ways to integrate this new ability into his future plans. While wandering the outpost, he found it odd that flowers were in full bloom when it should have been winter. The guy had completely lost track of time. Way too much of it had passed since he began training with history's most powerful hero. On the central continent, the academic year at the top knight training academy, Valhalla, was in full swing. Inside the dean's office, a cadet was getting chewed out by the man who ran Valhalla. The dean had never seen a freshman dare to show up a full month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke truly felt apologetic. His entrance guide contained a letter of recommendation, but a clause inside stated that missing the entrance ceremony was a huge no-no. His fate was now in the first Dean's hands. If he got kicked out and had to reapply next year, his entire timeline would be shot. He needed to get into Tarakan's secret library as soon as possible. Now was the time to put his acting skills to the test. Zeke bowed politely with a sincere apology, explaining he'd been training in a state of unity for an extended time. Valhalla's hard-nosed dean, Flaubert Bourris, was not buying his excuse. This man was once a knight renowned across the continent, hailing from the Thea kingdom where he served as a royal guard, embodying its strict traditions. Patriarch Arthur Draker himself had to ask Flaubert 3 separate times to become the head of Valhalla. This guy prioritizes honor and order over all else. If Zeke were to try making an 18s of code, emotional plea, it would only backfire. So he conceded that no excuse could justify his absence. Seeing the young man humble himself and accept responsibility, the dean's stance softened slightly. Had this been any other cadet, he would have been kicked out instantly. But Zeke arrived with a glowing recommendation from the academy's dean. Therefore, Flaubert was willing to make a deal. Zeke had to prove his month of training was more valuable than a month of classes at Valhalla to be allowed in. It's irritating that he'll owe that slob Howard, but beggars can't be choosers. The dean pushed a button, and his subordinate came in. He commanded that a training room be prepared immediately and summoned professors from every department. Shortly thereafter, the dean's orders were carried out perfectly, and Zeke soon found himself on a stage, under the watchful eyes of Valhalla's professors. Glancing around, Zeke recognized everyone there as famous, knights with impressive accomplishments from all across the continent. With everyone assembled, it was time for the young man to prove he was worthy of Valhalla, despite his transgression. The dean watched him like a hawk, sizing up its prey. Beneath everyone's intense stares, Zeke nonchalantly reached for his sword, pondering just how much power he should conceal. He definitely couldn't reveal his elemental sword to these old-timers. Their minds simply couldn't handle it. Still, these were the very people training the continent's finest knights. They wouldn't be impressed by just anything, at some run-of-the-mill technique. Perhaps he'd just give them a small taste of his true capabilities. A fiery, brilliant aura enveloped Zeke's greatsword. Witnessing his aura surge, off the charts, the professorial panel held its breath. It was unmistakable. This kid was using Aura Blade, manifesting an aura form. That's a technique reserved for Blue Knights. The panel began to debate if it was even possible to achieve the rank of Blue Knight at only 15 years old. The previous record for the youngest was Sir Abel, at 19. This was shocking even considering Zeke was a Golden Awakener. This was simply unbelievable. While they were losing their minds over his aura, Zeke recalled Master Kaiser calling this power a mere parlor trick for the weak. After clashing with that beast, for an entire month, Zeke had completely forgotten how to suppress his aura. Still, it was a relief he managed to cap it off at just the Blue Knight level. Before he met the Hero King, his aura was already near this level. After learning the elemental sword and mastering Waterfield, his aura had broken through who knows how many tiers. By his own estimate, he'd already reached the next tier, Red Knight. The crucial difference between these two ranks is how the aura blade is used. The technique itself is quite simple. You just envelop your weapon in a sharp layer of aura to maximize its deadliness. Blue Knights can manifest and sustain this state. A Red Knight, however, can freely alter its form while preserving its destructive power. Thankfully, he restrained himself from reaching that level, stopping at a simple blade. Following his short demonstration, Zeke was stunned by one man's exaggerated reaction. Dean Flaubert Bourges shot up from his seat, beaming with an overly pleased smile. If a 15-year-old kid could train himself to the Blue Knight level, he would have excused an absence of several years, let alone a few months. Nevertheless, Zeke apologized once more for his prolonged absence. The dean then faced the professors for their verdict, looking like he'd throw a fit if they dared to refuse. To overlook Zeke's offense, Dean Flaubert Bourges was known for being incredibly lenient with gifted students. W. Dean in the chat. As anticipated, the decision to pardon Zeke was unanimous. The boy's aura blade manifestation was so distinct, it would be notable even among active duty knights. The panel and the dean then congratulated Zeke Draker on his successful admission. That was almost too easy for our boy. Middleland Atlas is a massive city, the size of an average kingdom, located in the heart of Middleland. This is home to Valhalla and the Draker family's Four Seasons Fortress. This place also serves as the Patriarch's home base, along with several other key figures of the Transcendent family. The main castle. Zeke departed from Valhalla and strolled through the streets of Atlas until he reached an imposing mansion. This entire massive estate was in his name. Being this talented certainly had its benefits, He even still had his father's black card, with a limitless spending cap. The guy was being spoiled rotten. As he opened the gate, he was met with a shower of confetti and cheers. His master, Zeke Draker, and that training fanatic, Andre, were waiting for him inside, wearing party hats and clown makeup. It looked like something straight out of a horror film. The Duke commended his disciple for succeeding. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone skip an entire month of Valhalla classes and still get in. Now that the guest of honor had arrived, it was time to kick off the celebration. Zeke hadn't even settled into his new city life yet, and these buffoons were already making a mess of things. Duke and Andre had no business being here. They were full-time employees of the academy. Apparently, the Duke had finally accepted the Patriarch's summons to return to the Four Seasons Fortress. He'd been here for a month, and unilaterally decided to become the mansion's housekeeper. As for Andre, he got into Valhalla as an assistant professor, obviously just to tail his training partner. Zeke was hoping for some peace and quiet, but that was clearly off the table now. They decided to crash the mansion without even checking with the owner. Deep into the night, Duke and Andre were passed out from all the feasting and drinking at this surprise party. They were still rocking their clown makeup. Little did they know, Zeke was already long gone. Prowling the city for what the night offered, a hooded figure sat alone, at a bar. He slid a single gold coin to the barkeep, ordering 1 beer and a meeting with someone named K. The moment he mentioned that name, a dead silence fell over the entire bar. Every patron drew their weapons and closed in on the hooded stranger. The stranger just smiled, amused. Under the hood, Zeke Draker flashed a glove bearing his family's insignia, unleashed a fraction of his aura, and asked if they really wanted to make a big mistake tonight. Everyone immediately backed down in fear. They knew that one wrong move could be their last. Swallowing their pride, they all scurried back to their seats like good little boys. The bartender, also terrified, awkwardly apologized for not controlling the crowd. He pulled a wine bottle from the rack, revealing a hidden door behind it, and offered to guide Zeke to the branch manager. The hallway behind that secret passage was much larger than it seemed from the outside. Beyond the entrance, layers of security magic protected everything. This setup had K's methods written all over it. Before Zeke's regression, 2 groups were hailed as the continent's top intelligence agencies. One was the Draker family's Order of the Black Knights, and the other was the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. However, a third organization, just as powerful, was known only to a select few, the Syndicate. At first, they were just a bunch of smugglers and criminals. That all changed when K joined. She used the smuggling network as a foundation to build a massive intelligence hub. When Zeke was kicked out of the academy, he ended up doing dirty work for McCain. He did whatever it took to survive, clawing his way up the ranks as a hitman. That's when the Syndicate's branch manager at the time, K, sought him out to secure a vital transportation route. Back then, she was still expanding the Syndicate's roots, building a spy network to rival the Black Knights in Rome. Her determination and talent were second to none, eventually leading her to become the Syndicate's boss. Years later, after the Empire had stolen or destroyed everything Zeke owned, Kay reappeared before him. She freely gave him intel about the artifact the Emperor was hunting. Kay actively supported Zeke's revenge plan, saying it was her way of repaying his invaluable help in growing the Syndicate into a powerhouse. Without her, Zeke never would have gotten the artifact that sent him back in time. Information is a deadly weapon. You never know how the future might change. Right now, Zeke's abilities are top tier. What he needs is a powerful ally like Kay. She will be a vital piece moving forward. After a seemingly endless walk, Zeke finally stepped into what looked like an old warehouse. Inside, a woman struck a match, its tiny flame, the only light in the dark room. Zeke took a seat. This woman's style remained the same. She slowly used the match to light a cigarette. Her prominent assets were on full display. With a sultry voice, she asked what business the rising star of the Draker family could have with someone like her. Kay is a total knockout, in every sense of the word. She's perfect. She doesn't like to beat around the bush. She wants to get straight to the point, and she wants it now. Giving her just that, Zeke flat out said he wanted to open up trade with the Syndicate. Kay was intrigued. Her interest was piqued. What could a prodigy who broke the youngest Blue Knight record, a high and noble pure-blooded awakened, need with an underground criminal organization? She then casually revealed she was fully aware of what went down at Valhalla today, a subtle flex of her network's reach. But Zeke wasn't there to play games. He told her to decide after appraising the artifact. he'd just placed on the table. It was the pair of earrings from the random box. All she had to do was try them on. She immediately figured they were mana recovery boosters. Kay expected some common effect, but the cigarette dropped from her lips the moment she put them on. Her cool and detached demeanor completely shattered, replaced by pure shock. Her recovery rate instantly jumped by 15%. Most artifacts on the market hover around a 1% rate. Even the impressive ones that go for a fortune cap out at about 3%. For a 15% booster, there was no way she would have missed news of it hitting the market. That meant this young man had a secret route, or he acquired the artifact himself. Knowing he now had the upper hand, Zeke steered the conversation to business. The discussion was swift. He could now open a new account, using a sealed personal statement. Earlier that day, Zeke had already set up a representative at Atlas Northern Bank where Kay could manage the other artifacts he had deposited. The syndicate's take would be 10% per item, plus a bonus for every 10,000 units sold. Somehow, this guy had drafted the perfect deal, beneficial to both sides. It was a deal a sharp businesswoman like Kay herself would have proposed. What's more, he walked in here knowing she was a magician. He had to have access to classified information. Without even trying to negotiate a higher cut, she accepted the terms. With the formal business concluded, the new partners could only hope for the best. But before she could leave, Zeke posed one last question. He smirked, asking if her ghost ship was in good shape. The mere mention of it instantly made the atmosphere hostile. Countless hidden syndicate members emerged from the shadows, radiating pure, murderous intent. Zeke brushed off his own abrupt question, telling everyone to stand down. He warned that while they could threaten him, they better be ready for the consequences if they dared to cross the line. Kay stared at the young man, feeling crushed by the pressure of a divine beast. In an instant, all her aggression evaporated, and she instinctively took a step back. The same went for the syndicate men. Not one of them could move a muscle. Kay cursed herself for reacting so harshly without knowing more about this guy. The rumors were saying that Zeke Draker is the youngest Blue Knight in history. This meant, if the Atlas branch if the entire syndicate attacked him at once, they'd all be annihilated. This time, Zeke wasn't asking anymore. He was demanding they move to a more private location. Kay complied, leading him to the branch manager's office. For her own safety, she insisted he sign an oath. This document was a magical contract, a common tool among magicians to guarantee a deal's integrity. Both parties would use their blood as ink, a simple method, but its effects were absolute. Once signed, a seal would appear on each party's arm. Harming the other person would result in certain demise. Of course, alternative methods, like sending hired hands, could be used to sidestep this old practice, but not without a cost. Such tactics would place unending restrictions on the betrayer. Kay insisted it was only natural for her to want some insurance, especially after seeing the young man bare his fangs. If he wished, he could just eliminate her and take everything. Understanding her position, Zeke used the pen's bladed tip to draw a bit of his blood. He quickly signed the oath, and its binding magic activated. Zeke genuinely wanted her trust, so this was a small price to pay. Their blood signatures materialized on their arms, sealing their partnership. Now that they were essentially bloodbound, Zeke wanted to continue their talk with more honesty. He then revealed that he knew Kay's ghost ship was being used to move Soma from Markan. She clutched her head in disbelief, wondering how this golden boy had uncovered her secret dealings. Seeing no point in denying it, she admitted they were indeed distributing Soma from Markan. Soma is a type of narcotic, strictly forbidden in the kingdom. Following the Civil War, the southern continent became a prime cultivation area for this plant. Their biggest client is Snoop Dogg. This whole illicit operation is happening right under the noses of the transcendent households. The only land route connecting the continent's central and southern regions is the desert controlled by the transcendent household, Ishtar. A few years back, Ishtar sealed its gates, barring all outsiders from its territory. Consequently, trade with the south slowed to a crawl. The only remaining route was by sea, but those rough waters were under the control of the Pabella. Kay was likely the only one who could slip past those scoundrels with her ghost ship, and her clients were willing to pay top dollar for her goods. At present, the south is a lawless region controlled by Markan and Pabella, who use the central forest to divide their territory. Markan holds the north, and Pabella controls the south. Markan had capitalized on their land routes, which were closer to the center, to monopolize Soma distribution. Pabella adapted by developing sea routes for their own goods. When Ishtar, which separates the southern and central regions, closed its doors. Markin's precious land route was gone. They scrambled to develop sea routes, but it was too late. Pabella already had complete control of the seas. Now you see why Kay's ghost ship is so vital, not to mention incredibly lucrative. They had managed to cast an invisibility spell over the entire vessel, keeping it safe from prying eyes. This ship could evade both pirates and the Navy, as they search for the One Piece, which is totally real. It had become one of the Syndicate's biggest cash cows. Zeke knew all these details from his past, but he couldn't exactly reveal that. To stir the pot, Zeke prompted his new partner to consider Pabella's offer more seriously. Once again, Kay was baffled as to how this guy knew Pabella had offered them double what they were currently making from Markan in exchange for severing ties. Zeke simply told her to reject that garbage offer. Since the Syndicate was hindering both crime families, those at the top must be drooling over the better deal. But cutting ties with Markan would be a colossal mistake. He then suggested the possibility that the Pabella were just common thieving pirates, who had already been defeated by the Knight of White Silver. Kay refused to even consider such a possibility. Pabella was widely known for sticking to their principles. Unlike those other fools, Zeke explained that those Pabella scoundrels only made that ridiculous offer to find the Syndicate's hidden treasure, the secret sea route. Unlike Markan, who has to keep the goose that lays golden eggs alive, Pabella would undoubtedly sink the ghost ship once they learned the truth. Although Kay was struggling to accept that Pabella had long since devolved into a pirate crew, Zeke urged her to pay up for this valuable intel first. He didn't want cash. He wanted a meeting with the man they called Don Juan, the boss of Moran. If she could arrange that, he would guarantee Kay's promotion to boss of the Syndicate. After finishing his thrilling meeting with an old friend, Zeke slipped back into the streets of Atlas. Currently, Kay's network is strong and impressive, but it still isn't enough. In the past, the fastest way they expanded and got privileged information was by absorbing every other criminal operation along the way. It was only a matter of time before Zeke would meet the infamous Don Juan. The small spark of ambition he ignited in the shrewd woman would undoubtedly erupt into a blaze, consuming her old master and engulfing the entire continent. Night passed, and the sun ushered in a new day for the cadets at Valhalla. Walking around campus, Zeke noticed how different Valhalla was from the restrictive academy. The atmosphere screamed freedom. The dean had personally assigned him a guide who was supposed to arrive any minute. Finally, he heard an incredibly casual greeting from behind him. He turned and saw his supposed personal guide from Dean Flaubert, a young man with tanned skin, face tattoos, and some wicked piercings. Right from the jump, Zeke's old-school attitude didn't mesh with the guy. Acting overly friendly, the guide smugly ribbed him for looking like fresh meat from the academy. Annoyed, Zeke swatted his hand away, asking if he was actually the guide the dean had sent. The guide mocked his serious tone and told Zeke to ditch the stuck-up personality and just loosen up. They were, after all, going to spend the whole day touring every corner of Valhalla. At last, the guide introduced himself as Diego, and Zeke's eyes widened. When he realized who this trendy-looking guy was, he called himself an evangelist of New Age fusion music, mixing Southern percussion and central melodies. In short, a SoundCloud rapper, Diego Villa. Zeke quickly hid his shocked expression and replied a bit more politely this time. Diego took this as the kid finally warming up to him. He might call himself something ridiculous, but Zeke knew Diego Villa as the fabled metered knight. He was destined to be known as one of the 5 divine knights. These 5 played pivotal roles in the Continental War. Bishop, Kask, the Silent Knight, Jeffrey Sma, the Haze Knight, and Aadl, the Illusory Knight. The group also included Zeke Draker, the Lightning Knight, and finally, Diego Villa, the legendary metered knight. Now that Zeke thought about it, all 5 of the Divine Knights were Valhalla alumni. If that was the case, then strengthening his influence here might be more convenient than he'd imagined. Claiming he was hungry, Diego dragged Zeke to the cafeteria to try some southern food. After sitting down with their orders, Zeke took a bite of a southern meat wrap, surprised by its strong, yet pleasant flavor. Diego had expected the new kid to like it. As a southerner, Diego confirmed Valhalla's shark dragon dishes were authentic. The two ate while chatting about the South. Eventually, a curious Zeke asked how a southern native like him ended up at Valhalla. Long story short, Diego explained his mom and dad were rulers of a small southern kingdom. The metered knight was actual royalty. The southern continent is a coalition of smaller kingdoms with the Cusco kingdom at its center. At least, It used to be, before a civil war shattered the peace, forcing most residents to immigrate to the central continent. For a prince from a war-torn region, Diego was incredibly lively. Zeke couldn't believe such an undignified royal existed. Some stuffy old-timers in his family insisted he continue his family's traditional twin swordsmanship. He was such a peerless genius, with blades that he was shipped off to Valhalla. He didn't care about swordsmanship or the high expectations back home. He just wanted to pursue music. On that note, he invited his new buddy to the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club, but was immediately shot down. After lunch, Diego picked an upperclassman's lecture and dragged Zeke inside. He explained that since Valhalla is all about freedom, they could sit in on any class they fancied. He wanted to check this one out today because he'd heard it was going to be special. As they were climbing the stairs of the lecture hall, every cadet's attention turned to Zeke. They all knew his accomplishments. Youngest Blue Knight, youngest cadet, a direct descendant, a prodigy. He was already a celebrity. It wasn't until they found an empty seat that Diego overheard what everyone was whispering. The whole day they were together, he just thought this. Freshman was just some other dude, not a Draker. Even though Zeke had worn his family sigil all day, the sign of pure bloods, virtually everyone in Valhalla knew it, except for this blockhead. Now it made sense why Zeke hadn't removed his gloves while they ate. Diego just assumed he was trying to look badass. It seemed this revelation was about to make Diego kept his mouth shut for once. Zeke finally got to enjoy a moment of peace. He thought he was getting the typical reaction for a pure-blood awakener, but he couldn't have been more wrong. Diego just chalked up Zeke's tough attitude to his pure-blood status. Throwing an arm around Zeke like an old pal, he joked that the golden boy should have bought lunch earlier. Diego didn't stop running his mouth. If anything, he got even louder. Then, to everyone's shock, the dean himself stepped up to the podium, demanding their full attention. Every cadet immediately snapped to attention, silencing the chatter. Zeke had been wondering why so many people showed up for this lecture, but with the dean present, it all made sense. While the dean gave a formal introduction, Diego kept pestering Zeke, whispering and freestyling all sorts of rhymes. Once the formalities were over, the dean invited today's main event to the lectern. Dean Flaubert proudly admitted it was a challenge to get this person to be a guest speaker. He was a Black Knight, after all. Zeke nearly burst out laughing upon seeing who walked in. Beside him, Diego was already crafting his next lyrical masterpiece. Sir Zeke Draker, that crusty old man, cleans up well and accepted the invitation to hold a lecture. The lecture hall was in an uproar. Everybody knew of the Gale Knight. He was one of the few Black Knights not just in the Draker family, but on the entire continent. Duke took the mic and thanked the cadets for remembering him after he stepped back from the front lines years ago. All he asked was that they etch this lecture into their very hearts and souls. Duke began detailing how he became a Black Knight despite coming from the Academy's normal class. The lecture started off well and was incredibly inspirational. A few minutes in, however, the cadets slowly realized this speech wasn't going to benefit them in the slightest. When minutes dragged into hours, most of them were practically asleep from boredom. Duke freaking Draker had used his guest speaker spot to brag about his own exploits for 2 solid hours now. It was actually impressive. Having had enough of this windbag, the dean stepped in and snatched the mic away from Duke. He was forced to act since there was a second speaker, scheduled to speak after Duke, someone who needed no introduction whatsoever. Despite being busy as a guardian knight, she had made time in her schedule to enrich the minds of the band new generation. You see, within the Draker family, knights are ranked as normal, intermediate, advanced, and finally, guardian knights. At the very top of that pyramid, there aren't even 10 guardian knights in the entire family. Anyone who reaches that level is an absolute monster. The dean checked his watch, eagerly waiting for the clock to strike precisely 4 o'clock. A woman with long, platinum blonde hair flowing with grace entered. Each of her steps was marked by the heavy clang of metal boots. Zeke only glanced at the much-anticipated speaker with mild curiosity. Her full-plate armor made her stand out, but he still couldn't place who she was or where he might have seen her before. Looking at his fellow cadets, they seemed more pleased to see a beautiful woman on the podium than to hear what she had to say. They were just hyped to see the White Silver Knight in person. Overhearing that title, a flood of information rushed into Zeke's mind. The image he had of the knight with that moniker instantly clicked with the woman on stage. Known as the first of Draker's direct descendants, the White Silver Knight was none other than Zeke's eldest sister, Carly Draker. The port town of Ain is a key hub for sea travel, connecting secure trade routes for the Delta Republic, the southern, and even the eastern continent. Just a few decades ago, it was a pirate den, a lawless land where criminals gathered. That is, until a few years ago when Carly Draker became a proper knight and launched a campaign to cleanse the blight of piracy. For 5 years, she dedicated herself to this mission until not a single one of those rum-swilling thieves remained. Under the Draker family's protection, Essen prospered, became the greatest port city. The pirates who escaped the bloodbath were forced to hide out in the deadly waters of the Dolta Republic. Carly's accomplishments led to her becoming the youngest guardian knight in the family's history, a feat that even Abel was never able to achieve. And right now, that same ruthless knight was addressing the new generation of Valhalla cadets. Zeke was completely blindsided by his eldest sister's appearance. Currently, she was locked in a succession battle against the devilish Ale. In his past life, Zeke never really had the chance to know her, so it was only natural he didn't recognize her immediately. Carly absorbed the excited cheers from the cadets, closed her eyes, and then shattered the lectern with immense force. Her commanding voice echoed throughout the hall, instantly silencing every sound. Cadets trembled in their seats, nearly having a collective accident out of sheer terror. That reaction seemed about right. How else would you react when a guardian knight screams like that? Carly berated the youngsters for running their mouths while she presented herself. She laid into them, claiming their lack of discipline brought shame to their ancestors. The White-Silver Knight went on and on about the blood, sweat, and tears shed by the warriors who came before them. Hearing her rant about the greatness of past generations, Zeke had a revelation. She was incredibly passionate about the true essence of knighthood, but she was basically just a young boomer. After that excruciating series of guest speakers, the cadets argued over which one was the most insufferable. Despite the preachy tone, Zeke actually gleaned some meaningful advice from his sister. As for Diego, he bailed on Zeke the second the lecture ended. He claimed the speeches lit a fire in his soul, so he was off to cook up some bars. On second thought, being friendly with Diego couldn't hurt. He was supposed to be scouting talent here, after all. Now that his pesky guide was gone, it was the perfect time to find Tarahan's secret library. Just as he was about to leave, that same formal voice called out his name. Carly Draker was waiting outside the lecture hall to ask if he had a moment. As expected, she led him directly to one of Valhalla's public training rooms. Without a word, she drew her sword, her stance perfectly rigid. Zeke was truly in awe of her weapon. It was the mithril sword gifted by the neighboring Holy Kingdom. They had benefited greatly once the pirate problem was eliminated. As a gesture of goodwill and appreciation, they gifted Carly Draker a 100% pure mithril sword and armor. This set was the origin of her moniker, the White-Silver Knight. With a grave tone, she asked Zeke to show his skills without restraint. It seemed she'd heard rumors of his rise to Blue Knight and wanted to confirm it personally. Zeke wasn't one to back down from an honorable duel, so he summoned the Stygian blade, Bahamut. She wanted to witness the full extent of his abilities. Zeke wished he could do just that, but it would create too many problems later. Carly wasn't the only one curious about Zeke's progress. Revealing his cards now would be a major disadvantage. The Draker family was built on the law of the jungle. Being known as a 15-year-old Blue Knight already painted a target on his back. If his actual power level was exposed, his enemies would use any method possible to nip him in the bud. The Zimmons family would send their top assassins, and the Patriarch would force him under his thumb. He could only show his true power after surpassing the strongest man on the continent, his father. For now, he still needed the influence of his last name, not the chains and responsibilities that came with it. The moment Zeke drew his blade, Carly closed in to test his strength. As expected, the Guardian Knight easily batted his parry aside, staring him down with disdain. His defense crumbled instantly, leaving him wide open for an attack. Carly raised her sword and nicked his nose, leaving a flesh wound. Immediately, Zeke deactivated his passive healing. This woman was a Guardian Knight. There was a good chance she would notice his unnatural recovery rate. He couldn't afford to make the same mistake he made when he fought the Duke. With his healing off, he turtled up, focusing on deflecting her strikes. Once he saw a seemingly good opening, he retaliated with a vicious downward swing. Unfortunately, such basic attacks are useless against someone of Carly's caliber. He failed to land a hit and sustained another cut for his effort. Limiting himself to the Blue Knight level wasn't letting him put up a real fight. Carly was relentless. After launching him into the air, she followed with a high jump. She came crashing down like a sword-wielding meteor, and Zeke met her with a perfectly timed block. He absorbed the brunt of the attack, but its force was overwhelmingly destructive. While trying to overpower him, Carly praised his sword's durability. Most swords would have been shattered by now. Zeke really wanted to turn the tables, but that would mean crossing the problematic power threshold. Once he had some space, he scrambled away like his life was on the line. In his estimation, Carly was in the upper tier of red knights. A blue knight was nothing more than a training dummy to her. Then, she warned Zeke never to let his guard down, regardless of the distance between them. Zeke had completely forgotten Carly Draker's trademark skill before she became the White Silver Knight, all because of the shape her aura blade took. She was once called the Giant's Blade. Her sword seemingly extended to the perfect length, threatening to slice him in half. Zeke felt the overwhelming force and sharpness as he started to bleed. Sent flying by the impact, the entire training ground was left in ruins. It was an absurd display of skill and brute force. Zeke's Stygian blade was lodged deep in the ground as clouds of dust and smoke blanketed the area. Carly was so absorbed in the fight that she had failed to hold back properly. Then the Golden Boy emerged from the massive crater his body had made, standing upright, though walking a bit unsteadily. Zeke even used the debris to support himself. With this, he managed to put on a masterclass in acting like the defeated younger brother. The White Silver Knight sighed in relief as she praised Zeke's talent. She couldn't believe her little brother could exceed the already towering expectations. Zeke was still acting his heart out. After confirming the boy could become a key player soon, Carly started a proposal. Before she could continue, he performed his final act in feigned unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Carly immediately panicked and rushed to his side. She held him and ran a monoscan, finding severe internal injuries. It appeared consistent with excessive aura consumption. Without hesitation, she grabbed a vial from one of her pouches and popped its cap. Contained in this little glass vial was the family's finest recovery potion. She carefully poured the precious elixir into his mouth. The little schemer eagerly drank it down, all while keeping up his charade. Just a few seconds later, he activated his healing factor, instantly recovering from all his injuries. Thankfully, she'd just wasted a valuable potion on him, which perfectly concealed his use of a latent ability. When that giant blade came at him moments before, he had precisely adjusted his movements to mount only a minimal defense, allowing a portion of the damage through. It also helped that the massive blade conveniently revealed a slight opening just before it struck, so everything went smoothly. Zeke then deliberately absorbed his sister's hostile aura, and since his constitution can't handle using aura, it inflicted some internal damage. This was all a ploy to make her believe the internal wounds were from pushing himself past his limits, a genius plan executed in just a few seconds. A moment later, he sat up, clutching his head with a pained look. He then smiled, and formally thanked her for the crucial save. Carly simply bowed in response, after which she told him to feel free to call her sister. After that masterful performance, Zeke was invited into a carriage parked in a deserted alley on the outskirts of Atlas. Inside, Carly was out of her mithril armor, serving her little brother some imported tea. He recalled the patriarch doing the same thing when they first met, wondering if word was spreading that he liked tea among everyone. Looking around, Zeke couldn't believe this massive space was all inside a carriage. Carly had camouflaged it with magic, since a guardian knight's carriage tends to draw too much attention. First, she dragged him into a training room to clash swords. Now, they were in a camouflaged carriage. It seemed she wanted to discuss something that would cause trouble if the wrong people overheard. Carly brought up a title, the Butchering Knight. Without mincing words, she confessed she needed more power to stop the Butchering Knight, Abel Draker. Zeke played dumb, acting surprised that she was so openly opposing Abel. She explained that despite the family's tenet of maintaining neutrality, she has it on good authority that Abel has broken their creed by getting involved in national disputes. The man is backing the Rome Empire against Alencia. Of course, Zeke already knew this, but he didn't think Abel would make his move so early. Furthermore, Carly suspects the Four Seasons Fortress is aware, but is actively choosing to overlook it. The fortress is politically divided, and there are Empire supporters embedded in the Elders' Assembly, and they are backing Abel. The other elders are maintaining neutrality instead of showing dissent, but it's only a matter of time before they jump the fence and join his side. Carly is desperately looking for any method or allies she can use. If they let Abel continue, he will only grow in power as the continent devolves into war. Her predictions were spot on. Zeke had seen it play out himself. It had already been 3 years since he regressed. 7 years from now, the Draker family and the Rome Empire will ignite the Continental War. Countless people will perish. The skies will turn dark, and the land will be painted with the blood of innocents. That's precisely why Carly took it upon herself to resolve this terrible mess. For that, she needs the power and influence to topple Abel's ascent. She's already playing from behind. Since Abel controls the majority of the higher-ups, he naturally assumes that the lower ranks will flock to Carly, the opposition. The White Silver Knight firmly believes that a true knight never bends. She holds to justice and righteousness, and while being true to her beliefs, she plans to rally the common knights throughout the Four Seasons fortress. She wouldn't force anyone to join her, especially not Zeke, with his youth, boundless future, and prospects, as a pure-blood awakener. Through this brief conversation, Zeke got a firm grasp on who Carly Draker truly is. Although she possesses an iron will, she is also willing to be flexible, if needed. She is righteous and pure. That opening in the last split second of her attack appeared out of concern for her little brother. She is steadfast and powerful, as a Draker should be, but she's also a gentle soul who protects those in need. Carly laid out the downsides of an alliance, like being branded a traitor. But Zeke had already heard enough. He rose from his seat and bent his knee. In the short time he'd known her, he had already made his decision. Zeke presented himself as an inexperienced boy, eager to join her path of chivalry. Carly couldn't have been happier to hear it. After making the huge decision to throw his lot in with his big sis, Zeke went for a stroll around the Valhalla research facility. He still couldn't believe the family's corruption ran this deep, even before the Continental War began. His original plan was to leave the Draker family after squeezing out all the benefits he could. This way, he could avoid being targeted by Abel for a while, as he gathered enough power to stop the war. However, if there was someone who shared his goals, he might not have to leave the family so early. This could be the ideal situation. Remaining with the family would make it easier to track internal events, while Carly could act as a shield on the front lines, taking the brunt of the retaliation. Once Zeke becomes a formal knight, he can officially announce his alliance with Carly and help turn public opinion in their favor, among them. While Carly is the firstborn heir and a guardian knight, she's not a pure-blood awakener or from a major family. In that respect, she was a step behind Abel, which ultimately cost her the succession. But Zeke's impressive status would definitely even the odds. For now, he'll play the role of a knight, even if it doesn't fit his personality at all. The guy genuinely prefers the life of an outlaw. Regardless, that's a problem for later. Right now, he's closing in on the marked spot on his minimap, inside the Grand Central. The very reason he came to Valhalla, Taken's secret library. The place certainly earned its grand title. The facility was flawless. After navigating the implies, labyrinthine halls, he finally reached his destination. It was completely underwhelming, looking just like any other part of the library. He scanned the area but found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Considering the system hyped this place up, he expected something on the scale of Bahamut's heart or Fang. Just as he was about to give up, the system detected a data restoration point. This triggered an illusory bookshelf to materialize from thin air. The system then announced that the secret library of another administrator, Zeke Draker, had been found. This confirmed his suspicion. The clan's founder was another user of his system. Considering how well this shelf was hidden, it's no wonder it hasn't been discovered before. The system immediately synced with Taken's secret library, allowing Zeke to access its contents anytime. It was even conveniently categorized. There was an organization management manual, a dragon-slaying guide, reference materials, and proverb collections. Based on the titles, nothing seemed immediately groundbreaking. To skip the hassle of reading everything, he had the system find the most useful item for his current growth. An old book, its cover showing a sword defeating dragons, materialized in his hands. It was titled, The Secret Technique of the True Dragon Swordplay. It sounded incredibly grand, so he checked to see who wrote it. To his astonishment, the name inscribed inside was Zeke Draker, the close advisor to the hero King Kaiser. Zeke didn't have time to read, so he had the system narrate it like an audiobook. Before detailing why Zeke Draker created the true dragon swordplay, the text explained why such a technique was even necessary. The relationship between dragons and humans started with Kaiser. He was the first human to forge a contract with the supreme beings known as dragons. Back then, the dragons offered their aid for no particular reason. They simply pitied the frail humans, who lacked the special traits of other races. Soon after, the number of contracts exploded, spreading across the entire Floss continent as countless civilizations flourished. This incredibly rapid growth planted a seed of doubt in Sheltern's heart. To be honest, he feared the dragons. These transcendent beings were helping humanity on a whim, moved by something as fickle as pity. They could turn on them just as easily as they had helped. If his fears ever became reality, everything would collapse. Humanity wouldn't be able to resist at all. They would be utterly annihilated in a single day. Driven by this fear, Sheltern sought a way to fight these supreme beings. The first method he tried was magic. The very first gift dragons bestowed upon humans. They had inscribed circles in humanity's frail hearts, which were incapable of generating their own mana. But trying to defeat a dragon with its own gift was a fool's errand. Next, Sheltern considered Hero King Kaiser's elemental sword, a weapon even dragons feared. However, it could only be wielded by those who inherited the blood of the fairy monarch. So, Sheltern dedicated himself to researching a new power that could level the playing field. He investigated the primitive swordsmanship of the North and the mysterious powers of the East, scouring the land only to come back empty-handed. Ironically, the one who helped him achieve a breakthrough was the Hero King's own contracted dragon, Kronos. The massive beast claimed he was just helping for fun, but Sheltern sensed a strange resolve in him. His quest for knowledge pressed on, and he eventually stumbled upon Aura. This man was literally the world's first Aura user. It was neither an elemental force nor mana, but a power unique to humanity. Even after the Hero King's fall, the research continued until it finally bore fruit. Sheltern tested the theory and application of Aura, merging it with swordsmanship. At last, he wrote and distributed the true dragon swordplay to the masses. But in a world offering shortcuts to power through dragon-made artifacts, almost no one bothered to put in the effort to study his technique. In his later years, Sheltern was relieved that the dragons never betrayed humanity, but the feeling that his technique would one day be needed never left him. He sincerely hoped that whoever discovered the fruit of his fear and labor would try to understand and master the technique within. With that, the system established an achievement quest, become Sheltern's successor within 3 months. Upon completion, it would reveal the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. That place had to be overflowing with treasures. Truly powerful stuff. The only catch with this quest was the time limit. 3 months implied it might be far more difficult to master than the elemental sword. From the viewpoint of someone from the modern era, Zeke knew Shelton's paranoia was completely justified. He wasn't sure how long after the Hero King's era it occurred, but the dragons had indeed betrayed humanity, sparking a massive liberation war. Turning to the system, Zeke inquired if any other helpful entries were on the shelf. After scanning the contents, the system located a match and played a magical video recording from Tarakon's journal. The library appeared to dissolve as Zeke became fully immersed in another place and time. It felt similar to when his system tutorial first started. This time, however, he wasn't transported to an empty void, but to a cold, dark, and dreary desert. Using his dragon eyes, Zeke could discern this wasn't a physical plane. Even so, the sensation he felt when a humongous eye of an apex predator locked onto him was utterly surreal. He braced himself as an ancient dragon stirred from its slumber, rising on its powerful limbs. If not for his indomitable mental defense skill, he would have already collapsed to his knees in terror. Before him was a projection of a life form, once known as the king of all creation, a primordial dragon. A moment later, someone else entered the scene, addressing the beast as Bahamut. Who could have imagined Zeke would witness a living projection of his heart and sword's original owner? As for the man who called its name, Zeke couldn't even sense his presence until he spoke. Zeke was in the dark about many things, but one thing was certain: this man was also a monster, in a different sense than Bahamut. Ignoring his presence, the man walked right through Zeke. This is what happens when you're transported inside a recording of the past. Since this experience was recorded in Tarakon's journal, it was safe to assume this was the decisive battle between Bahamut and Zeke Draker from the legend of the Dragon Slayer. The beast lunged forward, and Zeke watched with excitement. He was about to witness a first-hand account of the battle every child on the continent had heard 1,000,000 times. Yet, Bahamut didn't attack. He merely stepped forward, kicking up a storm as the man stood his ground. Surprisingly, Bahamut spoke, asking why Tarakon was still hesitating. The hero responded with a deathly silence, and the beast expressed its disappointment in this contractor of his. Hearing the implication of this interaction, Zeke's entire worldview was shattered. Tarakon was contracted to Bahamut, just like Kaiser was with Kronos. If that was true, Why did the legend of the Dragon Slayer paint a picture of good versus evil, hero versus monster? Zeke desperately wanted to see and hear more. He needed clarity, but it was impossible. The recording began glitching, obscuring the ongoing conversation. He tried to move closer, but all he could hear was a garbled mess of static and distorted audio. Desperate, he urged the system to intervene and fix the recording, but his request was denied. Though he couldn't understand what was happening, he kept his eyes locked on Terracon as the man finally moved from his spot. During his time with Kaiser, he'd asked if a contracted dragon could eliminate its contractor. The Hero King had just laughed at him for spouting such nonsense. Kaiser had explained that a dragon could theoretically betray a human. However, it was far more likely for the betrayal to come from the contractor. Judging by Bahamut's corpse being reduced to ashes and scattered by the wind, that seemed to be exactly what was happening here. After a distorted battle, all that remained were the dragon's heart and fang, the very items Zeke received from the dragon Slayer's home. He wondered if a dragon always turns to dust and leaves behind parts of itself upon death. That couldn't be the case every time. Considering pure blood gloves were made from dragon leather, Bahamut might be a special case, but there was no way to know for sure. As the recording concluded, Zeke was transported back to the middle of the ordinary library. He sighed in confusion, his thoughts racing in every direction, desperate for answers. There was no point in asking questions that had no answers. It was better to head back for now, since he possessed the entirety of Terracon's secret library downloaded to his system. Zeke replayed that enigmatic entry again and again. As expected, there was too much static and footage corruption in those crucial after-entry parts. The final exchange between the beast and the hero would remain a mystery for now. Thanks to his constant digging through the library records, he did manage to learn a few things. He discovered the true dragon sword style was the origin of the Draker family's dragon-slaying arts. Terracon had simplified the complex technique, watered it down, and refined the result to create his own art. Given how diluted this art was, contrary to its name, it became a technique unable to land a fatal blow on a mere dragonborn, let alone a full-fledged dragon. This fraudulent technique was being propped up by each user's innate traits. Sure, its power dropped, but Terracon succeeded in improving its practicality, making it more widely accessible. Still, the massive discrepancy between the legend he'd known his whole life and the entry in Terracon's diary was deeply bothersome. Supposedly, Terracon slew Bahamut to usher in a golden age of prosperity. It was a tale as old as time. The big picture was consistent with the diary entry, but the details of how it went down seemed vastly different. The fact that the two were contracted was never mentioned anywhere, not once, was just gone, as if erased from history. He'd researched for days with no headway. Pondering this as he left the library, Zeke received an urgent letter via carrier pigeon. It was from his new partner, Kay. She found his sudden interest in folktales strange, but her people investigated every known version of the dragon Slayer legend at his request. They even secured versions not translated into the common tongue. Not a single book with information on contracts between humans and dragons exists. On closer inspection, Kay found something odd. In every story, the same words were repeated relentlessly, almost as if planted in some kind of conspiracy. She tried to, personally dig deeper, but ended up getting a direct warning from the Draker family. Once that happened, the Syndicate had no choice but to back away. They cannot afford any friction with a transcendent family. Although the report gave him no new information, Zeke was now certain his family was censoring information about the progenitor. The family's name was clearly built on Terracon's achievements. He was praised far and wide as the first dragon slayer. Something was definitely fishy. 1,000 years of manipulation were at play. Zeke knew he was missing something. Maybe one more scan through the secret library would give him a hint. He was about to dive back into his study when his sixth sense picked up an unfamiliar presence inside his mansion. Zeke acted normally, entering his home and quietly raising his guard. Today, all employees, including Decker, were supposed to be off. Duke and Andre are busy with their new jobs. If that's the case, who the hell was lurking in the shadows? Zeke activated the minimap to ascertain the perpetrator's location. He surprisingly found two. One was stationed outside, while the other was waiting at the top of the stairwell. At first, he theorized that the hunting dogs from the giant mountains had defied all odds and tracked him down, but he was extremely careful back then. Forget dragon-slaying arts. He didn't even use a longsword. They couldn't possibly draw a connection. If so, it was imperative to find out what these trespassers came for. While he mentally listed the enemies who might have set this thing up, Zeke casually entered his room. A few moments later, he appeared at the window directly behind, the masked trespasser. Zeke bet his ambitious brother, Abel, was the one who hired these goons. That punk must have seen through the alliance he formed with his big sis Carly. He drew a smaller blade than he usually wields. It was fine if the assassin refused to answer his questions. He has plenty of ways in his arsenal to make even the hardest criminals talk. Seeing no hint of fear in the supposed target's eyes, the assassin was taken aback. The encounter quickly devolved into a frantic knife match, barely visible to the untrained eye. Each second was equivalent to a dozen lethal moves being exchanged. By the looks of it, Zeke was gaining the upper hand with his aggression. Of course, he was nimble and knew when to pull back against a well-trained professional. After crossing blades with this assassin, Zeke got a rough idea of the man's identity. A mask can hide a face, but hiding a fighting style in the midst of battle is impossible. Zeke was 100% sure that the assassin was using the knifemanship style of the Gorkha kingdom of the northern region. The Gorkha Rangers are formidable, hailed as the Guardians of the North. They wield a kukri, a kind of dagger with a very distinct shape. With their outstanding skill for killing, they are valued on the central continent as special forces for hire. Anyway, the Rangers' involvement takes Abel's name off the suspect list, since they don't take requests like assassinations that create grudges. On top of that, this guy was moving far too defensively for an assassin. Zeke purposefully showed an opening during battle, and the Ranger refused to take the bait and exploit it. He wasn't going for the kill, even though he was skilled enough to react. This meant their goal was most likely to kidnap Zeke instead of carrying out a hit. Zeke looked out the open window and noticed an explosive sphere entering from outside. That meant this was most likely a sedative meant for neutralization. The sphere broke in half, unleashing a hazy cloud. Zeke smelled the earthy scent of mandragora rootlets, a common ingredient for strong sedatives. Since he had nothing more interesting to do today, he decided to play along and slowly dropped his blade. When the system detected the mixture entering his lungs, his poison resistance skill kicked in and rendered it ineffective. Even so, this guy put on his immaculate acting skills once more and flatly dropped face down to the ground. The Rangers picked his limp body up and carried him out through the window. Look at this man messing with kidnappers just for kicks. Well, if it's not Abel, he didn't really know who else would have the motive to abduct him, nor the reason why. It would save him a lot of time to just go with the flow and solve this mystery right away. The Rangers brought Zeke over to a farm on the outskirts of Atlas. They got this man chained up and padlocked. Out of all the suspects on his list, he never even considered that the mastermind was an outsider. This eye-patch-wearing dude is Cliff Reinhardt, the group leader of the Reinhardt merchants. Since Zeke already knew the man by name, this talk should go much smoother. In his past life, he was briefly acquainted with Cliff, and the Reinhardt Merchant Group is one of the 10 great trading houses on the continent, with operations centered in the Alencia Kingdom. On the original timeline, both Alencia and the Reinhardts would be utterly destroyed within just a few years. Zeke had once worked alongside Cliff, both fiercely opposing the Empire. In their final meeting, Cliff had given him secret intel that could have crippled the Empire. He then returned to his burning kingdom, disappearing forever. Perhaps it was patriotism, but from Zeke's point of view, it was a foolish sacrifice. Now, in the present, Cliff begins the meeting. He apologized for the forceful methods used to secure this sit-down. He signaled his men to remove Zeke's chains, promising a formal apology on behalf of the merchant group. Seeing that, Cliff was trying to ease into the real topic with pleasantries, Zeke urged him to cut to the chase. Now, unrestrained, he made it abundantly clear that he wasn't the one trapped in the room. They were locked in there with him. Intimidated, Cliff gulped nervously. No matter his age, a Draker is a Draker, and even the most seasoned knights would feel at least a bit uneasy in his presence. Yet, this young man didn't flinch. Cliff had invested significant resources to control this meeting, but Zeke wrestled the advantage away from him instantly. Before they talked business, Cliff slid a dossier over for Zeke to examine. It contained records of the new pandemic ravaging the southern central continent. Zeke casually flipped through the pages until one caught his eye. From that single page, he connected the dots. One of the infected was Elena Stone, mother of his first subordinate, Liam Stone. She had been suffering from Rose disease, and Zeke had given Liam the cure. At present, Rose disease is considered an incredibly painful affliction with a 100% fatality rate. The only known exception to this death sentence was Elena Stone, who made a miraculous full recovery. Even her own physician was baffled. Cliff Reinhardt wanted to know if Zeke was involved, in her case. In truth, the young lord was impressed. Cliff had caught wind of the situation and acted on the clues. It was highly probable this shrewd merchant wanted to monopolize the cure. Given the disease's fatality rate, the cure was worth an unimaginable fortune. However, Zeke knew Cliff was a reasonable man who could see beyond his own self-interest. He wasn't the type to be consumed by greed and endanger the prized heir of a transcendent house. Acting on this assumption, Zeke admitted he was the one who provided Elena Stone with the cure. Cliff could barely contain himself. He practically begged Zeke to sell him the formula for the cure, promising to pay any price. Seeing the otherwise dignified merchant desperate for it, Zeke cut him off. He urged the man to sit back down and compose himself like a businessman. From Cliff's reaction, it was obvious his goal went far beyond simple profit. He needed the cure to save someone's life, which was the ultimate leverage for Zeke. In exchange for the production method, he demanded 3 favors. Simple enough, right? Cliff was about to get taken for a ride. For now, Zeke planned to bank those favors for later use. He even promised not to ask for anything the merchant group couldn't handle. It was a vague deal, as defining what the group couldn't handle was difficult. Nevertheless, Cliff couldn't afford to pass up this opportunity. Zeke casually wrote down the instructions for making Dosera, the cure, on a slip of paper, dangling it before Cliff. But before handing over a method worth infinite wealth, he had a question born of personal curiosity. He just wanted to know who, exactly, needed this cure so desperately. Cliff tried to deny it was for any one person, claiming he was just looking to make an obscene amount of money. But he hired Northern Rangers to abduct the Draker's golden boy and had an explosive reaction to the cure. He was risking everything on an uncertainty, and that was not the behavior of a level-headed businessman seeking profit. Realizing he'd been read like an open book, Cliff sat back down and confessed they were trying to cure a member of the Alencia Kingdom's royal family. He refused to say exactly who. Unsatisfied, Zeke wanted more juicy details, but then he recalled his last interaction with Cliff, before he regressed. Back in his jaded assassin days, Zeke had warned Cliff to abandon Alencia or die in vain. With his fortune, Cliff could have easily sought asylum in the north. Naturally, the shrewd merchant knew that, but by then, he was just tired of everything. He had the eyes of a dead man, wanting only to face his end in his homeland. However, the man, sitting across from Zeke, now still had the fire of life in his eyes. Whoever he was trying to save had to be someone incredibly precious to him. Regardless, the Alencia Kingdom was on the brink of ruin. The entire kingdom was in chaos, torn apart by disputes over the administration of its different races. The royal family's internal power struggles weren't helping the situation, but there was still a sliver of hope. Perhaps forging a connection with Alencian royalty now would pay dividends later. So, Zeke accepted Cliff's resolute answer and handed over the formula. With their deal made and the solution to his problems in hand, Cliff trembled with relief. The weight of the world lifted from his shoulders, but Zeke interrupted his. It was a pivotal moment as he presented his first request. True to his word, Cliff listened intently and swore on his company's name that they would get it done. For the first of 3 payments, Zeke wanted the Reinhardt Merchant Group to set him up with a job. The economy is apparently so rough that even dragon slayers need employment. Well, to be exact, he needs a fake job under a false identity for the time being. If that's all he requires, Cliff could easily arrange it for free. You see, Zeke plans to establish business in the crime-infested regions of the southern continent. He can't afford to take half measures. He knows the Reinhardt Merchant Group has some business dealings with the cartels. Cliff offered to let Zeke use his cousin's name, so no suspicion could be traced back to Draker's rising star. Zeke also wants a reliable transport route to and from the south, as well as a house. He'll be storing cargo there, so he needs something on the larger side. In addition, he wants a ride back, since he was abducted and brought here against his will. This guy is really pushing his luck with this first request. Nevertheless, Cliff agreed, and they swapped contact info for updates on the preparations. Zeke could hardly believe the stubborn Reinhardt would give in to his demands so easily. He must be in a really tight spot. With the meeting over, the 2 rangers who had abducted Zeke led him outside. They gave him a decent horse for his journey back to the mansion. He casually walked past the imposing rangers and approached his new horse. Once he was saddled up and ready to ride, the Rangers finished their business and made a move to leave. Zeke curiously asked if their contract with Reinhardt was over. The two were surprised when he asked the question in fluent Gorkhali. When asked how he knew how to speak their native language, he simply answered that it's just a little hobby of his. More importantly, he wants to hire the two of them for a new job. The assignment is fairly simple. They just have to rescue a target being held by McCain. The Rangers looked at each other with hesitation. The objective itself is acceptable, and the pay is more than generous. They hesitate to accept solely because of who Zeke is. The Gorkhali king refuses to do business with the transcendent families. Well, that won't be an issue in this case. As discussed, Zeke just secured a false identity under the Reinhardt Merchants Authority. The commission request filed back in Gorka will be under that name. It should be fine, as long as nobody talks. With the job finalized, Zeke brought up another matter that the three of them had yet to settle. He reached into his pocket and flicked two blades into the air, which then landed on the ground. They were the Rangers' kukri daggers. You see, these are not just simple weapons for the Rangers of the Gorka Kingdom. They are only given one when they are acknowledged as full-fledged warriors. They view it as being as precious as their own lives. Each Ranger has a kukri as their other half. The fact that someone could snatch them away without a trace is basically a death sentence. Before heading back, Zeke Draker had to flex on his new subordinates, with an overwhelming display of superior skill. The Rangers were shaken to their very core. They just had a glimpse of just how monstrous their new boss truly is. Zeke is looking forward to seeing these two again once the job is done. After meeting with Reinhardt, he began properly scouring Valhalla for potential allies. Obviously, the prime targets were the 5 Divine Knights. If he can forge connections with them, they will likely become huge assets down the line. Luckily for Zeke, he has the full support of Dean Flo. He was able to confirm that all 5 of them are Valhalla alumni. The timing, however, is a bit of an issue. Bishop Kask, the Silent Knight, had already graduated and is now serving in the Kingdom's Knight Order. Jeffrey Solma, the Haze Knight, is in the graduating class. He's currently participating in field training. As for Asta Elodolf, the poor guy is on a leave of absence, refusing to go to class due to his severe insomnia. Reyna will probably get in next year. As a blood relative, Zeke will have plenty of chances to interact with her. In the end, the only one left to approach is Diego Villa. A few minutes later, Zeke found himself behind a drum kit, jamming out with Diego and his band. Even he had no idea what the heck just happened. The last thing he remembered was going to Diego's club room to have a talk and win him over. Diego immediately took him in, as they were in desperate need of a new drummer. Swept up by how fast everything happened, he unknowingly joined the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club against his will. You have got to give the kid some credit. He has some serious raw talent on the drums. They jammed in perfect sync, freestyling all day long. Zeke was surprised to find that this whole thing was actually fun. Once the adrenaline faded, he was completely wiped. He'd gotten swept up in Diego's energy and pace. He went straight home and was greeted by Decker, his arms still a bit sore from drumming all day. Next up was training. He's been studying Sheltern's technique for a while now. It mentioned microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits and a bunch of incomprehensible jargon. After reading it from cover to cover, he finally understood why Tarayan reworked this convoluted mess into the simplified dragon-slaying arts. All the techniques in true dragon swordplay require an incredible amount of aura compression and decompression that's incomparable to the simplified version. It makes sense. This style of swordsmanship isn't meant to be used against humans. It was written to slay dragons. Its killing power nearly matches the elemental sword. Trying to embody the text, Zeke took the first stance. The first key is to exaggerate the sword's form. One must compress their aura to its absolute limit of density. At that point, you can slice through a great dragon with one strike. Decker wordlessly entered the training hall's viewing deck, seeing his young master practicing furiously. Zeke realized his divine body was the perfect constitution for mastering this technique. His body could perform at the highest level, while his learning rate and ether transfer were drastically increased. It was like a map of the optimal, completed form was spread out before him. He simply had to follow what his mind had already decoded. The more he repeated the domineering movements, the more connected he felt to the technique, deepening his comprehension. With each slash and stab, something finally clicked inside his mind. He had just recently surpassed the wall separating blue and red knights, stepping into a whole new realm. Today, he had already dented the wall to becoming a black knight. They say hasty growth makes the next wall even higher. But the heart of Bahamut, beating in his ether hall, was resonating with the true dragon's swordplay, practically crying out. Afraid of losing this sensation, Zeke kicked it up a notch, swinging his sword without any sign of stopping. He moved, struck, and attacked, until the manifestation of Bahamut's crest on his chest brought him to a halt. Zeke's dragon eye forcefully activated as an unfamiliar power pulsed through his body. The system explained that Bahamut's heart was reacting to Zeke Draker's technique. The memories engraved within the evil dragon's heart were now being replayed. When Zeke regained his vision, he was floating in an endless void devoid of light. In that darkness, he saw a scene unfold. He heard composed footsteps approaching as a hooded old man arrived for a conversation with the Lord of Dusk, Bahamut. The man's voice was hoarse and aged, and he had a request. When Bahamut rose from his slumber, the entire cavern's atmosphere became hostile. The old man pulled something from his robe, the Book of True Dragon Swordplay. The technique's creator, Zeke Draker, wanted the dragon to keep it for safekeeping. Bahamut understandably scoffed at this request. He knew Zeke was detestable, but this just confirmed the man was insane. To actually entrust a dragon with a dragon-killing technique, the audacity. Apparently, Zeke resorted to this insane option because of Kronos. Hearing that name only served to anger Bahamut even more, as he saw Kronos as a traitor, led astray by humans, one who had long ago lost his sense as a mediator. Seeing the evil dragon's aggression, Zeke calmly reached for his sword. Bahamut conjured hundreds of giant black spears, from thin air, aiming them at the man. He was no fan of rabid, rambling prophecies. With zero regard for human life, Bahamut launched the spears, and Zeke drew his blade. He parried the massive magical weapons, swinging tirelessly with all his might to deflect the series of destructive attacks. Zeke was the real deal. The true dragon swordplay he devised and mastered was on full display. Each of those spears could topple kingdoms and kill heroes, but he made them look ordinary. Nevertheless, one man can only do so much against such a barrage of overwhelming power. This was Zeke's first time seeing the pinnacle of creation, draconic magic, in action. The sheer force was unbelievable. If he were in Sheltern's place, he might be able to deflect, one or two at most, before succumbing. Yet, this man defied all odds and logic by surviving hundreds. He was a monster in human skin. Bahamut was displeased, growling at Sheltern to get the heck out of his lair, or the next barrage would be directed at the Kronos kingdom. Sheltern knew the dragon was bluffing. An act like that would bring down an ungodly karmic sanction. Bahamut was steadfast, claiming he didn't give a damn about karmic sanctions. Humans shouldn't even be aware of such a concept. He believed that crushing maggots underfoot hardly warrants punishment. Sheltern tried reasoning and failed, just as Kronos predicted. So, he produced a little help. A pocket watch, courtesy of the Hero King's contractor. Bahamut didn't like that at all. He summoned even more black spears, refusing to yield to Kronos' artifact. But that pocket watch was simply too powerful. Sheltern activated the latent power inside it, summoning a giant magic circle under his feet. This created an area of effect that stopped Bahamut's attack in its tracks. Kronos' artifact was powerful enough to restrain the dragon's rampage. Zeke's curiosity was piqued by the unbelievable magic of that pocket watch. If an artifact with Kronos' power was this potent, how strong was the dragon himself? While he was busy observing the watch in his astral state, Zeke was shaken by a grating sound. Bahamut was trying his hardest to break free from the restraints of time, clawing and fighting, until he was panting and salivating. Unseen by Zeke, Sheltern showed the evil dragon a vision of what was to come. This was the fastest way to relay Kronos' prophecy to the INE, stubborn lizard. The vision was an adequate explanation for why Bahamut was the only one who could handle the true dragon's swordplay. Bahamut calmed down, cursing the very concept of dragons, making pacts with humans. If humanity desired power, they should earn it through their own strength. And so, Bahamut accepted the duty of safeguarding the dragon-slaying technique. With magic, he flipped through the pages, absorbing its contents on the spot. He even commended Sheltern for creating something so ingenious to protect the world. Bahamut found this ridiculous. Sheltern wanted to protect humankind, not the world itself. Nevertheless, he took the mission, swearing that as long as the prophecy remained unfulfilled, the book would never see the light of day. Sheltern believed that even without the book, humanity would one day master the power of aura. Bahamut sneered that if such a future ever came to pass, he would personally annihilate all humans. as aura was not a power for such insignificant beings to wield. Ironically, though Sheltern created the technique from his fear of dragons, Bahamut and Kronos were the only two he trusted. Before departing, he shared one final prophecy, that someday, even the misanthropic dragon would find someone to open his heart to, a contractor he would truly trust. Bahamut couldn't imagine such a thing happening, firmly believing it would never come to pass. And just like that, Zeke's consciousness returned to the training room. He didn't completely grasp what the two legends discussed, but he witnessed Bahamut's profound distrust of human beings. As the vessel of the evil dragon's heart, he could partly empathize with the beast. This made it even more baffling that the dragon had formed a contract with Terracon. After viewing Bahamut's memories, and with so much missing context in the timeline, Zeke resumed his research into ancient history. As predicted, all records of Terracon and Bahamut had been manipulated by the Draker family. There was no mention of a contract between the evil dragon and the progenitor. While he spent his days searching for the smallest clue and training in the true dragon sword style, he finally got a message from Cliff Reinhardt about his side gig. He'd requested an identity that would grant him immunity from suspicion, and ended up as the deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. It felt a bit too extravagant. Today, messages from his business dealings kept pouring in. It seemed Kay had finally shown her resolve. After reading her urgent message, Zeke went to the Syndicate's Atlas branch at the Secret Garden Hotel. He was escorted to a magically sealed room where his partner, Kay, was chilling, on a couch in the secure VIP lounge. For anonymity, Zeke was also sporting his brown wig disguise tonight. He chuckled at how Kay now openly called him her partner, but was suddenly distracted by the view of Atlas from such a height. He'd been living in the city for a while, but seeing it from this vantage point felt entirely different. To be fair, the image of Atlas, seared into his soul, was one of ruins and ashes from the Continental War. He snapped out of his reverie as Kay poured him a drink. Zeke complimented the view, which Kay had noticed. She was quite proud of this majestic spot. The hotel was one of the Syndicate's side businesses, a secure location for their covert dealings. He declined the alcohol, and Kay teased him for being a goody two-shoes who wouldn't partake in a little underage drinking. She found it rather cute, but that wasn't the real reason. On his first day in Atlas, he got swept up in a celebration with Duke and Andre. That night, he discovered his poison-resistant skill treated alcohol as a toxin to be neutralized. In his past life, he would occasionally drink just to get intoxicated. He couldn't even do that anymore. That's why he opted for tea. Cutting the small talk, Kay rummaged through her bag and pulled something out. Inside was a document, packed with evidence of Pabella's piracy operations. Once she knew where to look, the proof just kept piling up. It was more shocking that she hadn't noticed until Zeke pointed it out, as it was so blatant. Following the White Silver Knights' crusade against southern piracy, Pabella experienced a period of massive growth, all fueled by off-the-books profits. In every shady detail, Joaquin Fernandez, aka Alenko, kept appearing. He's McCain's second-in-command, yet he had under-the-table dealings with their rival, Pabella. Kay chose not to sound the alarm with her superiors yet, as it would sow chaos in the underworld. She wanted to discuss the artifacts Zeke planned to sell next, but the words caught in her throat. The atmosphere shifted. It was time for Zeke to explain his plan to install her as the new boss of the Syndicate. After a long and intense discussion, Zeke began enacting the plan. He relied on his system's ability to open portals at specific locations via the minimap. He used it multiple times, setting the stage for the hell that was about to break loose. Using these portals consumed a significant amount of karma points, but it would be worth it. This way, Zeke Draker could never end up on any suspect list. Even in Nirvana, one of the 3 transcendental Tama families specializing in magic, only a very limited number of people could use teleportation. Furthermore, travel between cities required a magic tower's large-scale portal. By dodging all those inconveniences, he could mask this entire plan as a simple, bizarre accident. Zeke would pay a fortune to see how those old geezers would react. As night fell, Don Juan was about to get a fiery surprise. Just as planned, chaos erupted across the city as numerous buildings were set ablaze. At this rate, the inferno would soon spread throughout the entire area, and the mages might not get there in time to contain it. Meanwhile, up in her office, Kay was chain-smoking, on edge about how the night would unfold. She knew the brat was bold, just like a Draker. But that man was far more than just bold, he was completely insane. Their conversation had been simple. He proposed torching every single Soma warehouse, on the central continent that fell under McCain's control. All he needed were their locations. Kay countered that only McCain and the syndicate executives had that information, so a leak would be easily traced. But Zeke didn't plan on keeping it a secret for long. His real goal was to frame El Mano. There was no better scapegoat than the man already turning on his own people. On top of that, Kay hadn't reported her findings from the piracy investigation to anyone. They already had all the evidence they needed. They wouldn't even have to lift a finger to start the blame game. Kay could just call a syndicate executive meeting, tie McCain and Pabella together with a neat little bow, and report them both to Don Juan. She knew this insane plan would rock the criminal underworld. She was terrified of getting burned, since everyone knows what happens to traitors in the organization. He calmed her fears, telling her it wouldn't matter who snitched, when all the executives were going to be wiped out anyway. She could either join him or remain a low-level grunt for the syndicate for the rest of her life. This was her fastest ticket to the top. It was up to her to seize it. At this stage, folding was no longer an option. She could only call or raise. Kay was a sharp woman. She knew that on paper, no matter how crazy it sounded, Zeke's plan could actually work. Besides, she hadn't joined this organization just to do someone else's dirty work. Zeke Draker possessed a phenomenal intellect. He'd figured out Pabella's true operation when nobody else could. He'd even produced a massive collection of high-quality artifacts ready to be sold for an insane amount of money. After seeing his uncanny knack for always ending up on the right side of every deal, Kay became determined to ride or die with the young lord. How could a little risk possibly scare her after witnessing what Zeke was truly capable of? She grabbed the wine bottle from the table and chugged that bad boy straight down. He was genuinely impressed. She could clearly handle her liquor, not that it mattered, since she'd be dead if the plan failed. Kay chose to bet everything she had on this mysterious man. The table had no limit, and she was going all in. With his most crucial player now on board, Zeke swore he'd make sure she wouldn't regret making this bet. But when the night of the fires arrived and the alcohol wore off, Kay trembled, uncertain of what was to come. At this point, she was trusting Zeke Draker with her entire life. Far away, the head of the McCain cartel, Don Juan, was seething after receiving news of the fires that were wrecking his business. He swore that whoever was responsible for this disaster would suffer an extremely painful end. After setting the entire underworld ablaze, Zeke was back to his old life, worrying about cadet drama. The semester was finally coming to a close. It had been nearly half a year since his blue night level was revealed. In front of him now sat a box containing an invitation to his very own promotion banquet. This celebration was to welcome young Drakers who had crossed the threshold to become official knights of the family. Usually, a person would be invited around the age of 20, and only after reaching the purple knight level. Furthermore, it had been 3 years since he'd last seen his father, the patriarch. He wished things could stay the same, but change was inevitable. That afternoon, the Four-Season Fortress Gardens central banquet hall was packed with all kinds of nobles and knights. The Draker patriarch himself was busy entertaining the guests. When Abel arrived to pay his respects to his father, the nobles parted to make way for him. Abel noted that the banquet had drawn the attention of many important figures. The patriarch simply insisted this was to be expected. After all, Zeke had just become the youngest prodigy on the entire continent. Abel felt the sharp sting of that remark. He was the former record holder, a fact his father knew all too well. Excusing himself, the patriarch dismissed Abel to go prepare for the ceremony. Abel was seething internally, but he couldn't afford to disrespect the man currently on the throne. That didn't stop him from harboring a resentment that was ready to boil over at any moment. Meanwhile, the guest of honor himself had just entered the venue, dressed in a suffocatingly ornate outfit. Zeke walked in alongside Duke, who had been working non-stop with the patriarch for the last few months. The old-timer was seriously regretting coming out of retirement. He was even forced to act as his disciple's official escort. Zeke, of course, had predicted this lazy bum's reaction to having an actual job months ago. For the moment, they needed to head to the Spring Garden. The Four Seasons Fortress was divided into 4 main areas. According to Duke, the only Indano section where outsiders were permitted and where most public ceremonies were held was the Spring Garden. Summerlock was the office where the majority of Draker business was conducted. The Autumn Fell was a daughterless, somber hall used for internal ceremonies and rites, like the knighting ceremony. And last but not least, Winterkeep was a massive storage facility for rare artifacts collected over 1,000 years. Years are safely stored. In his previous life, Zeke had never set foot in halls like these. He was kicked out of the academy before his knighting, right after passing the spring garden and reaching the entrance to Autumn Fell. The Duke told the kid to proceed alone from this point. He had other matters to attend to, so he would be skipping the banquet. His only advice for his disciple was to stand firm and be the very best he could be. Over time, Zeke had grown fond of the eccentric old man. It felt good having someone care for him this way, and it certainly helped that they shared the same dry wit. The moment he opened the door, trumpets blared in triumph. The star of the evening, Sir Zeke Draker, made his entrance, wearing a completely unfazed expression, and decked out in gold, black, and red. He radiated a regal aura. The nobles present were stunned that a 15-year-old had actually reached Blue Knight as a golden light, pure blood awakener. By now, all comparisons to Abel had shifted, with Zeke becoming the clear favorite. At the far end of the hall, Arthur Draker, leader of all dragon slayers, officially announced Zeke's first step as a knight. The knighting ceremony was solemn and dignified. From this day forward, he was an honorable knight tasked with bringing glory to the Draker name. But, much to everyone's surprise, Arthur Draker didn't end the ceremony there. He also declared Zeke a formal knight of the household, a move that was completely unheard of. A formal knight holds a higher status than a regular knight, and the only condition to attain this rank is by accumulating actual achievements. Blessed by aura, Drakers tend to awaken quickly. It's almost a given that with some training and talent, they will reach purple or blue knight. Within the family, actual accomplishments carry more weight than one's aura level. Abel Draker only earned the rank of formal knight after grinding out major achievements for 3 months in the field. He was the previous record holder for the youngest blue knight, but he wasn't just handed the rank. Zeke figured that Arthur's declaration at this moment was a blatant violation of tradition. Still, the patriarch alone holds the authority to bestow ranks, and no one would dare oppose his decision. It was hard to figure out his angle, though. Like a proud father, Arthur boasted that his boy awakened with a golden light and shattered all kinds of records, a knight destined to surpass even him. He claimed he didn't want to come off as an overprotective parent, so he would cut his speech short. Arthur Draker then raised his glass, wishing his son a blessed future and continued peace and prosperity throughout the continent. The nobles followed suit, praising the Draker name. This kicked off the spirited celebration for the family's future. In Zeke's past life, Arthur was a completely indifferent old fool when Zeke was exiled. Now that he's shown a bit of talent, he's playing the part of a proud father. While Zeke was giving his dad the side-eye, he was summoned to accompany the patriarch. Arthur wanted a private word with him as father and son. While everyone else enjoyed the merry festivities, Abel was scowling in the corner of the room. He certainly didn't look like an older brother proud of his youngest sibling's achievements. When his subordinate pointed this out, Abel quickly wiped the scowl from his face. They hadn't come for this trivial ceremony. In the first place, they were waiting for the prince. A few minutes later, Zeke emerged from the private study with a gold coin in his hand. This coin, bearing the family sigil, was a token that could be exchanged for a single report from the Winter Keep. Since it was basically free loot, it wasn't a bad gift at all. More importantly, this banquet wasn't going to last just one day. It would undoubtedly span several days to accommodate important figures from across the continent. Zeke was already dreading how he would endure exchanging fake pleasantries with people he couldn't care less about. While he was silently cursing his predicament, a pleasant voice called his name from behind. A young woman with blue hair bowed and introduced herself as the first princess of the Alencia kingdom, Melissa Alencia. He recognized the name immediately. She was the princess destined to rise to power as the Alencia kingdom's next monarch. Unlike the current sickly and ineffective king, she would enact policies prioritizing her people. Because of this, she gained overwhelming popular support. As a result, she became intensely disliked by Alencia's corrupt aristocrats. But after she officially ascended the throne, they had no choice but to curry favor and kiss her feet. In Zeke's past life, things took an unjust turn. Tensions with the empire escalated. The promising princess suddenly halted all international activities before eventually vanishing completely. Articles speculating that she had been assassinated by the empire spread across the continent. Without a leader, the Alencia kingdom was ravaged by war, and the truth was lost to time. Even before all that wartime chaos began, news of Melissa's activities was few and far between. It made no sense for her to attend some random knighting ceremony unless you really thought about it. During his negotiations with Cliff Reinhardt, Eyepatch confessed they needed the cure for one of Alencia Kingdom's royals. Could this kind-looking young woman be that royal? Eager to probe a little deeper, Zeke gave a polite bow and responded gracefully. He enthusiastically shared that he had heard a great deal about her renown, and it was a true honor to have her in attendance, and praised her community-focused policies, which always prioritized the people. While most nobles dismissed her policies as shallow and without substance, Zeke would be the first to argue in their defense. He empathized with the many issues Melissa had to consider, not the least of which were her finances. She was genuinely shocked that this knight knew so much about her political efforts. Just as a trusted source had mentioned, this young man is different from other knuckle-headed boys. Seeing her laugh, Zeke asked if he had offended her somehow. On the contrary, she was delighted that someone in this venue could sympathize with her grievances. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she excused herself, explaining she would love to speak with him a little longer, but she didn't want to monopolize the guest of honor. It was understandable, given the burdensome glares from the parasitic nobles. Before exiting the banquet hall, Melissa reassured him not to be disappointed, feeling certain a better opportunity for a proper conversation would soon arise. With the intriguing princess gone, Zeke had to start making his rounds through the gauntlet of nobles. It felt like holding his breath for an entire day, facing an endless stream of polite greetings and awful jokes. This day only cemented his disdain for anything formal. He would rather be training and getting completely clobbered by the hero King Kaiser. Suddenly, the dull clank of heavy armor echoed through the venue, drawing everyone's attention. Who in their right mind wears armor to a banquet where even the family patriarch wore silk? A rowdy voice boomed from a man, decked out in golden armor bearing a lion insignia. He declared he'd been searching for the banquet's guest of honor. The fourth imperial prince of Rome, Callus, and his entourage of knights, had come to pay respects to the youngest blue knight in history. In his past life, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed piece of work was Abel Draker's partner in crime throughout the Continental War. Callus Nerva Constantinus introduced himself and extended a hand. Refusing to touch the bastard's hand, Zeke offered a polite bow instead. With the stiffest possible greeting, he thanked the prince for his attendance. Of course, Callus picked up on the message, but being in foreign territory, he chose to let the disrespect slide. He played it friendly instead, claiming he wasn't the type for such formalities anyway. For now, he just wanted to share a drink with the star of the show. Callus demanded drinks from the servants, dragging Zeke into yet another predicament. The prince toasted to himself, the most refined man on the continent, and to Zeke, the greatest knight of the future. He sloppily poured wine into Zeke's cup, then pressured him to chug the drink offered by an imperial prince. The nobles watching this unfold felt a little sorry for the young knight. They loathed the prince's atrocious behavior, especially considering Zeke's position within the Draker family. That was just the first glass of many, as Callus intended to drink with Zeke until they both dropped. That's when Abel interrupted, greeting the Empire's newly rising star. He humbly asked Prince Callus to accompany him for an important discussion. Since there were too many listening ears in the banquet hall, he suggested they move the discussion elsewhere. The prince was receptive and agreed. Before he left, he apologized to Zeke, saying it looked like their drinking session would have to wait for another time. They could bask in the moonlight then and speak of great dragon-slaying epics. As Abel and the prince retreated to a private room, the nobles held their breath. Once he was out of sight, they immediately began trashing the imperial prince's rowdy behavior, which they felt reflected poorly on the empire. In contrast, they praised Sir Abel for handling the situation. To be fair, his actions looked like an older brother helping his uncomfortable younger sibling by dragging Callus away. In reality, however, this was a grim sign for the future. It looked like Abel and the prince had known each other far longer than the intel from Kay suggested. Considering the way they treated one another, it was safe to assume they were incredibly close. This made it highly likely that the outbreak of the Continental War was closer than Zeke expected. A day later, Zeke escaped the stuffy banquet hall to consider what to do with the token from his father. When they had spoken privately after the rites, Arthur asked how he was progressing on his mission to become the strongest on the continent. Zeke had simply responded with vague politeness. Arthur then insisted that he stop calling him patriarch, saying it was too formal. When they were alone, he gave Zeke permission to call him father. Those words reminded him of what Carly had said when they met. He could finally understand the discomfort he'd felt back in that training room. Abel had been making overt moves to bring every elder to his side, and Carly was on the ropes. It was only natural that the family head also had a firm grasp on the situation. Aware of Abel's scheme, the shrewd patriarch was turning a blind eye for some reason. Right now, he was subtly referencing Zeke's talk with Carly as a way to apply some pressure. Or maybe Zeke was just being paranoid. Either way, There was no harm in assuming Arthur was on Abel's side from this point forward. Zeke gave Arthur what he wanted and called him his father. The man then presented him a token, a bit of motivation for his continued climb to the top. With this small item, he could claim a treasure from the legendary Winter Keep. The Draker Treasury Room was guaranteed to hold incredibly valuable treasures, a place renowned across the continent. Arthur offered his son a piece of advice. While the keep is home to genuinely priceless treasures, it also contains worthless junk that just glitters. At last, Zeke set foot on the cold floors of Winter Keep, the treasury of dragon slayers. He still couldn't fathom why his father gave him such a valuable gift. No matter the reason, he planned to use everything at his disposal. An attendant greeted Zeke, explaining that she had been expecting his visit. Before he entered, she gave a brief explanation of the Winter Keep's rules. The keep currently held around 17,000 rare artifacts, each exchangeable for a token. While there was no time limit inside, a token allowed for only one entry. Zeke questioned the attendant about the lack of guards in such a priceless location. The attendant simply replied that guards were unnecessary. The security magic protecting the keep was on par with the wards on the Patriarch's office. On top of that, all the relics in storage were magically tracked and tagged, making theft practically impossible. To gain entry, the attendant instructed Zeke to place the token into the slot. He thought it was like a giant claw machine and followed her directions, watching as the impenetrable gate rumbled open. The massive, ornate gate yielded, releasing a cold breeze. Zeke was stunned by the magnificent sight that lay before him. Shelves holding priceless artifacts seemed to stretch on forever. The interior was far larger than it appeared from the outside. He walked around, marveling at the vast collection of wealth his family had gathered over a millennium. The attendant departed, and Zeke figured it would take ages to identify every single relic. Fortunately, he had the system to sort everything based on his chosen criteria. This function was linked directly to his dragon eyes. It seemed he couldn't just catalog everything automatically, so he activated his dragon eyes and loosened up. It was time for some hands-on scouting. Zeke dashed off, using his gale arts and shadow steps to cover the most ground in the shortest time possible. He flew past the shelves as his dragon eyes captured an image of everything he saw. After a few quick passes, the scanned items appeared on his minimap. A total of 17,138 artifacts were registered. That number was still too large to sort through manually, so he filtered out all non-artifacts, such as regular items and consumables. After some magical processing, the number dropped to 932. Still far too many. So, he added another filter for any blade that was weaker than his Stygian blade. To his surprise, every single sword was excluded. The Stygian blade was simply on another level compared to these artifacts. As he scrolled through the remaining options, Zeke noticed an anomaly. There was one object the system couldn't identify or catalog. Intrigued, he marked the unknown item and followed the minimap's directions. Arriving at the coordinates, he found a simple-looking bracelet. He'd expected something spectacular since the system failed to appraise it, but this accessory appeared plain and ordinary. The moment he touched it, the item reacted to his title, heir to Zeke Draker. It was highly likely this bracelet once belonged to the clan's founder. The system focused its analysis on the bracelet's embedded gem, identifying it as the sacred guardian stone. It possessed the ability to summon a being compatible with the user's soul. It immediately bonded with Zeke. He could now call forth a summon, perfectly suited to his very essence. Since this was the first artifact he'd examined in the Winter Keep, he tried to forcibly take it off, but it just reappeared on his wrist. Because of its connection to the title, heir to Zeke Draker, the Guardian Stone could not be removed. If he ended up with junk, the token he received would be wasted, and his plans would be ruined. Since the choice had been made for him, he decided to trust that Terran's legacy would grant him something better than anything else he could find in the treasury. He activated the Sacred Guardian Stone's effect, and it began searching for a summon matching his soul. The bracelet glowed with a blue light as it conjured an enormous magic circle. Thanks to the Fairy Monarch's blessing, higher-tier holy beasts were included in the search. At last, a suitable holy beast was found to pair with the user's soul. The magic circle erupted in a blinding flash of light as Zeke's new summon was conjured from another realm. The holy beast descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Its armored hooves crackled with electricity with each step. It looked like a steed that embodied the very essence of thunder. The holy beast, Draconic Steed, had been successfully summoned. This was Zeke's first time ever seeing a holy beast. Its presence was completely overwhelming. He already possessed Bahamut's heart and fang, and now he could summon an incredible holy beast. Just how much legendary loot did Terran possess? The draconic steed slowly approached its new master and gently nuzzled Zeke. He held his summon close, feeling an indescribable connection, a connection to the beast. This had to be a true soul match. Despite being their first meeting, it felt like a reunion with a long-lost friend. Even though he had been skeptical, Zeke was now overjoyed to be in this moment. He felt a familiarity he had never known. The system then prompted that, by granting the holy beast a name, he could instantly summon it with the guardian stone. Zeke chose the wildest name possible, Busphilus. But it seemed Busphilus loved its new name. They were truly meant to be partners. Busphilus was once hailed as the king of draconic steeds. Its horns could call forth the imperial power of thunder. Zeke didn't know enough about holy beasts to grasp what being king of draconic steeds implied. It was his first time seeing one. Busphilus interrupted his thoughts, grabbing his collar and joyfully lifting him up. The electric steed flipped him overhead, placing him perfectly on its back. Busphilus clearly wanted to give its new master a ride. It must have sensed Zeke's desire to test its abilities and was now excited to show off. Gripping its mane, Zeke accepted the invitation, and Busphilus neighed with thunderous enthusiasm. He gave the order to run like the wind, but the holy beast moved with the speed of lightning. More impressive was its silence. They were running at such high speed, but Zeke couldn't hear the sound of its hooves hitting the ground. He realized he'd just gotten his hands on something absolutely insane. With each step, the holy beast left behind offensive magic circles. After their brief joyride inside the Winter Keep, Zeke exited and registered the bracelet as his chosen artifact. The guide was reluctant, but Zeke adamantly insisted on his treasure. He recalled his father's advice: sort through the trash to find priceless treasure. Arthur likely categorized the bracelet as one of those trash items. That might be true for others, but for Zeke, with his connection to Terran and the system, it was a perfect fit. He thought he'd only find Terran's legacy in grueling dungeons. Who would have thought he could get so lucky with just one token? Regardless, Zeke was thoroughly satisfied with the day's events. It was time to head home and unwind from that exhausting party. He thought he could finally relax at home, but another uninvited guest was waiting inside his mansion. Cliff Reinhardt was already there, ready to congratulate him for finally becoming a proper knight. The eye-patch-wearing man even teased him with mock formality. Zeke felt a headache coming on, but sat and asked Cliff what he wanted, while also warning him to be more careful with surprise visits, as they could jeopardize their plans. Cliff apologized and introduced someone important, who had demanded to meet immediately, regardless of the consequences. She removed her cloak, revealing dark blue hair. Her voice was incredibly familiar. The young woman introduced herself differently, this time. She was the owner of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, Princess Melissa Alencia. Zeke seemed oddly calm considering the gravity of this reveal. Melissa just chuckled. She was amused he already knew her real identity. It took a while, but Zeke had connected the pieces. The princess recently reduced her foreign affairs, yet appeared at his congratulatory banquet. This all happened shortly after Cliff Reinhardt hinted at curing someone from the Alencian royal family. Only a fool would fail to figure out what was really happening with all the pieces laid out. Since they were acquainted, they could skip introductions and get to the point. She laid out a map, stating the reason for this urgent meeting. She wanted to request his help on a very grave matter. Before detailing it, she asked Zeke to look at the documents on the table. Recently, the appearance of rose disease had been ramping up on her kingdom's borders, so they contracted the Nirvana family to analyze it. In front of Zeke were the documents detailing their findings. If what was written in these pages was true, the Empire's plan might already be in motion. Nirvana family research suggests rose disease stems from a magically created pathogen. Among the three transcendent families, the Nirvana family is most proficient in magic. Their research is thorough and credible. Zeke never considered the rose disease to be a man-made plague. Furthermore, its spread had become faster than in his previous life. Melissa marked a few places on her map, explaining the disease was first documented in a border village between the Alencia Kingdom and Roman Empire. For some reason, the spread wasn't heading toward the Empire. In fact, they seemed completely immune, while the illness is ravaging the areas around Alencia. It's easy to draw a conclusion from the bigger picture. The Roman Empire created the rose disease and is now terrorizing Alencia with this magical bioweapon. In the previous timeline, A huge reason for Alencia's downward spiral was this incurable plague's spread. Zeke could easily tell what the purpose of her visit was. Now Melissa wants to procure the rights to mass-produce and distribute the Rose disease treatment. She was pleased he could discern her goal effortlessly. The previous contract only gave the merchant group production rights, so for the kingdom to legally distribute the cure, a new agreement is required. Zeke has no intention of voiding the initial contract, and neither would Melissa in his shoes. As a sharp businesswoman, she knows they got the short end of the stick. In this negotiation, her only goal is a fair contract for both sides. As expected of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's true leader, she knows exactly how to persuade Zeke to sign over distribution rights. Their success is no accident. She's the genuine article. Melissa stated her main objective is getting relief supplies to her people, so Zeke doesn't have to worry about lifting a finger and will be well compensated for his part. He'll receive 20% of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's total shares, a figure that even made Zeke pause. This is a business already ranked among the top 10 merchant groups on the continent. They're poised for even greater growth if they avoid siding with Alencia. If Zeke were to convert the value of that 20%, it would be worth millions of gold right now. And if he stops the war, the business will expand even further. That 20% could easily be worth billions. The offer was incredibly tempting, requiring just his signature. But Zeke had a few questions for the princess before deciding. He asked why she would openly, matifully, share such vital information when he could potentially be siding with the Empire. Moreover, offering 20% of the group's shares as payment hardly seemed like a good deal on their end. Melissa calmly heard him out and then responded. First, she is absolutely certain Zeke would never side with the Empire. A key advantage of being a princess is that she was trained from a young age to be incredibly perceptive. It was subtle, but she noticed Zeke's actions toward anyone affiliated with the Empire were cold and calculated. Heck, he even refused a simple handshake from the fourth Imperial Prince of Rome. Though his bow appeared respectful, she saw it as an act of rejection and disgust. That's how she knew Zeke would never join forces with the Empire. Admittedly, her read on him was spot on. As for Zeke's second question about the price she'd pay, the answer was simple. Her people needed saving, and she had the means to provide it. 20% of her business was nothing compared to the lives that would be lost if she didn't act. It was worth every cent. Zeke was moved by her determination to do right by her citizens. This was a true ruler. He was reminded of his final interaction with the woman named Alicia. Zeke had tried his best to convince her to retreat, not wanting the queen to die a pointless death at the hands of the ever-expanding empire. Queen Alicia knew retreating was the wiser choice, but she believed if she could buy her people some time to escape, she would gladly lay down her life for them. That unexpected flashback shook Zeke to his core. He truly did not want to think about that time, or about her. However, Melissa and Alicia were the same type of monarch. Knowing how stubborn this young woman could be, Zeke agreed to the deal. All he asked was that they prevent any leaks and conceal his identity once the cure was made public. Time flew by, and 2 uneventful weeks passed. Throughout those 14 days, Zeke did nothing but train his swordsmanship, wrecking his private training hall every minute of the day without rest. If anyone with a trained eye saw him move, they'd notice his motions were similar to dragon-slaying arts, but not quite. His slashes were sharper, his footwork faster, and his intensity was on another level. Each attack carried a force that would make a veteran knight weep in fear. This guy was warping the environment with his swordsmanship alone. Once he completed the final movement, Zeke entered a state of absolute stillness. As the aftermath of his training settled, his cooldown was interrupted by a system notification. 1 month after starting his new technique, he had finally reached the beginner threshold of True Dragon's swordplay. The conditions for the achievement quest, Sheltern's Heir, had been met. He was given 3 months but finished in 1, earning him a time bonus. He gained the Chronos Kingdom's Report Radar, the title of Sword Saint Successor, 500 karma points, and 2 random boxes. Those boxes meant he could indulge his gambling habit again, and those karma points would replace the points he used to incinerate McCain's Soma business. Excitedly, he pulled out the Chronos Kingdom's Report Radar first. Much to his dismay, the system warned that the corresponding coordinates were currently inaccessible. He had to find the seal that could activate them. The locations of the scattered seals would now be marked on his minimap. Pulling it up, he saw that 2 seals were in the middle of the continent, with one to the south and another up north. There was a considerable distance between each seal. Collecting them was going to take a while. Thankfully, This task was tied to his next linked quest, to find the treasure of the legendary monarchy for a chance to gain the title of Kronos Kingdom's successor. He was seriously let down that the reward for such a long quest was merely a title. Perhaps it already factored in any treasures Zeke could loot from the treasury. Besides, he'd just witnessed that artifacts could also react to titles. Maybe these items held more value than he initially thought. Still, it was a massive undertaking. For the time being, the treasure hunt would have to wait. There was no time limit, so he might as well concentrate on more urgent matters. He'd also just heard back from Kay. It had been too long since he last saw those addicts from the south. Zeke was actually excited to go on a little trip. He donned his usual disguise, boarded a boat, and sailed to the southern continent's port town, Port Gulfa. Zeke breathed in the sharp smell of blood mingling with the salty sea air. It was exactly like the last time he was here. Nothing had changed. As he disembarked, he was greeted by a line of loyal subordinates, bowing their heads to the vice branch manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. They were shouting so grandly that Zeke worried about drawing too much attention from the crowd. Strolling through the bustling port, he noted the similarities between before and after his regression weren't just limited to the salty air. In the south, you had to keep your wits about you. Right on cue, he ran into the guy he'd hired for a very important job. The Northern Rangers had been waiting for his report. They were dressed in merchant attire to avoid standing out, in their usual sneaky gear. They confirmed that all preparations were in place. On the day of the operation, they would exploit the chaos to rescue the girl held captive by McCain. Zeke warned them that protecting and escorting the target was also part of the job, so they'd better stay on guard until the very end. Curious. One of the Rangers asked if there was going to be some kind of Southern festival soon. They knew nothing about the incident that would cause the chaos during the operation. Zeke smirked. He supposed you could call it a festival. He was planning something far more chaotic. After all, it would be the day McCain crumbled to dust. Following the incident with the Kukres, the Rangers were afraid of Zeke. They didn't know what was going on inside his head. Interrupting their meeting, a guide from the merchant group approached Vice Branch Manager Zeke. He was now using his alias, Murray. The man escorted him to the carriage for his next meeting. The Rangers asked if he was actually planning to wage war on one of the biggest crime families in the South. Zeke told his employees not to overthink it and just focus on their jobs. He claimed he was just joking. Yet, for some reason, both Rangers could tell the young man was dead serious. Zeke was provided with the requested safe house. Though it looked worn down on the outside, it had ample storage space. The interior had also been renovated to rival a luxury hotel. Since today was Don Juan's birthday, there was much to be done. Sure, it would be a day of celebration publicly, but it was also a rare day when all McCain executives would gather for business. Zeke Murray would play the role of Kay's supporter to attend this meeting. Led by the guide, he was on his way to his 5th briefing about how things would go down. Even a Soma addict would have the plan memorized by now. But Kay wanted to make certain this whole thing went according to plan. She didn't have nerves of steel like him. This was the least he could do after dragging her into this madness. She'd been stressing over this for the past few weeks. She was dreading the possibility they'd already been discovered as the culprits behind the warehouse fires. She'd heard that McCain paralyzes traders and leaves them for dead in a shock dragon swamp. Seeing her panic, Zeke decided to mess with her a little. He claimed that since she was a mage, she'd be handled differently when caught. In the South, there was a widespread belief that keeping a mage's corpse helped block curses. They wouldn't just leave her remains as dragon food. Instead, they'd chop her up and sell her body parts. Already in a disturbed state, hearing that ghastly story nearly made her soul leap from her body. She asked if the necklaces McCain members wore weren't just finger-shaped ornaments, but were actually real fingers. Refusing to be sold off like meat, Kay asked her partner to gather her body parts and bury her somewhere nice and peaceful. How could he possibly know such a disturbing story, you ask? No one could possibly know the South better than Zeke Draker. He had raised McCain to prosperity and then dragged it down to ruin, all in one lifetime. His toxic relationship with the criminal organization began after he was kicked out of the academy. It was then that a slave trader captured him. He was sold to a Soma plantation, owned by McCain. In that place, all you were allowed to do was follow orders and harvest the drug. Eventually, Zeke was promoted from a slave to a human shield on the battlefield. He managed to be the lone survivor of deadly skirmishes, multiple times. He never questioned anything. He just lived each day guided by his survival instinct. Looking back, It's likely he had a latent healing ability, activating subconsciously. He was deployed and had survived 6 times as a human shield. Fascinated by this resilience, Don Juan personally promoted him to hitman. The old man may have been a crook, but he had a keen eye for talent. Zeke was perfectly suited for being an unscrupulous hitman. Even with his meager power, he easily took down purple knights with poison. Blue knights were no exception, tougher nuts to crack, however. Despite him approaching with a concealed presence, they would spot him anyway. A slash from a poison-dipped blade did almost nothing, if anything at all. They could manipulate their internal mana to simply burn away and expel the poison. Yet, even a blue knight is merely human. Zeke eventually mastered exploiting the smallest openings, ones invisible to most. He grew capable of taking down blue knights despite the gap in raw power. After eliminating over a dozen of these so-called knights, he cemented his position as the McCain, cartel's top assassin. Following that, he would claim great victories in the war against the Pabella cartel. He climbed the criminal ladder, growing his influence until he became Don Juan's adopted son and was named the man's rightful heir. It seemed he had finally found his place. But on the day the cartel's top brass gathered to reveal the successor, Zeke chose to eliminate every last person, including his foster father. Zeke erased the McCain cartel from existence in a single night. Of course, all that was in the past. He's on a drastically different path now. While he was lost in thought about his bloody history, Kay was chattering away, trying to get his attention. She needed to know if he was a spy from the cartel or something similar. She figured that he was attempting to use her to swallow the syndicate whole. It was a fair concern and a plausible theory. Zeke had no intention of answering her, though. The Kay of today was still a clumsy woman, as opposed to the calm and collected lady from his past life. Zeke was having way too much fun provoking her. Finally, after countless dry runs and briefings, they arrived at Don Juan's mansion. Inside the banquet hall, KG girls served the guests as maids. Numerous key figures of the underworld mingled openly. Upon their arrival, Kay brought Zeke to pay their respects to the man of the hour, Don Juan. Zeke glanced around the mansion, unable to help but admire the lavish interior. He saw it wasn't just McCain's hitmen guarding the floor. There were infamous outlaws and fugitive rangers among the security team behind the mansion's banquet hall. The real party was about to begin in the secret meeting room. Don Juan welcomed Kay with great enthusiasm. He knew she was a bodhi, mage, but he didn't know she was a woman. He believed a beautiful mage to be rarer than any jewel. The McCain cartel's boss, Don Juan, was eagerly anticipating what she had to say. Composing herself, she went directly for the cartel's sore spot. She raised the issue of the unsolved Soma warehouse fires that occurred several months ago. Don Juan put out his cigar and grimly prompted her to elaborate. The atmosphere in the secret meeting room turned unbearably hostile. Kay had to choose her next words very carefully. She pushed down her fear and confidently revealed that a traitor was responsible for the arson and that this traitor was in the room with them right now. Claiming the turncoat who conspired with Pabella was present was no laughing matter. Predictably, the executives protested such a bold and serious accusation. They demanded Kay be dragged out of the room to be taught a lesson. They would have acted on that impulse had Don Juan not smashed the table, demanding silence from his boisterous men. The old man didn't need to utter a word. His fist spoke volumes. Looking into his eyes, one could see the boiling rage bubbling just beneath the surface. He threateningly asked Kay if she could take full responsibility for those outrageous words. Zeke took this as his cue to seize the spotlight by grabbing onto the sacrificial fool. Holding a knife to Joaquin's throat, he casually revealed the culprit's identity. He named the traitor as Eleno. Right then, the two-faced executive began to connect the dots, as he was being coerced into a confession. This was supposed to be a celebration, until some random man showed up to expose his dirty dealings. Eleno yelled at his underlings to stop staring and get a move on. He paid them far too much for them to be blindsided by a lone madman. He called them ungrateful, overpaid, and incompetent fools. One of the underlings argued that even if they wanted to act, their hands were tied. Stuck in the middle of the rising tension, Kay let Zeke do his thing. Choosing to play the situation out, Don Juan asked his disorderly guest to speak and share his information. The McCain executives were flabbergasted. They had never seen the old man so willing to talk while under threat. Zeke's opening statement was a respectful greeting to the veteran godfather, Don Juan. He introduced himself with his alias, Zeke Murray. He declared he was there to provide assistance regarding the pressing issue in the underground world. Ever the gentleman, Don Juan respectfully returned Zeke's greeting. He casually took out a cigar and cut its tip while criticizing the young man for bringing a blade instead of a gift on his birthday. Anyone could see that Zeke was a pro. He left no openings. If they were to attack from a distance, he would simply use Joaquin as a human shield. So, the hostage accused him of being a spy, sent by Pabella. As McCain's second-in-command, he commanded significant trust in the room, despite being the very spy he accused Zeke of being. But when the young man mentioned the existence of overwhelming proof, the traitor felt his heart skip a beat. Zeke gave Kay the signal, and she activated her magic. She summoned the meticulously written reports that documented Joaquin's shady dealings with the rival organization. Don Juan silently picked up the paperwork and parsed through the pages, his frown deepening with every turn. He conceded that what was written in these records was interesting, to say the least. It detailed Joaquin's conspiracy with the syndicate to betray his home. It also exposed Pabella's true nature as a grimy and thieving pirate operation. As Zeke expected, the moment the pirates were mentioned, the atmosphere shifted instantly. No one likes pirates, but Southerners hold a particularly deep and historic grudge against them. The South is a hotspot for maritime crimes. Due to their proximity to pirate outposts, they suffer far more losses than other regions of the continent. Most importantly, Don Juan had lost his beloved family to pirates. His resentment for them was immeasurable. He couldn't ignore an incident involving the very thing he hated most. The ball was in his court now. It was up to the old man to figure out his next move. Joaquin could feel his position deteriorating by the second. The documents even included photos of him with Pabella pirates. That was as incriminating as it gets. While that part was true, he had nothing to do with the Soma warehouse fires months ago. In this situation, suspicion against him would only grow and snowball. After a moment of consideration, Don Juan thanked Zeke for bringing this matter to his attention. However, this wasn't enough to pass judgment on Joaquin, a man he considered a brother. Zeke had anticipated this. The old man was headstrong. He had another method up his sleeve. He didn't want to use it, but now there was no other choice. While tightening his grip on his blade, he whispered something ominous into Elmeno's ear that drained all the color from the executive's face. Don Juan refused to blindly believe the document, and intended to punish the guests who insulted and threatened his brother. But before he could act, Joaquin spoke up. After hearing Zeke's whisper, he promptly confessed to everything he was being accused of, outing himself as a traitor allied with Pabella. The old man rose from his seat, accepting the confession with icy composure. Since the conspirator admitted his guilt, he was willing to show a proper amount of respect. Don Juan exploded into action, grabbing one of his lavish hatchets from the wall and throwing it squarely into Joaquin's face. He brutally ended his brother's life. It was a swift and gruesome death that stunned everyone present. It was one hell of an exit for a second-in-command. Zeke had always been fascinated by how Southerners handled their business. That whisper earlier was an undeniable threat. He had pressured Elmeno to admit to his treacherous acts. If he complied, Zeke swore on God that his hidden family would be left untouched. To a hardened criminal, an oath to God is absolute. Of course, Zeke never had any intention of harming civilians to begin with. Watching the old man retrieve his hatchet from his sworn brother's corpse, Zeke had to admire Don Juan's decisiveness as the leader of a major criminal organization. The old man didn't truly believe everything in that report. He punished Elmeno simply because he had no other choice. The fires from several months ago hit McCain's finances hard. They suffered staggering losses in a single night. They suspected a traitor had to be involved. It was incredibly easy to pin the arson on the known Pabella spy, using Kay's extensive testimony. Moreover, Zeke's swift, decisive actions forced Elmeno to take the fall. The shocking revelation of the Pabella cartel's real operation as pirates also complicated matters. Under such circumstances, the Don maintained his composure, calmly assessing the situation before him. The same couldn't be said for his hot-headed subordinates. Even if Elmeno's confession didn't paint the entire picture, letting him live would have been a mistake. If the old man hadn't delivered justice, the organization's discipline would have crumbled. The Don might appear brutal and wild, but he's as calculating as ever. He got to the top by doing what was necessary, even if it meant slaying his sworn brother. You don't want to cross Don Juan, the man who raised and shaped Zeke in his past life. Since Joaquin was handled and the report was accepted as fact, that meant the folks from the syndicate were also a bunch of lying traitors. The document detailed that the Burning of the Soma warehouses was just the syndicate's first move in ditching McCain for the competition. Don Juan gave the syndicate executives a chance to confess, just as his brother Joaquin had. If they did, they would be granted a painless death. Shaken by the unexpected turn of events, the syndicate executives stumbled over their words, desperately trying to pin everything on the magic-wielding redhead. Out of nowhere, a blade flew at blinding speed, claiming another life and staining the floor red. Kay watched in horror as her boss's blood sprayed all over her face. She trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the corpse collapsing limply in front of her. Instead of Don Juan's hatchet, the syndicate executive was eliminated by Zeke's own hand. He claimed he was simply following the boss's lead and punishing another traitor. They now had all the evidence and confessions needed to deliver punishment to the syndicate for their plotter, treacherous schemes. Don Juan was wondering what the kid was planning, but it was becoming clearer that he was being used to eliminate the syndicate. The Don had to accept that. The sudden execution was justified. Turning to the young man, he asked if Zeke was an angel sent to help or a devil sent to bring ruin. With a smirk, he replied that he was neither of those things. He was simply a business partner, here to propose a lucrative new deal. It's all about the money, baby. Don Juan certainly wasn't expecting such an absurd reply. Zeke asserted that he shared the boss's viewpoint. They both wanted to eliminate the traitorous syndicate and restore order to the underworld. However, with Ishtar exiled and Pabella dominating the profitable sea routes, McCain's only available distribution channel was through the syndicate. The old man wasn't stupid. He was already crunching the numbers with all the variables. That's why he hesitated to punish the syndicate executive colluding with the traitor. He wouldn't admit it, but the Don was impressed by how accurately the young man read his mind. Zeke assured him that until now, all Soma distribution through the syndicate had been handled by the brilliant Kay. From now on, they could negotiate directly with her for Soma deliveries. She would lead the syndicate and continue business as usual. Don Juan processed Zeke's words as he slumped back onto his throne. Admittedly, Zeke Murray's offer was alluring, but only if he was telling the truth. The Don was an old-school crime boss. He believed any deal must be built on a foundation of trust. That was the problem. He had very little of it right now. This was their first meeting, and his floors were already blood-stained. How could trust possibly blossom under these circumstances? Zeke accepted the old man's reservations and proposed another idea to establish goodwill. He grabbed the bloody hatchet, stuck in the table, and tossed it aside. With dramatic flair, he also threw down the documents detailing the warehouse burning conspiracy. He expertly flourished his dagger, stabbing it into the Pabella's Jolly Roger. Instead of wasting breath on empty platitudes, Zeke brought up a single name, Paulo Santos. He vowed to raze that coward's territory to the ground. Paulo Santos was rightfully known as Cowardly Paulo. He was infamous for taking actions to minimize all possible risk. Because of that, he wasn't well recognized in the organization or the criminal world. Don Juan was impressed Zeke knew not only of the coward's existence but also of more specific details. As long as Zeke fulfilled that vow, he would be deemed useful, and nothing else would matter. Don Juan accepted the condition the young man proposed to rebuild trust. Although he respected Zeke's gallant courage, Paulo's territory was far too dangerous to attack alone, so he would send a group of elite assassins for assistance. Zeke immediately smelled a rat. Assistance was just a fancy term for observation. In addition, McCain would be guarding his lady friend while he was busy proving his bravery against a coward. That was just another roundabout way of saying they'd be taking Kay hostage. Nevertheless, Zeke accepted the terms and politely played along. Things progressed quickly. Just a few days later, Zeke and his watchdogs located and reached Paulo Santos's Soma production factory inside Pabella cartel territory. As soon as they reached the highest point with the clearest view, Zeke signaled for a complete stop. Manuel, the commander of the assassination squad, was confused. Before he knew it, Zeke was already running the entire mission, and all his men, including him, were following the young man's commands. Well, you'd have to be a complete fool not to follow his orders after witnessing his capabilities. Manuel observed Zeke's inhuman stamina, far beyond that of an elite hitman. His movements were quick and precise. He navigated as if the layout of the vast southern lands was imprinted on his brain, and most of all, he was more skilled in combat than even the strongest beastmen. Throughout the journey, Zeke easily eliminated every threat in their path, including the toughest matchup, the werewolves. This Zeke Murray guy was a monster, through and through. His next command surprised Manuel. Zeke ordered him and his men to stand by and wait. He tried to protest, but Zeke laid out the truth. He knew these killers had no intention of helping to begin with. They were tasked with observing his every move. Zeke was kind enough to lead them to the one spot where they could see the entire factory, a premium spy nest. They should just shut up and focus on watching what was about to go down. Before Manuel could utter another word, Zeke was already gone. The commander sighed. The young man's words made too much sense. So, he turned to his troops and relayed the standby command, just as Zeke suggested. They were there to observe. There was no need to put themselves in harm's way. He was about to instruct the troops to set up an outpost and focus on camouflage, but that no longer seemed necessary. Zeke was already in the heart of the factory, burning it to the ground. Manuel knew the kid was skilled, but this madman had leapt into action in the flashiest way possible. In the middle of the factory, flames raged, swallowing everything whole. Zeke's initial push incinerated the guards. It was an open barbecue, and pabella pirate meat was on the menu. The lookouts who survived the initial blast warned the others about a mage among the intruders. They saw a fire tornado and immediately assumed magic was involved. This was way too much for a bunch of goons to handle. They needed to call the magic weapon squad for reinforcements. The elemental sword was far too much for these low-level goons. The moment one of them spotted him aura farming before the blazing buildings, the entire factory was alerted. After all, Pabella was still the organization that drove a wedge between McCain and the South. While individually pathetic, their coordination and rapid response were surprisingly effective. Unfortunately for these nameless thugs, no amount of cannon fodder could stand against a walking incinerator. Wielding his elemental sword, Zeke unleashed Flamefield's hellfire to scorch their heads and boil their brains in a single, devastating move. After crossing the factory, he grumbled that this skirmish didn't even count as a proper warm-up. Just then, he felt the ground tremble violently. That coward Paulo was truly desperate to defend this valuable territory. Even deploying a fleet of magic tanks, Paulo must be swimming in his ill-gotten riches. Hiring a mage would have been far cheaper, yet he opted for these mechanical monstrosities. After locking onto their target, the magic tanks unleashed their arcane artillery. In response, Zeke simply swung his blade, slicing the explosive shell perfectly in two. This action rendered the projectile useless, leaving him completely unscathed. Zeke realized that these tanks were custom-ordered for dirty cartel business. He decided to switch tactics. Extinguishing the flames, he shifted his elemental sword to Windfield, summoning lethal tornadoes with his Tempest sword. Despite their heavy armor, the tanks crumbled instantly against the deadly vortex of razor-sharp wind. In his past life, Zeke would have had to flee with his tail tucked between his legs at the mere sight of these juggernauts. But things were different now, vastly different. After a thorough sweep, incinerating the surface, he zeroed in on a hidden underground passage. The guards at the entrance were dispatched with brutal efficiency, each one eliminated in the cleanest way possible. Zeke showcased his prowess as a one-man army, casually slaughtering every hostile in his path. By now, his patience was wearing thin. He'd mowed down enough cannon fodder. The main boss should be appearing any second. Now, right on cue, a sneak attack came from behind. An arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at him. Never one to miss a chance to aura farm, he snatched it just inches from piercing his skull. The attacker must have anticipated this superhuman feat, having laced the arrowhead with a surprise. It exploded into a thick, lethal mist, enveloping Zeke. The system identified the toxic cloud as Black Mamba poison. Immediately, his poison resistance activated, neutralizing the threat. As the fumes cleared, Zeke's mask and hood were partially shredded by the small blast. To lure out his opponent and conceal his full power, he temporarily suppressed his healing factor. The main event finally made his appearance. Paulo Santos lowered his crossbow, cursing his men for allowing an intruder to penetrate so deep into his territory. The fool, Paulo Santos, strode forward confidently, explaining that the poison gas was an extremely potent toxin that could take down even an aura user. Holding up a small vial, he offered the antidote in exchange for information on Zeke's team. The idiot assumed Zeke was merely a diversion. Given how quiet it was, topside, he was trying to bluff Zeke, dangling a false escape route. He was clearly underestimating our hero. It's common knowledge in the South that Black Mamba poison has no antidote. Any normal person exposed to it would be dead within minutes. Even Blue Knights would struggle to purge the toxin, suffering from lingering side effects. However, Zeke's poison resistance had already rendered it useless. To him, it was no more than a bad smell. So, Zeke hurled his dagger, shattering the fake antidote. Paulo began to panic, stumbling over his words as he desperately tried to maintain his bluff. He met the intruder's eyes for a moment and was instantly petrified. He realized he wasn't built for this kind of heat. With a menacing glare, Zeke declared that poisons were useless against him. Besides, the silence on the surface was because it was littered with corpses. The coward, Paulo's instincts were screaming at him. He wanted to run home to his mommy. He refused to believe his men were all wiped out. After all, he had Pabella elites and magic weapons defending him. If he had any doubts, he could just go, check the surface for himself. But Zeke had no more time to waste. Stressed out of his mind, Paulo demanded to know whose orders the masked intruder was following, and other nonsense. After connecting a few dots, he deduced this was a McCain operation. The only organization capable of threatening Pabella this way was their direct rival, after all. Paulo insisted they had a mutual agreement about territory, making this attack preposterous. Zeke couldn't stand the garbage spewing from this slippery crook's mouth. Pabella had been encroaching on distribution routes they didn't own, yet this man dared to preach about a mutual agreement. With that line crossed, there was more than enough justification for war. Dunan wouldn't stop until Pabella was crushed and burned to ashes. The end of the southern pirates was near. Realizing his schemes were exposed, Paulo resorted to his only remaining option, running away like the coward he was. Zeke gave chase, following him deep into the underground tunnels. After several minutes of pursuit, he found himself in an eerie chamber held up by massive underground pillars. He'd been intentionally moving slowly, hoping to gather more intel. Now, he found himself in a totally different room. Getting to this mysterious space meant navigating tons of preset traps. While he could have just powered through them, he held back, suspecting he was being watched. Unlike the ancient ruins, the traps felt brand new, meaning someone installed them recently. Whatever Pabella's up to down here, it can't be good. And just as Zeke suspected, watchers were lurking in the shadows. The moment he faked an opening, a hooded figure tailing him lunged with a sneak attack. He effortlessly dodged the incoming slash, which clearly surprised the hooded figure. Zeke closed the distance, unsettling the attacker with a probing whisper. Instead of finishing the failed assassin in one blow, he's trying to draw out the fight to extract information. But since the assailant wouldn't talk, Zeke raised his blade and diced him to pieces with the Tempest sword. He'd lost track of how many crooks he'd dealt with tonight. As he casually walked toward the body, more hooded figures revealed themselves. Zeke finally recognized them as the Empire's damned hunting dogs. These mutts always show up wherever he goes. Their leader cursed the incompetent southern fools for compromising their covert op. He sounded annoyed that these cartels couldn't even handle their own business without interfering with the Empire's mission. Now that Zeke had spotted the dogs, they couldn't let him live. It then occurred to him he'd seen a few spots in the southern continent marked on the hunting dogs' operational maps he'd found back in the giant mountains. It's possible these ruins hold one of the artifacts the Emperor is trying to acquire. The pack leader warned his men about the intruder's wind-summoning dagger. They had to fight him, assuming the blade was some kind of artifact. To keep them on their toes, Zeke pulled out a magic scroll he'd prepared earlier. The pack leader yelled for his men to brace for impact, but Zeke assured them the scroll wasn't for an offensive spell. It was just a simple soundproofing barrier with no harmful effects. In other words, the next 30 minutes were going to be a silent nightmare. No one would hear these dogs scream. Since Zeke rarely gets the chance to test his new skills, he decided to bring out his Stygian blade for some real fun. With no outside interference, it was the perfect time to get in some lethal training. The pack leader was rattled to see the intruder pull a greatsword from thin air, not from a subspace pocket. This intruder was completely unpredictable. First, he used a strange weapon. Then, he controlled the elements like a mage. And now, he's materializing a massive sword. When the pack leader saw the faint glow emanating from Zeke's hands and into the blade, a flicker of fear crept in. This intruder could actually use an aura blade. And remember, perfect aura control signifies the level of a blue knight, which was more than enough to unnerve the dogs. Turning their fear to despair, Zeke unleashed the first form of the true dragon's sword style. This was a technique the world hadn't seen since the time of Zeke Draker. The dogs were completely helpless. Zeke easily dispatched the entire pack. Their leader couldn't even draw his sword before falling to the overwhelming assault. The soundproofing scroll was incredibly effective. No one outside the barrier could possibly hear their agonized cries. When the 30 minutes were up, the magic faded, and Zeke was already finishing up, burning the bodies to destroy the evidence. This would make it look like McCain had used knights and mages to attack Paulo's Soma factory. This will escalate the conflict between McCain and Pabella, sparking a war Zeke could exploit. With that handled, he wondered why a cartel and the Rome Empire were cooperating. It was safe to assume they were working together to unearth ancient artifacts in the south. Before his regression, Zeke had visited this place, but found no such traces. That would be 3 years from now, so it's likely the artifact had already been excavated by then. It might have been a coincidence, but foiling that deranged emperor's plans always felt good. After making sure the ashes of his enemies were thoroughly burnt, it was finally time to head back up. But before he could leave the ruins, he was stopped by the sound of armored boots clanking on the floor. Clad in a full set of red armor with flowing red hair, another challenger appeared. This unknown warrior claimed to have been drawn to the strong, chaotic energy in this spot. This guy was dressed like a final boss, the kind that wipes the floor with you repeatedly. He complained that an uninvited guest had stumbled into the hidden ruins. And that mask. This was some next-level Power Ranger getup. The figure stood menacingly behind Zeke, framed by the darkness. At a glance, Zeke immediately recognized the flashy crimson armor. It looked just like the Stera, magic armor, Hersion. It was said to be bestowed only upon the Red Knight of the Roman Empire. The armor was inscribed with countless support enchantments, from weight reduction magic to automatic restoration. A Hersion was a supreme artifact. Most importantly, while it looked tough, the one this guy was wearing had distinct differences from the Empire's standard issue. Hoping to gather intel, Zeke probed with a few questions to identify the figure in the armor. But with a blade suddenly aimed at his neck, it was clear this final boss wasn't in the mood for conversation. Zeke dodged back, instantly summoning Bahamut from his storage. He gripped the greatsword tightly, bracing against the brutal opening strike as the boss wordlessly gazed into his very soul, overwhelming Zeke in a contest of raw power. Inevitably, Bahamut was overpowered, and its master was sent crashing into the cavern walls. As the dust settled, Zeke climbed out of a massive crater, clearly shaken. Without pause, the boss leaped into the air for a follow-up attack. Before Zeke could even register the incoming blow, it was already too late. The force of each strike reshaped the cavern, littering the ground with fresh craters. Despite being at a severe disadvantage against this silent foe, Zeke stood his ground, blade in hand. Feeling the boss's power up close, Zeke was convinced he wasn't facing a human. This had to be the effect of Hersion's enhancement magic. Regardless of what clever defense Zeke attempted, he was consistently crushed by sheer force. Since a direct confrontation was getting him thoroughly thrashed, Zeke decided to pull out some tricks he learned from the Hero King. Channeling his elemental sword, he conjured the steel field. A cage of solid steel erupted from the ground, trapping the boss within a tight circle. It looked like a solid containment strategy initially, but mere steel couldn't hold a true powerhouse. The final boss proceeded to shred the entire prison into tiny bits and pieces. In the process, he forced Zeke Draker to elevate his combat strategy. Knowing the steel field would only buy him seconds, Zeke readied the second phase of his plan. Hidden by the flying steel shards, he deployed a close-range flashbang. The move was swift and effective, forcing the boss to recover from the disorienting blast. At that moment, Zeke Draker was feeling pretty proud of himself. Unfortunately, blinding a demon doesn't make it any less of a demon. He tried to capitalize on the plot's opening to land a devastating aura slash, only to be deflected like a total amateur. Still, his efforts weren't a complete loss. He managed to scratch the armor. It was better than nothing. Bracing for the retaliation, Zeke preemptively summoned his dragon-scale armor. He coated his arms and hands just in time to block the brunt of another crushing blow. The successful block created some distance from his impossible foe. This final boss had far too many strange abilities, which were always the most dangerous kind of enemy. Finally breaking his silence, the boss spoke, echoing Zeke's earlier questions back at him. Since he now deemed the young man worthy of a true battle, it was only fair that he introduce himself. Beneath the armor was a man named Cain Gimmons Constantinus. He carried the names of both Gimmons and Constantinus, with the latter being the imperial bloodline of the Roman Empire, since its very beginning. Furthermore, imperial middle names were reserved for noble houses with the power to elect the emperor. Cain's very existence implied that House Gimmons a key supporter of the Draker family, had deeply infiltrated the Empire's hierarchy. As Zeke struggled to process this tangled web of politics, the system sent him a troubling notification. Miasma had been detected, and defeating a target tainted by it would grant bonus points. He had never felt anything like this miasma before, but he could already feel its weakening effects. The miasma was completely fused with Kane's aura, making even approaching the armored figure feel like an insurmountable challenge. Kane, admittedly, was surprised. He never expected to find a knight of this caliber in such a remote corner of the world. As a show of respect, he intended to fight with his full power to give a worthy opponent an honorable end. He planned to deliver this honorable demise with a colossal avatar of a heavenly blade. Normal techniques stood no chance against that massive sword. Even with the elemental sword, Zeke's own skill wasn't refined enough to counter something so overwhelmingly powerful. In that case, he had only one viable option remaining. Widening his stance and raising Bahamut high, Zeke Draker prepared a true dragon sword technique. Chapter 8, Verse 2, Dragon Scale Thrust. It looked and sounded immensely powerful, but Zeke knew it wasn't enough. Kane Constantinus possessed a cheat-level physical enhancement. He could deflect aura blades, was nearly invulnerable when it came to defense, and was practically immortal with his insane regeneration. As long as that overpowered armor was active, a fatal blow was impossible. At the very least, Zeke had to drag Kane down to his level somehow. Fortunately, he had the perfect skill for the job. Kane immediately noticed the Hersian armor bugging out as some of its functions began to shut down. It was as if an EMP had just detonated, disabling all its powerful enchantments. Amused by this tactic, Kane raised his sword, letting out a hearty, booming laugh. He considered figuring out an TPSC, opponent's tricks to be part of the thrill of battle. Once he had stored enough power in his stance, Zeke moved as one with his blade. Both combatants then accelerated their speed. Going from 0 to 100 in an instant, they collided in a massive clash. Zeke had exhausted all his options. This final attack was his last bet to make a difference. Kane, on the other hand, appeared calm and unbothered behind his mask. The two opposing titans tried to consume one another. One warrior's aura formed into a dragon, while his opponent conjured an equally dominant figure corrupted by miasma. A shockwave ripped through the underground level, testing the ruin's stability. Flashes of light and a rampaging aura destroyed the halls. Once the confrontation subsided, the ceiling was riddled with holes, and the entire structure looked completely demolished. Zeke Draker found himself sitting in a pool of his own blood, cursing himself for such a critical error. The administrator's miasma corrosion rate had exceeded the permissible limit, and his healing factor was drastically reduced. With his body covered in life-threatening wounds, it was the worst possible moment to lose his regeneration. Holding a blade to the young man's neck, Kane praised the Draker bloodline for producing a warrior of such skill. He'd realized he was fighting a Draker the moment his armor suddenly malfunctioned. The only power that can interfere with the Empire's masterpiece is the Draker's mana, Severance. Furthermore, the technique Zeke used in their final clash strongly resembled the dragon-slaying arts. True dragon swordplay is the very root of the Draker family's technique, but the dragon scale thrust is locked within the latter half of those arts. That portion is forbidden to be shared outside the family. Yet here was Kane, an Imperial Knight, easily recognizing Chapter 8, Section 2. This meant those bastards from the Gim family had already handed the dragon-slaying arts over to the Empire. As this horrifying realization dawned, the miasma spread rapidly throughout his body, causing Zeke to spit up a glob of blood. The corrosion had advanced significantly, and the pain was agonizing. Kane figured that leaving a fellow knight who fought so valiantly in this state wouldn't be an honorable act. So, he decided to finish the job, slowly thrusting his blade's tip through Zeke's chest. Kane Gim Constantinus continued the motion until he reached the heart and felt it stop beating. Pulling the blade from the gaping wound, he prayed for the young man's peaceful, eternal rest.